I know I look crazy, but I'm like mid makeup and this story hit me and I just wanted to share it. I got my period really, really young. I was 8 years old, like super young. I came to my mom one day and I was like, what's going on? And she was like, what's going on? And she was like asking me questions because it was a little weird. Yeah, my menstrual cycle started when I was 8 years old. So super early to the period game, was using tampons entering middle school, okay? Before I was confident in my tampon skills, there was a mishap and easily could have killed me. So I was graduating sixth grade. And when you graduate sixth grade, where I grew up, they took you on like a sixth grade party field trip. And we would all go to this, okay, I'm gonna be down here, but you get the vibe still. So I'm graduating sixth grade at this time. It was like the equivalent of going to like a senior week, I guess. And it was like a big deal. Everybody was always so excited about it. But poor little Kylie, my body decided to go, period. And at that point, I was still using pads. So I was like, what am I gonna do? My mom was like, you can try to, use a tampon. And I was like, there's no fucking way I can do that. Absolutely not. I don't care if this is TMI and if other people think it's weird. My mom put my tampon in for me for the first time ever. And if you think that's weird, you're weird. My mom is my best friend. So my mom puts a tampon in me, okay? Yeah, my mom puts a tampon in me. All is well. We talk about it, explaining, learn all about it. Awesome. So I go to said field trip. It's a water park club thing, going down water slides all day, like having fun. Because I was a kid, I like forgot about the tampon. By the time I came home, my mom was like, hey, we have to take it out. When she went to take it out, it wasn't there. So she was like, oh, did you take it out? And me being 8 or not, however old I was like, maybe. So we left it because I swore I had taken it out. Fast forward to a full 7 or 8 days after the trip. So I don't know anything. I am out at our pool. We're having like a fun swim night as a family. Oh, this is so embarrassing, but it's just your body and like it is what it is. I got up to like get out of the water. And my mom said that she could smell like low tide. And when I went inside and took my bathing suit off, she took it and like checked it out, and clearly something was very wrong. I think my mom was like pretty well aware of what was going on. So I was put into the car and taken to the ER. And like I said, small kid, like 9 years old, but I looked like I was older because I legit like had boobs and a period and armpit hair when I was like 8. So we get there. And after like a short exam, they're like, yeah, so like there is a tampon stuck up inside of her. I'm obviously like hysterical, scared out of my mind. I have never been in an emergency room. I've actually never been in a hospital besides when I got my tonsils taken out. They're basically like, okay, the nurses are gonna try to get it for you. So guys, when I tell you like arm deep in me looking for this tampon, it was so traumatizing. At one point they were like, all right, like we're not, we can't really do much more. So like, we're gonna have to go get the doctor. So we're gonna go grab him. And when I heard him, I was like, no, like I can't have a man. Like I don't want a man down there, like a normal little girl. So this one nurse was like, all right, girl, I'm gonna give it my all this last time, but afterwards, like, you have to go, like, we have to bring him in. And I was like, okay. I'm like literally screaming in pain at this point. And this nurse finally pulls it out of me. And what had happened, or what they told my mom had happened, is that the tampon got pushed up by pressure, probably literally by like water pressure. And not only did it like get stuck up inside of me, but the string fully wrapped around the tampon itself. So there was like nothing I could have even tried to pull out. It was all just one blob. And I've used tampons ever since. People are like, oh my God, you must be so like scarred from tampons. And like, yeah, obviously it sucks that that happened, but I'm grateful that nothing worse came of it. I got really lucky that I didn't get toxic shock. We'll always use tampons. I don't care. I would rather have, be scared of something happening again that is like so 1 in a million. Or I sit in like a bloody, like, cotton diaper And I just can't do that. If you're fine with pads, that's great, but I'm not. Maybe moms keep this in mind if you have a daughter that goes into puberty early, because tampons can get lost. And the worst part, over my life, that wasn't just a one-time thing. I lost one another time, so.
A funny story. Back in 2019, I started dating this guy that I met on a dating app, and basically on our like first or second date, he was like complaining and trauma dumping about how he had just gotten out of a really bad relationship and she was crazy, and he moved to Boston to like get away from her and start over. Obviously, when a guy starts talking about how crazy their ex is, my thought is, okay, well, no, she's not. So I, like, based off of the information he's given me, I find her through his Instagram easily, and I'm like looking through her Instagram, and then I block her because I don't want her to see that I've been creeping. I feel like that's a normal thing to do. And then I get a message from her. They weren't broken up. They were still together, very much together, like about to get like engaged and fucking married. We end up getting on the phone for like an hour and having the most empowering girl power chat. It felt so good. I thought I made a new bestie. We had so many similarities. Like, it was such a good phone call. She must have hopped on a call with him. She circles back to me and felt like it was very girl power of her to send me these screenshots of horrible things that he had said about me. Thank you, girl. Thanks, sister. Thanks so much. And they're like a famous content influencer couple. I like thought about them recently and looked, and I'm like, oh, 90,000 followers, and they make like couples content. And like a few years after this happened, I think it was like 2022 or something, I just happened to be like sitting at a friend's house watching cable, and that show Wipeout came on, where you get to see humans get like tossed around like they're in a dryer machine. And they're on the show. And so I'm sitting there, jaw dropped, gobsmacked, watching these two get thrown around on that Wipeout show, like get tossed into the water, like slinging from obstacle to obstacle. Their bodies are like bending in half. And I'm just like, oh my God. It's so funny. I hope they're doing well. I really do. I hope they're thriving. I hope they're happy. I hope he hasn't cheated on her anymore. I just hope they're great. Yeah.
The story of why my mom chased me while I was in my 7th grade biology class. To give you context, I was a major hoe. I was a big fat slut bag. I mean, as big as a slut bag as you can get in Utah County. I was holding hands, texting boys, but worst of all, I was wearing skirts above my knees. Okay? So it was getting pretty serious around here. I was one step away from doing drugs. She sent me to school in a dress that she knew was appropriate, past my knees, okay? And I could not be seen in that atrocity. I packed something in my backpack to pull the age-old trick, changing when I got to school. Something that I didn't calculate into this picture is my mom's intuition. I had no inclination, no clue that this was going on. All of a sudden, she just gets an impression. Who knows by what type of spirit, okay? Let's be honest here. I think something's wrong with Carly at school. I need to go check on her. So what does she do? Hops in the car, rides her little minivan self to the junior high, calls me up to the office. Now, I about shat my pants when I heard my name being called up to the office. I told you I was a big slut hoe bag. You couldn't contain these shoulders. I was throwing them all around the school. So what do I do as soon as I see my mom? I book it. Turn around, book it the other way. What does my mom do? She runs 6 miles every morning. She chases after me, and you know she's gonna be winning. Finally, she does win. Alas, okay? I'll give it to her. She's a far better runner than I ever was. Going to the bathroom, she makes me change, and I go back to class. It's over? No. Not even in the least. After she leaves, or so I thought, I changed back into my slutty little hoe bag dress. I'm sitting in my class and I see my mom's head pop up out of the glass window. And again, I start booking it. And luckily at that moment, God was on my side, okay? And the bell rang and all the students came out. So there was no luck finding me in that school. It was literally chasing me down from class to class to class to class. Finally, I relent and this woman finds me. Mostly I was just done being embarrassed. Not my finest moment at all. Honestly, I don't even remember if I actually changed into that dress and just ended up going to school for the rest of the day, or if I ended up just going home because I was just so purely embarrassed. I can't remember. Yeah, anyways.
Part 1 of talking about my mom and stepdad's toxic relationship and just how crazy he is. Okay, so my mom loves to go on her afternoon walks, right? So every afternoon, either me or my stepdad go on a walk with her. Well, every time my stepdad and my mom decide to go on a walk, they always end up fighting. My mom always comes home with a story of how he said something stupid and like he caused a fight, right? So this time, a couple days ago, my mom comes to me and she's like, guess what your stepdad said? I was like, what? On our walk, it was peaceful, nothing was going on, like no fighting, no nothing. He looks at me and he says, it's the most dumbest crap I've ever heard. He says, oh, I wouldn't cheat on you, but I'm not saying like it's not 100% sure, you know? Like I don't plan on cheating on you, and like that's not something like I think I'm gonna do, but like it's not like 100%. What? Like, I'm sorry, who says that? Who says that to their wife? Who sits there and is like, you know, like, I don't think I'm gonna cheat on you, but like, who knows? I might or I might not. Like, I don't plan to, but you never know what God has in store. That's basically what he said. Like I would never look at my husband and tell him that. And like that's so weird. I have like what? Another thing that my stepdad does is he likes to make like comments on like my mom's body, because my mom she's thick. She's a thick woman. She's had 2 kids and wasn't able to get the baby weight off like she wanted. And my stepdad likes to make like little comments about her body, because like my stepdad has only been with like skinny women most of his life. So when he like, I don't know, he wasn't used to all that thickness, but now he's with my mom and he makes these really not cute jokes, and I can tell it hurts my mom, but she's just too tired to even like argue with him or say anything. Another thing that he did a little bit ago is, in me and my mom's opinion, my stepdad isn't the best with money. Like, he is, but he isn't. He spends money on stupid stuff sometimes, and he always complains about how he's not able to save, whatever. Well, my mom and stepdad are sitting in the living room, and he looks at my mom. Mind you, they were not arguing. He looks at my mom, and he's like, you know, you're the reason why I can't save money. Mind you, me and my not me, because I wasn't there, but like my mom was confused because like my mom doesn't like asking my stepdad for money. She never sits there and like asks like, hey, take me on a shopping spree, take me on like a dinner date. Like, my mom doesn't do that because he will use it against her. And my mom was like so confused. She was like, I don't even ask you for money. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, you're the reason why you can't save money. Like, you idiot. Like what? Like, he was like blaming it on her, and she was like, no, like, actually I don't do that. And I completely agree with my mom though, because she doesn't ask him for money. Like, she doesn't do anything where she's like taking away his money. Like, he pays for bills, and he doesn't, like, he offers to pay for like everything because he's the man of the house, he says. But then I don't know. So that's something else that he did, but that was stupid. Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing. Me, my mom, and my stepdad were sitting at the dinner table, and I don't even remember what we were talking about. But I walk before I was in there with them. I walk through the corner, and my stepdad looks at me. And he was like, "Oh dang!" I was about to say like an inappropriate joke, like a sexual joke, and then later we're sitting at the table, and he starts talking about that again. And he's like, "I'm glad I didn't say that joke because it wouldn't have made sense or like fit the setting." And basically what he meant by that is like the joke, like it was a body. It was about her body. Like, I'm trying to remember it, but he was kind of like she wasn't skinny enough. She was, because me and my mom were talking about how much weight she lost. And then he was like, oh, like, I'm glad I didn't say that joke because it wouldn't have like fit, you know, meaning like, oh, you're not skinny enough for me able to say this joke. And when I heard him say that, I was kind of just like that's what you're insinuating right now? And then my mom was like, wow, so I'm not good enough for that sexual joke because my body's not like, you know? And he was like, no, like, that's not how I meant it. But I'm just like, but that's how I took it, and that's how my mom took it. So it's like, why would you say something like that? Like, you're so weird. That's basically it. Oh, I don't like the way my brows look, but that's basically part one of toxic things that my stepdad has said. If you want part two, I will gladly give you part two. While I'm letting my hair air dry, this is part two of things that my stepdad has said or done, or just weird things that is a red flag, or random things that he does. I have my laptop here just in case I forget. Number one is Starbucks. So this is like Starbucks and Target is very, it's okay. My stepdad is a Republican. These places are liberals, like liberal owned, I'm guessing, and like demonic and all this stuff. So my mother, she came home from work with a gallon of Starbucks like coffee, and she put it in the fridge. She got it from like Secret Santa from work or whatever. And he saw it in the fridge, flipped out. He flipped out on my mother. He was cussing, he was screaming. He went in the living room, went on his knees, and was crying his eyes out, like praying to God, asking why his wife is the way she is. Yeah. Number two is okay, it's not like we can't do this, but me and my mom just don't talk about men at all in the household, because my stepdad gets very awkward, and he's very scared of my mother cheating, and that's the first thing that comes to mind when we're talking about men. Even like boys at my school, if I talk about like one of my homeboys, he automatically like tenses up, starts getting weird, and tries to change the topic of conversation, which it's very irritating. Another thing about men is me and my mom, I don't know if I've said this in part one, but me and my mom were talking about, I don't even know what we were talking about, but a Hispanic boy popped up on the TV because that's my type. And my mom was like, "Oh, I bet you think he's cute because he's Hispanic." And then my stepdad was like, "You like Hispanic men?" And I was like, "Oh my God, bro." And he was like, "They're not even black or white," because I'm biracial. My mom's black and my dad's white. So there was that. Another thing, it kind of ties in with the Target and Starbucks or whatever. When this doesn't happen anymore because my stepdad decided to wash his hands with me, as he says. But when we were little, me and my brother were not allowed to have Nike or Adidas. Or if it was a brand that is owned by liberals or makes fun of Jesus is kind of like, I understand, but we were not allowed, we had to throw away all of our Nike and Adidas stuff, and any other brand that he saw like on Facebook, like he is a Facebook dad. He believes everything on Facebook. So if he saw a brand that wasn't okay, we would have to throw it away. And then our mom would get very pissed at us because she's like, those are brand new, great clothes. What the hell? So there's that too. Another thing is me and my mom went to go watch Scream 7 when it first came out, and our movie theater is connected to the mall. So when we went to go watch the movie, we went in the mall, ate food, and we were gonna do some shopping around before the movie started. My stepdad calls my mom and is like, "Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you at? Who are you with?" Mind you, my mom told my stepdad before he went to sleep that she was taking me to go see a movie and we were gonna go out. He knew this. He has a very bad tendency to forget things, and he apparently forgot. Apparently, my mom never told him, which she did. I was there, and basically, he FaceTimed my mom, and she had to go around in a circle and show him our surroundings to make sure she wasn't with anyone else, like a man or something. I don't know why. My mother will never cheat. My stepdad will be the last man that she's ever with. She's the biggest man hater. She like no, she'd never cheat. Another thing is my stepdad, he's very nosy. So anytime like my mom, not my mom, anytime like we hear the TV go off or we hear him walking, we immediately have to shut up because he will creep around the corner like a weirdo and just listen to our conversation and like spy on us. And like the other night, me and my mom were talking about something and the TV immediately shut off and we immediately shut up. Like that is so weird. That is not something I feel like you should have to do in your household. I feel like you should be able to speak freely in your household and not have to worry about your stepdad. Another thing is me and my mom have, well, this goes more for my mom than for me, but my mom keeps her phone on silent because she gets like a lot of notifications throughout the day, like people texting her or her work emails or just from random apps, and she keeps her phone on silent because if she doesn't, then he will ask her every single time, "Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? And like as a husband, like that's okay, like if you want to know like what your wife's doing here and there, but it's every single notification. And she's like, no, like it's my fitness app. My brother texted me, like yada yada. Like another thing is my mom's not allowed to have male friends or be alone with a man. And for everyone wondering, like a little backstory, like why is my stepdad like this? He was raised in a small town military family and he was abused. Him and his siblings were abused. My grandpa, he's a military man. He was very aggressive and very abusive on him and my grandma. He used to beat my grandma and would beat my stepdad and his siblings. So it was very strict, very. So that's where he gets his anger and his just the way he thinks is. Plus, he has ADHD, OCD. He has the whole freaking alphabet. But back to what I was saying, like my mom can't have any male friends. He made her delete all of her male coworkers off of her social media. Yeah, mind you, my mom, like I said, she would never cheat, but my stepdad does look at other women. That's 100%. He says he doesn't, but like I see. I see. Another thing that ties into the male thing is my mom, she kind of had that love trope with my stepdad, like my best friend's brother. So before my stepdad and her got together, she was best friends with his little brother. They grew up together, and that was like her childhood best friend. And my stepdad said one time, I would not want you to be in the car alone with my little brother. That's disgusting, and I think that's weird. Yeah, mind you, his little brother is super religious, has a wife, has kids, loves his family. He would never do something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I think I've made a video about this before. Another thing that he has said is that there was something on the news about a woman sleeping with her student. And my mom was talking about how that was gross and disgusting. And my stepdad was like, well, it's not that bad as long as he marries her and they come together and like have this kid. And my mom was like, no, I hope she rots in prison. Like, that's disgusting. You shouldn't be sleeping with her. I agree. But he was defending her, and I thought that was gross because he was like, it's not as bad if it was a male teacher and a woman, that would be different. Which I don't like that. I don't like that women they get like, they don't get as bad because they're a woman. No, like sleeping with an underage child, especially your student, is disgusting. That's not something that you're supposed to do. But he was defending it, and me and my mom were very weird about that. We were like, that's disgusting. Why? Okay, this is the last one because I can't think of any other ones, but wait, I forgot. Oh, we basically can't have an opinion. If our opinion doesn't match his opinion, then it will turn into a big argument and a big fight. Like the other day, we were talking about coffee. We were talking about how I make my iced coffee, and my mom's been on this diet, drinking milk, and I was like, "Oh, like we don't have creamer." And my stepdad was like, "Just use milk like your mom does." And I was like, "No, I don't like milk in my coffee. I've tried that. I don't like it." And then he started yelling at me being like, "It's just milk." Like he was just going off like just because I don't like milk in my coffee. And I said we were out of it was so random. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed. So yeah, bye.
So tell me if I'm crazy, but I work at Olive Garden as a host, and I just got my first verbal warning from a manager that hates me. But I thought that we were doing better because she finally like treats me like I'm a person. But I go to the manager's office and I am done with my work, so I go back there. And then they're like, oh, we have to talk with you about something. And I'm like, immediately thinking I'm in trouble. And they're like, no. So then my manager, he moves away from the counter and I see a paper on the counter. And it says verbal. Like, it's like a verbal warning paper. Like, I don't know how to describe a verbal warning paper. But I guess that manager that I worked with talked to corporate and found a reason to give me a verbal. So he started reading it out, and it said that on March 13th, Molly Clayton had said, I don't want to sit a party of 7. Which had never happened. I never once said that. And then he said, like, just remember to sit servers as soon as possible. Then I remembered. I remember that day. And that's not how it went. But I didn't tell him that because I don't want to seem like I'm acting out. I just took it because honestly, that's stupid. But what had happened that day was I opened, and I was the only host there all day. So I knew who had been there from what time, and it hit 4 o'clock, and the 4 o'clock servers came in. So I stopped sitting morning because the only servers that were on were the bar side and one girl on the dining room side that was pregnant. And she wasn't feeling good today, and I didn't want to sit her. So I ended up having to because my manager came up and she saw that I was making this party of 7 wait. And I just said, oh, well, our nighttime servers just got here. They're just going to clock in and it'll only be a few minutes anyway, so I'm just going to have them wait for that server. She was like, servers don't pay your bills, so do your job right. And she was very mean to me. Her tone was not nice. I have never been talked to like that. And I mean, she said other things too, but I just like said, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Like I agreed and I did what she wanted. But then I think what really set her off was she probably overheard me saying sorry to the server later on that I had to sit her. I said, I'm so sorry, like I didn't want to have to sit you, like you're just feeling so bad today. I just want you to know, like, I'm sorry. So I think she overheard that and she twisted my words completely and took it to corporate to try and make it something that's worth giving a verbal about, you know? I don't know. Like, I like all of my managers, but she definitely does not care about people's well-being, and it's honestly shocking. She has zero empathy for anybody around her. And whenever my managers are reading off this paper, he was rolling his eyes and he just couldn't believe it either. Because that doesn't even make sense. Like, they know me. They know that I wouldn't just be like, oh, I don't want to sit a 7 top. They know my reasoning for it. That's why he said, we just have to make sure to sit people as soon as possible. So I don't know. Like, I know that I'm a hard worker. It was just really annoying because I can't disagree. I just have to sign the paper or else I'm acting out, and I don't know what would happen if I didn't sign the paper. I'd probably get in more trouble for that because, like, just sign the paper. But yeah, am I in the wrong? Because last time I checked, I'm not. But I could be blind. I must be bald.
All right, time for another story. I have literally endless. This one takes place my junior year of high school, and I was still really struggling with my mental health. I didn't really have anybody to talk to. My best friend Savannah and we were in the same math class. My math teacher is now my adopted mom. She adopted me on my wedding day. She was my mother of the bride. Anyway, so we were in her class. We were supposed to be taking a test. If you know me, I do not know math at all. And that's okay. I don't need it. It's okay. But we were supposed to be taking a math test on the Chromebooks, but neither of us were taking that test. So we just opened up a Google Docs and shared it on the Chromebooks so we could talk to each other. And we were yapping back and forth on the Chromebooks, and I told her, I said, maybe a little bit of a trigger warning, maybe not, I don't know. I said, I low-key want to die, but I'm not going to kill myself. I specifically said that I wasn't going to kill myself. But that got flagged immediately in the system, and it got sent down to admin, and then admin came and got me, and I was like, dang it, like, I know I'm about to get in trouble with my mom, like, so, and they're, like, school's all worried about me, they know my history, like, I'm not afraid. I am not afraid to do something like that. Well, now I am. I would never do something like that now. But back then, I was not afraid. So they were like, well, with your history, like, we do have to call your mom. I was like, oh my gosh, please don't call her, please. Like, you cannot tell her that this happened. And they're like, we have to. I was like, y'all don't understand, like, what she's going to do if she finds out about this. And they were just not listening to me. Well, then I thought, joke's on y'all. I blocked my mom, or I blocked y'all's number on my mom's phone, like, a few months ago. Well, since she didn't answer, they called my stepdad, and my stepdad had to come and get me from school. And then he obviously told my mom. So my mom came home from work. I knew I was about to get in trouble. My mom came home from work, and I wasn't allowed to go back to school until I got a note from a counselor saying, like, I'm okay and I'm not going to do anything. So this happened on like a Tuesday. Anyway, my mom comes home from work and she is screaming when she comes in the house. I'm like, oh gosh, like I just know this is about to be bad. I know it is. So she comes in my room. She's screaming at me. I don't even remember what she was saying. But she's literally like tearing stuff off of my walls. Literally tearing glass, like pictures and stuff off my walls, throwing them on the ground, kicking and breaking things, just destroyed my room, all because I was feeling suicidal. Because I didn't want to be on earth. Odd reaction whenever somebody tells you, especially your child, that they no longer want to be on earth. Okay. And I didn't even tell her. I was never going to tell her. Anyway, so few days go by. She ends up leaving the house after she like literally destroys my room and goes insane. She ends up leaving the house and she's at my school. And I'm like, what the heck is she doing at my school? Well, I get a note from a counselor saying like, I'm okay. Like I can come to school. Everything's okay. And then I pull up to school on Monday and I'm checking in because I'm late. And their admin's looking at me like I'm freaking crazy. I'm like, why are y'all looking at me like that? They said, your mom came up here last week and pulled you out of school. What? Pulled me out of school for what? Like, I'm 16 years old and I'm struggling with my mental health. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I had no idea. I was like, okay, she never told me that. She told me to come to school this morning. Like, she literally told me to come to school. And so they're like, well, hold on. Thankfully, they legally could not drop me from school because I was not enrolled in another school yet. But yeah, all because I was feeling unwell mentally. That it just does not like compute in my head at all. So I have more where that comes from. Let me know if y'all want more. Bye.
Good morning, guys. I have a quick rant about my mom and my baby and how she just thinks she has a right to him, and how I feel like I need to tell her that the only people that have a right to my baby are me and my husband. Because every day, she comes over every day, which I love how much she loves him. And when she doesn't see him for a couple days, she's like, oh my gosh, he's gotten so much bigger. And I know that she means well. I know that she just loves him and wants to be a part of his life. But she comes over almost every day. And she constantly says, like, how's my baby doing? He's mine. He's my baby. And yesterday, I hadn't even talked about her coming over yesterday, and then she texts me, I won't be coming over tonight to see my baby boy because of whatever reason. I didn't even address that. I addressed like the other stuff that she said, because I was just like, God, like, shut up, you're annoying me. And the other day she's constant, like, okay, from the first time she came over to my house with him as a baby, she was like peeking to see if he had any pee in his diaper. Or she wasn't looking for pee, she was looking for the other one. I just don't want to say it. And I was like, why are you peeking in his diaper? Like, leave him alone. And she was like, well, I don't know, like, I'm just making sure he's clean. And then the second there was anything in it, she was like, oh, I got it, I'll change him. And that immediately, she ruined it for me. For like the rest of the time that he's wearing diapers, she ruined it for me. Because I was like, why are you so excited to change a newborn's diaper? So I let her change the diaper. But then after that, I told my husband, like, if you or I are home, we're changing the diaper. If she's babysitting him, that's different. She'll have to change it. But if we're in the room, we should change it. So then a couple days ago, she was over and she was like, oh, he has a dirty diaper. Can I change him? And I looked at my husband and he said, oh no, I'll be right there. I'll do it. And she was like, why don't you think that I can change his diaper? And I was like, Mom, why do you want to change your diaper so bad? And she was like, it's not that I want to. I just don't understand why you guys don't want me to. And I was like, because we're his parents. Like, I just think that we should be doing it. And I don't understand why it's a big deal. She was like, because I can do it. And I was like, when you're babysitting, you will have to do it. I understand that. But if we're here, I just think we should be doing that. And she was like, well, I just don't get. And I was like, because we're his parents. And she was like, okay. Like, immediately shut up. But I was like, why does it have to get to a point where I'm yelling at you for you to shut up about my baby? And then she also, like, a couple months ago, I was trying to get him on a bedtime routine because it was, like, really stressing me out that he was just, like, going to sleep whenever he wanted, and then he'd wake up all night. So I was like, you know what works really well is if I start bedtime at 7, like, start, like, turning the lights down, speaking quieter, reading him a story, and then he's asleep by 8. So I told her, you have to leave by 7. You have to be out of my house by 7 so that we can start this bedtime. And she was like, okay. And she gets off at work at 5. So obviously that limits her time with him. But she comes over every day. She doesn't need to be with him for more than an hour every single day. So whatever. She said, okay, I understand. And then we were with my sister's in-laws, like my sister's mother-in-law. And she also just had a grandbaby. And my mom tells her, like, oh yeah, Danielle and David kick me out of the house at 7 p.m. every night so that they can do bedtime by themselves. Which, by themselves, I was like, bedtime is my favorite time. I love to read him a book. I love to put him to bed. So yeah, like, by myself, I want to do bedtime. But whatever. She's like, yeah, they kicked me out of the house at 7. And Amelia is the in-law. And she was like, oh yeah, like, my kids do that to me all the time too. I have to leave at a certain time because, you know, the night is theirs. And my mom goes, oh, that makes me feel so much better. Looks at me, she's like, oh, okay, I really feel so much better now. And I was like, I'm sorry. I told you this weeks ago. If not, no, you're probably like a couple weeks ago at this point. And you said you understood. But apparently you've had an issue where you thought it was just you. And so then you come to this other grandma saying this, expecting what? For her to be like, oh, come on, Danielle, like, let your mom stay late. She was expecting that because then once she said, like, oh, she does that to me too, she's like, oh, I feel so much better now. Like, either she wanted confirmation that that was okay, or she wanted the other mom to, like, gang up on me and say that's not okay. But I was like, I'm sorry. If you had any sort of bad feeling about this, you should have spoken to me or my husband, not brought it up when we're in another state celebrating my sister's graduation. Like, it was just so odd to me. And then now my sister's talking about, like, how mom's being annoying to her too and just, like, disrespectful. And so yeah, just what I'm going through. And I always hold my tongue, and that's the issue. I need to just say something because every day she does something that bugs me, and then it just eats me up. And then I'm, like, telling my husband about it, and he's like, okay, but she still comes over every day. Like, we need to say something to her. And I can't remember the thing that she, like, that really bugged me the other day. Oh, she'll just take him out of my hands. I'll be holding him, and she's like, give me that baby, and just grabs him and walks away. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to start a fight. Like, this is her time with him. He's also mine. Like, that's also my time with him. And then I was playing with him. He was laying on the couch, and I was, like, singing a song, playing, moving his arms around. She looks at us, like, what we're doing, and it's one of those, like, teaching him the words, like, up, down, out, in. Like, he's gonna pick up on that. And she's watching us, and she's like, mommy's so silly. Grabs him and walks away. We're in the middle of something. Even if this is your time, this is my time. He's my baby. Like, you get to be here joining our time. This is not just grandma's time. So, yeah. But I don't know what I can do about it other than say, like, I don't like that you do that. And then have her throw a fit about it because you know that's what's going to happen is she'll throw a fit about it. And, yeah. So. All right, a lot of people had something to say about me not wanting my mom to change my baby's diapers, so let's talk about it. So this is only when I am home and my husband is home. Obviously, if she is babysitting him, I expect her to change a diaper. That's part of taking care of him. But when we're home, we're the ones that are going to be taking care of him. And let me set you up with a little story from the future on why I think this should be the case. A couple years from now, my son is learning how to walk and to talk, but he's not yet potty trained. So we have a party, and there's 30, 40 people at my house. He goes up to one of the people that we have trusted to change his diaper while we're home. So I do it, my husband does it, my mom does it, his mom does it, my older sister does it, and one of his sisters do it. We have a lot more family than that we would probably trust to watch him and to change him. But for the sake of the story, 6 people. If he thinks that it's okay for any of these people to change him while we're home, then what if at this party he goes up to my mom and says, hey, I need help going to the bathroom. And she says, okay, give me just a second. I'll meet you at the bathroom. I'm right in the middle of something, whatever. So he goes to the bathroom, and someone else that I don't know, or whoever, let me change the part about someone I don't know. It's someone that I trust, someone that he has met before, someone that he has seen before, because it's always those people that take advantage. So it's not someone that I don't know. It's just someone that I don't trust to change his diaper. Goes up and says, hey, your grandma's busy, but I'll help you in the bathroom. He knows that there are 6 people at this party that have been trusted to change him. So what's one more? Someone that I haven't trusted to change my baby. My husband hasn't trusted to change my baby, but he's a 2-year-old, so he doesn't know the difference. He's like, okay, someone's gonna help me go to the bathroom. Something happens to him in the bathroom. Your worst nightmare as a parent. What happens to your kid? That happens. Maybe, just maybe, that could have been avoided if he knew the rule: when my parents are home, they are the only ones that get to change me. Even though they trust grandma to babysit me, and she changes me when she's babysitting me, and my aunt, and my other grandma, it doesn't matter. If my parents are home, they are the ones that are gonna change me. This has nothing to do with my family. I trust my family. I trust his family. This is someone else seeing that trust and taking advantage of it. You always hear that it's a close family friend or a family member that does this to a child. You put them in a position when you have 30, 40 people in the house. Obviously, I know so many people are going to say, why would you even have people in your house if you think that there's a possibility? It's the people you never expect. It's the people you never expect. That's why you trust them to be in your house. They take advantage of that trust. So this has nothing to do with my mom. It'll be the same thing when my husband's mom is over. If we're there, we're changing the diaper. If we leave the baby with her, of course, please take care of him. Don't leave him in a dirty diaper. But the rule is, when we're home, we change the diaper. It's for safety. It's to keep our baby safe. And I don't know why people are struggling with that, saying, oh, just let them do it. Just let them do. Excuse me, I'm the mother. I get to decide. And I want to keep my baby safe.
My ex-boyfriend stole $60,000 from me. For a while now, like over 2 years, I've just decided to eat the cost, move on, and try to heal from all of the damage that was done to my life because of him. And in a lot of ways I have. I went from crying every day and feeling like my life was over and unsure of how I was going to get out of this hole, to having more hope and being able to move forward and just get through the day more easily. But to be honest, this has made an incredibly major impact on my life that I'm still dealing with, and I'm really at a loss for what to do. During this whole time that I've been trying to process and heal over what happened to me with this man, I can't help but think how many other girls are out there that he might be doing the exact same thing to. I recently heard about this show called Love Con Revenge and started watching it, and was just shocked at how often this happens and how difficult it is for women in these situations to get justice. And I have firsthand experience with this because I tried to file police reports. I tried to go the criminal route because the amount of money he stole from me was so significant. If I went the civil route, I wouldn't be able to sue him for any of the legal fees, so that didn't really seem beneficial. And I think the most frustrating part out of all of it is that I don't feel like I made a dumb decision. I don't look back on that phase of my life and think that I was naive or should have fact-checked more thoroughly, because I did. I had him sign contracts with me. I saw employment letters with my own eyes, bank statements with my own eyes. He even put me in touch with his banker at his bank, and we were emailing back and forth and had phone calls. He showed me his investment accounts. He gave me pay stubs that I used in leasing processes that put me at risk for fraud, because all of these documents and all of these people that I spoke to were fake. All of the fact checking that I tried to do to be secure on my end while also helping someone I cared about turned out to be a complete lie. And I think I've really reached a turning point in my healing journey, because instead of just biting the bullet and sucking this up and dealing with this for years. This has impacted my credit score, my savings, my investments, the way I live my life day to day. I feel like I'm finally in a place that I can address the situation fully, and I really want to ensure that no other woman has to experience this and that this man is not able to scam and defraud people throughout the rest of his life. For a long time, I felt really good about myself, like not going after him or addressing the issue further once I was told I couldn't file a police report or go the civil, like, suing him route. But that is such the nature of women, to just, as Taylor Swift said, silently absorb all of this horrible behavior that men do and do nothing about it. And I'm just not going to do it anymore. So I'm here to spill the tea. I'm here to air it all out and make sure that no other woman finds themselves in this situation, no matter how smart they're being. So stick around, because I truly cannot make this shit up, and there's so many levels to this. My ex-boyfriend stole $60,000 from me, and this is how he did it. When we first started dating, I had just graduated college, and he was a couple of years older than me, working in finance, so it wasn't a surprise that he was making more money than me. He always subsidized a lot of our relationships. When we would go out to dinner, when we went on trips, he would pay for most things. And after about a year and a half of dating, we decided to move in together. We signed a lease for an apartment that was more than I could afford on my own, but I was comfortable with how we decided to share the rent, and he sent me his pay stubs and employment letter, all of these things that we needed for the leasing process. But then about halfway through our lease, he tells me that he's really burnt out, he wants to take some time off of work and figure out what to do next. I was supportive of this because I knew how hard he was working, or so I thought, and we had the conversation about how this would affect our finances and our relationship, if he would still be able to contribute to rent, and how that would impact our daily lives. So this is when he showed me his investments accounts, his savings, all of those things to make me feel more comfortable with the decision he was making and how this would affect us moving forward. A few months after he takes time off of work, he gets a really great job offer. We're so excited because this is an amazing opportunity. He was doing interviews in the house, and I could hear him on these calls. He had his headphones in, but I thought that he was talking to someone, obviously, because he was discussing these case studies that he would be working on for hours with someone. So he gets the job, we're super excited, but it doesn't start for a few months, and we're currently planning all of our summer travels like we do every year. He asked me if I can front our travel plans and cover his portion of rent for the next few months until he gets his first paycheck, and then he will repay me for everything. And honestly, I was happy to do it. I felt like he had subsidized so much of our relationship. He had helped me with several things over the course of the time that we had been together, and I was like, yeah, I'm happy to help, and I had all the confidence in the world that he would repay me because I had known that none of these expenses were outside of the extreme normal that we had spent on previous vacations. I was still working at the time and didn't really want to stress about planning trips and all of that, so he was like, yeah, just send me the money, I'll do the planning, I'll pay for it, and I'll pay you back when I have my first paycheck. So we had rented a house in the Hamptons during the summer. He starts his job, he's commuting 2 hours into Manhattan every day, going to the office for like 8 to 10 hours, and then coming back to the house. And I asked him for a repayment, obviously, because he started his job, and that's when he said that he'd be able to start paying me back for all of these expenses that I had racked up over the last few weeks, months. But we come to find out that he actually never got that job. In fact, he never worked in finance the entire time that we had been together, so there was really no way that he could pay me back for these things. So I have absolutely no idea what he was doing on those hours that he was doing case studies and on interview calls, or what he was doing sitting outside of an office building that he was supposed to be in for like the entire day, considering he never actually worked there. And a lot of the money that I had sent him was actually used for him to cheat on me. He was being like a pretend sugar daddy because he was paying for girls to go on trips, buying them clothes and bags, all of these really nice things, which is obviously not something I signed up for my money to be used on. And yes, this man had social media, LinkedIn, we had met each other as families and friends. What's really confusing is how he was able to afford all of these things the entire time that we were dating, considering he never actually had money to do so. Like, was he scamming someone else and cheating on them with me? I don't know. The fake sugar daddy lore is another whole story time I'm going to make because it is just mind-boggling, and there's so many layers to that too. My ex-boyfriend stole $60,000 from me, and today we're talking about how on earth did he fake all that? I just want to add a disclaimer that if I seem really chill about this, it's because I've had a long time to process, and also shout out Lexapro. And if I seem sarcastic throughout the video, I want to assure you this is not funny, but I do use humor to cope with a lot of traumatic situations in life. But I don't think it's funny, and I truly hope that this doesn't happen to anyone else. I think it's really important to understand that during this whole time, I was under the impression that I was dealing with a sane and rational person,
not a pathological liar. And a pathological liar is someone who chooses to lie about things for really no apparent reason, and there's really no end to the extent of their lies. They will keep going and going and going for as long as they possibly can, even when confronted with evidence to the contrary of what they're saying. In my last video, I discussed how I was with him in the house when he was doing case studies for job interviews and on interview calls for the job that I thought he was getting. He was on the phone with someone for hours. I could hear him discussing a case study, and I assumed that there was someone on the other end of that call because that's what a rational person would do. We shared locations with each other, as a lot of people in friend groups do, so I could see when he was commuting to Manhattan every day. I could see when he was sitting outside of this company's building, and I think what's so disturbing is, like, who in their right mind would commute 4 hours a day, sit outside of an office building to make it look like they were at work, and then commute back home and continue to lie to their partner's face every day? I also mentioned in my last video that I found out that he never worked in finance at all. So I had been with him during the pandemic. A lot of the time that we were together, we were working remotely. We were working in the same house, and I could hear him on all of these work calls. Nothing sounded suspicious to me. That's because he was probably faking those calls as well. And here's where the trauma kind of multiplies, because this whole time I'm thinking he has a career in finance. That is also the industry that I work in for quite some time, and I'm trying to kind of move up the ranks and get other jobs in the industry. So I'm interviewing for jobs, I'm doing all of these case studies and studying for my interviews and asking him for help. He is giving me advice that contradicts what I understand the answer to be, and is basically like gaslighting me into believing that like the way that I'm thinking about an investment case study is not the correct way, all these things. And even though it feels off to me, I believe him because he's farther in his career than me. He has already been through these kind of interview processes when he was younger in his career, and I really appreciated the help and the advice that he was giving me. So when I found out that he never worked in finance at all, and the amount of time that I had relied on him for help and career advice and all of these things just for him to like make me feel dumb about the way that I was thinking about answers and things like that, when he really had no idea, because he had never worked in finance, he had never been through a finance job interview, so he wasn't really qualified to be giving me any advice, much less telling me that my thinking about a problem is wrong. So I don't even want to know how many job opportunities I lost because I trusted him that the way I thought about an answer was wrong, and I was probably right. The banker that I was speaking with at the financial institution that he worked with, I knew it was a real person because I verified who it was via the company website. The email address, like the domain that I was emailing, seemed to be legit. It wasn't like a weird, spammy, like, email address kind of thing. And I spoke to someone on the phone, so it's really, I'm not even sure who that was, how he faked that domain. I'll try to find the email thread and put it in here. Just overall insane. And every time I thought that something wasn't right or I had a gut feeling about something, he would gaslight me and tell me that like my anxiety is causing issues in the relationship, and I would kind of believe him because there was no real evidence to prove that he was lying to me. So every time I thought that something was sus, I would just think, well, no one in their right mind would go this far to lie about something. You know, like no one in their right mind would create an entirely fake email domain to fuck with me. No one in their right mind would sit outside of an office building for 8 hours a day of a company that they didn't even work at. No one in their right mind would... Oh yeah, that's the other thing. We were looking at apartments in New York. No one in their right mind would create documents to submit to actual realtors, brokers, whatever, for apartments they couldn't afford. The only issue is this man wasn't in his right mind. As mentioned, he was a pathological liar. He was a narcissist and probably has some other kind of mental health issues that I can't even begin to understand.
So, I'm sorry, Naked Wally, I cannot answer the question. How on earth does someone fake all that? Because I don't know. I personally would be exhausted lying to the face of the person I lived with every day and keeping up with so many lies for years. I truly don't understand how someone fakes all that. Oh girl, I have tried, and I have all of the receipts to do so because he used Photoshop to make fake documents. He impersonated a real wealth manager at a bank. I don't know who I was actually speaking to because it wasn't him. Every lawyer I've spoken to said that in cases like these, I won't be able to sue for legal expenses, and those can really rack up, possibly extending over the $60,000 that was originally stolen from me. And how that could happen is because he really could drag this out. He comes from an upper middle class family, he's an only child, and to my knowledge, that's who he moved in with after I broke up with him. I did contact his family, they have no interest in helping me. I'm sure that they're still helping him. And even with all of the fraudulent documents that I used to submit to management companies of the buildings we were living in and the real bankers that he was impersonating, I can't get anyone at the police to take me seriously. So even if I don't get all of the money back that I'm owed, I need this man to not be able to get away with this over and over and over again. He needs some level of karma, and he's gonna get it. My ex-boyfriend stole $60,000 from me, and I'm gonna try to tell the story in less than 50 parts. I'm pretty new to TikTok, but a lot of people commented about this creator's story, so I went to her profile to check it out, and it is shocking how eerily similar our stories are. Luckily, I never married my partner, and it seemed like we were in a relationship for a shorter amount of time than she was with her pathologically lying partner. But nevertheless, the story is just as insane, so stay tuned because I'm going to go through all of it in the most amount of detail as I can, being as honest as I can, while still protecting the names of people involved, and I will be truthful as she was about the things that make me even look bad. But I just think it's important to get it out there, and the questions about why am I sharing all of this on TikTok, very similar to that creator's reason. It's been a long time that this has happened, and it has been internalized, and it's kind of cathartic to talk about it and address that this happened, and it kind of feels like a turning point in my healing journey to be able to discuss it and not be as emotionally affected by it as I used to be.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I am 22 and I don't know what I want to do with my life, so I thought the right course of action is to join the Air Force active duty. Now, I want to do this for many reasons. I want discipline, I want discomfort, which I know is weird, but trust. I want to be able to travel, meet new people, I want to make connections, I want to understand and experience new cultures between the other people in the Air Force and traveling into like different countries and states and whatnot. Like, I just want to make the most out of my 20s I possibly can. And to do that, I think that this is the best option. I've always wanted to join the military of some sort. I've had family members join the military. My brother, he is in the Army National Guard and he loves it. My grandfather, he was in the Army Honor Guard. He loved it. My other grandfather, he was in the Navy. I could be wrong, don't quote me on that, but he was in the military, and I believe it was either the Army or the Navy. And it's just something that I've always looked up to. I've had friends who are in the National Guard or the Army or reserves. Like, they love it. They love the benefits. They love the people. Don't get me wrong, there's always going to be bad with the job. Always. I currently work at Starbucks. I love it. I hate it at the same time. And I just want something different. I've been at Starbucks for almost 7 years, and I can't stand it anymore. I want to go to school. And Starbucks does pay for ASU online, but I'm so sick and tired of online school. I did a few college courses online, and it's just not for me. So I would love to go into the Air Force and be able to have some sort of knowledge of what I want to do when I get out. I want to do PR or communications or something along those lines, because that's what I want to do now. So if I go into the Air Force, I can already get experience. I can build a portfolio. I understand, and it transfers well to a civilian job outside of the Air Force. I've done so much research about this. My mind is already made up, but I would love to hear horror stories or good things or bad things, like anything anybody can possibly help me or give me, I would love to know. I'm meeting with a recruiter on Thursday, and I'm so excited for this. This account mostly is to document my process of this whole thing, not only studying for the ASVAB and my fitness and whatnot, but also just like where my head's at with everything. I think it'd be kind of cool to look back after the 4 years and have like this account to where I can look back to this video, my first ever video on said account, and be like, cool, she was crazy, or this was the best decision she ever could have made. Regardless, I know I'll be fine. Basic training for the Air Force, I've heard, is easy. Maybe not for some people. For me, I would say I am fairly active. I used to work out a ton. I kind of stopped to do some medical things, and so I had to stop a little bit. But I'm better now, and I want to get back into it. I want to start biking. I want to start running. I want to start lifting weights. Cardio, not my thing. I have tried. I love it. I'm not good at it. I don't know why, but I know I will need to be good at it for this. So I'm going to start biking to work, which is going to be like 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. It's like an hour a day, maybe. And running, I know I need to run, so I want to start running, and I want to start lifting weights. I need to start doing push-ups more. I need to start just locking in with everything. Math, not my strong suit. Suck at math. But I know I'm going to understand it. I've been out of high school for 4 years. I'm already starting to remember a lot of the things I was learning then for the ASVAB, and I got my little handy dandy. This thing's huge, huge. But I was recommended that. So it has, I think, 4 practice tests in here, 7 online that you can do, and I think it'll be fine. I'm going to do it, is what it is. It's going to happen. I don't care what anyone else says. But again, I would love to hear, especially women, I would love to hear your guys' experience, because men, you guys dominate the military field. So I would love to hear women's. I mean, I know the Air Force is 21 to 25%, I believe, made up of women. So I would love to hear what you guys have to think of that and your guys' perspective and experiences in it. But yeah, so thank you so much. I appreciate if you listen to this the whole way through. Thank you so much. I ramble. That's just how it happens. I'm gonna try to do uncutted videos too. Is that going to happen? Probably not. I'm sure I'm gonna sneeze or say something stupid during a video, and I'm going to have to edit that out. So yeah, thank you so much.
This is my most awkward, unfortunate marketplace interaction ever. Sometime last year, I did a closet clean out and I bundled 4 Free People sweaters and listed them for $80 on Marketplace. I had a handful of messages right away, and I always go with the first one. The lady said she could meet me that night, and so great, we set up a time. She showed up, she was super friendly. I even commented on her outfit because it looked like Free People. It was very flowy and cute, whatever. So I hand her the sweaters, she throws them in her back seat, and then she gets in the driver's seat without paying me. And I was like, do you want to pay cash? I also have Venmo, Cash App. And she goes, they're free. I said, no, they're not free. The bundle's $80. And she goes, but your listing said free. And I'm like, no. So I pull up the listing and I show her. And she goes, yeah, see right there. It says Free People. I said, Free People is the brand. And she goes, I thought you were saying Free People. I felt terrible because she drove an hour one way to come get these sweaters. So I said, even though there's a line of people who want them, I'll give them to you for $60. Like, if you want them for $60, take them. And she angrily gets them out of her back seat and hands them to me and just drives away. So after that, with any of my Free People listings for a while, I was putting in all caps, the brand is Free People. They are not free. So awkward. But they did sell that same night, so it all worked out. I just shared my most awkward marketplace story. Now I'm gonna share my scariest. This one, man, I don't even like to think about this story. A few years back on Marketplace, I listed 2 vintage lawn chairs, like the aluminum, super lightweight, cool colored lawn chairs, a set of them for $20. This lady came and bought them, and she brought her daughter along.
She did not get out of her van. She had her daughter get out to meet me, and she was very clearly blind. She even had a stick that she was using. Both of them were super kind. The interaction went great. All was well until the following Saturday. I get a message from her saying that she's demanding a refund. When she sat in the chair at her grandson's baseball game, it snapped and she ended up on the ground. Now, immediately, I was thinking back to what she looked like, what her weight would have been. And my husband had sat in those chairs with me all summer long when he was 260 pounds. So unless this woman was literally body slammed by Undertaker into this chair, there's no freaking way that she broke it. So anyway, the buyer's always right. I said, no problem. Let me know when you want to bring them back. I'll give you your $20 back and I'll throw them away if they're broken. Up until then, it had been cordial. But then she started getting really, really angry, sending me message after message. I could have broken my tailbone. I could have ended up in the ER. I could have this, could have that. I was like, is she trying to sue me? Am I going to be held liable for this? The chair that I sold broke on her. I start Googling my rights and all of this stuff. Like, my mind was going crazy. So she ended up picking a time to bring them back where I had not planned to be home. So I told her that I would stick her 20 in an envelope under my welcome mat. I said, just stick the chairs on my porch and you can take your 20 and we'll be square. For some reason, I was home. I don't know if my daughter was sick or if she was napping or something, but I decided to stay in my house given how angry she was. And I was watching on our security cameras. She pulls up in her van. The mom, again, does not get out of the driver's seat. She has her blind daughter get out of the vehicle with her stick, and she also had glasses on at the time. Those like dark black big glasses. And I'm watching her on my camera stick her way up my stairs, up on my porch, as she's going, I'm blind. I hope I don't fall. I can't believe this woman's making me get out here and I'm blind and I have to get this envelope myself. I hope I can find it. She's being absolutely brazen, and I am on the inside of my house like, they're gonna stage something where she falls on my property and this is gonna be really, really bad. I am like profusely sweating. I'm hitting screen record so that I have all of the proof that I can in case she tries to sue me or something. And she gets up, she takes my doormat, whoosh, throws it all the way across my porch, like to the other side of my house to get her envelope. And then she's sticking her way back down the stairs and goes, oh my gosh. And I thought, she's falling. She's for sure out there falling, breaking her ankle right now so that she can get money from me. Didn't fall, but she continues down the stairs saying, I can't believe this woman. I'm fully blind and I had to stick my way. Like all of this baloney. She gets in the car and I'm still watching on my security cameras. And they sat in my driveway for over 30 minutes. I don't know what the mom was saying to her. I don't know if the daughter had any like play in the game. I don't know. I ended up just blocking her, obviously, after I had proof that she grabbed her envelope of money and took off. And it was never to be spoken about again. After that, though, I did take quite the marketplace break just to recoup and figure out if it was even worth it to keep selling on marketplace. Thankfully, I've never had an issue like that again, but people are freaking nuts.
So I've been debating on telling this story, but I feel like I'm just gonna tell it. Don't mind my pimple patch. Okay, story time on the time that I got sung to at a restaurant by a random man. Okay, so it was a Saturday morning. I was truthfully just a little bit hungover and I wanted shrimp, I wanted aguachiles, no one wanted to come with me, so I decided to go alone. I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna get a table for one. I'm gonna put a little show on my phone and eat my food, okay? So I pull up to this marisco place next to my house and get a table for one, and I'm sitting there and I'm just enjoying my food, right? When all of a sudden I hear this agitating degree. No, I'm just kidding. All of a sudden I hear a group of men, like you just hear them like come in, they're like laughing, cackling, right? And then I hear one of them like, ooh. Mind you, my back is facing the entrance, so I'm facing the wall where the fridge is, okay? So I'm not really like facing the restaurant. The restaurant's behind me, okay? So they're walking in and I hear them, and then they sit, it almost like it feels like they sit like right next to my table, just like if I were to go like this, they're gonna be right there. So they're sitting there, and I swear I keep hearing like, ooh, I want to sit with her, I want to know who she is. So I'm literally like sitting there, oh my gosh, like these guys, right? I'm not turning around because truthfully that's a little disrespectful, catcalling a woman. Like if you're gonna be a man, at least go up to her and ask like a real man, okay? So I continue to enjoy my food, and then at the marisco place they have a banda that goes around and like sings songs per request, right? You have to pay them. So I see the banda come towards me, and then obviously like I tell them no, I don't want a song. So then they go to the table with the guys, and why do I hear one of the guys say, I want to send her a song? Me? So I'm literally like, oh, there better be another girl, because there's no way they're gonna sing to me. Like, I'm alone. Oh my god, I'm gonna get sung to right now. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my god, is this really gonna happen? Yeah, girl. I'm literally sitting there, and then the musico comes up to me. He's like, hey, like the gentleman over there wants to send you a song. So then I'm like, oh, I literally this is the first time I actually like turned my entire body to face them. And then I look, and it's like a group of 6 men, and it's the one in the middle, and then like blows me a kiss. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cute, right? So then they start singing me the song, and then I tell him like, thank you, right? And then that was it. Like, he didn't come up to me, he didn't ask me like my name, nothing. So I was like, okay, whatever. So I just turned around again, and I was like, thank you, and then I just like continued eating my food, right? Why does this man say, I want to send her another one? Another one. So then the guy comes up to me again, and he's like, he wants to send you another song. This time, really listen to the lyrics. He's really sending it to you from the heart. And I'm like, how about let's do this? Let's switch it up, because I don't want to sit here just awkwardly listening to a song. So I tell the musico, I'm like, can you have him come sing me the song? When I tell you guys, I wholeheartedly believed that this man was not gonna get up and sing me this song, just because 1, I'm a complete stranger, 2, like, is he that ballsy, right, to like get up and actually start singing me a song? So I just said it just to say it. Why does this man actually get up and he literally stands right in front of me? He sings me the song. When I tell you, I was in complete shock. Like, I was like, oh, okay. We love a man that gets up and actually follows through. Like, that's actually attractive to me. If you're a man and you shoot your shot, if you are a gentleman, if you know, are just confident, like, be confident in yourself. There's a difference between ego and confidence, though. Like, you can be sometimes really confident without having like a really big ego, right? Like, oh, I deserve, right? You know, do you know what I mean? So I was just sitting there getting serenaded, and then after then he just sits down and eats his food with me. And honestly, I love interactions like that. I feel like that's how I'm gonna find my soulmate. I'm gonna find my soulmate out in the wild. I'm gonna be either eating food, or he's gonna be eating food, or we're just gonna run into each other. Our shoulders are gonna hit. I'm gonna drop my pen, he's gonna pick it up. Like, I really believe that I'm gonna find my soulmate like that. And in that moment, I really did think, I was like, oh my god, like, yeah, update though, we did exchange numbers. We did continue to text after, and then he blew it by saying, oh, come over so we can meal prep, but I have no pots or pans or a stove. So what exactly will we be meal prepping, and why exactly do I have to go to your place? So, moral of the story, it didn't turn out to be anything, right? But I mean, it was a very cute experience. So this is your sign, ladies. If you're afraid to go out and do stuff alone, like, don't. Like, literally, life is about experiences, and who cares? Like, and you know what's funny? He actually asked me, like, why I was there alone. Like, did I get stood up from a date? I was like, no, I literally just woke up and wanted to come. And he's like, you wanted to come to a Marisco place alone? Like, what is the big deal? I don't see a big deal with that, but I mean, I don't know, I guess. This is your sign though. Take the chance, go take yourself out on a dinner date, get yourself a cute little drink, dress up. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, life's about experiences.
So in 7th grade, I start going to this private school in Lexington, Kentucky, and most of the kids there had been going to school together since like kindergarten. It was a very wealthy school, very expensive to attend. A lot of the families, you know, had a lot of power and influence in Lexington, and they came from like old money, like that was common, you know. And anyway, so I get there in 7th grade. I grew up privileged, like we're well off, but we have new money. Like my stepdad is the first person in his family to make money, whatever. That is important for the story I'm about to tell. Because of those dynamics, making friends was more difficult than you may have thought. And I had been to several schools before 7th grade because we moved a lot. So this was not new. The concept of making new friends at a new school was not new to me, but these dynamics were very new. So anyways, I get to this school, I start 7th grade. It's, you know, it's middle school is rough in general, but like these dynamics, this type of environment is different to me. And anyways, so it's like probably November, December around the holidays. And there's this girl that, you know, I was like, okay, like she's nice. Like it seems like we're kind of becoming friends. And so my mom was like, why don't you invite her over? We had like a bunch of cool things in our basement. We had like a movie theater. We had a couple of pinball machines. We had a ping pong table. We had this like massive fish tank that was like wall to wall. We had this massive pool. It was winter, but anyways. And so my mom was like, invite her over. Like I'll get gingerbread houses. You guys can do that like in the basement and play games and whatever. So I invite her over. She comes. We're in the basement doing exactly that. My mom got us gingerbread houses. She made us food, like the whole thing. And it's going well. I'm like, okay, I have a friend, right? So we're having a conversation. I think we were just talking about like school and friends and classes and whatever. And she says to me, you know, I really like you and I really want to be your friend, but I've worked way too hard to get where I'm at to give it all up and for us to be friends. Again, I'm new to these dynamics and I'm in 7th grade. And so I'm like, you worked hard, you give what up? Like, I'm very confused. So I'm like, okay, but I never forgot it. And I could see those dynamics at play for the rest of, you know, time. Like I understood that when I went into school, like she was going to be kind, but she wasn't going to like go out of her way to include me in anything or whatever. So anyways, I fought these dynamics for years, and I struggled, you know, to find my people, and I don't even necessarily know if I really ever did. I have a couple of friends from high school that I love and adore, and I don't have anything bad to say about anybody from high school at all, actually, but it was just a weird dynamic. So I, from 7th to 12th grade, end up understanding the dynamics. Like I'm at this point like, man, I've worked my butt off to find friends. Like I've worked so hard to get where I'm at now, where I'm invited to things and where I'm included in things and where I don't feel left out anymore and, you know, whatever. And in high school, like that's, so we have our senior year, we're about to graduate, and one of the moms, it may have even been her mom actually, but one of the moms throws a mother-daughter brunch or like a luncheon. And
we're all there, we're telling stories, we're reflecting, we're sharing memory, you know, whatever. We're like having a good time, and I tell this story. Okay, the audio cut out, but I'm back. So I tell this story at this luncheon. And I don't tell it to expose her or even to say anything bad. She was one of my closest friends at that point in time. I tell it because I now have lived it. I now understand it in a way that I did not and could not have understood it in 7th grade. So I'm telling the story, and, you know, I'm talking about like the dynamics and the way that we have spent years trying to get to this place where we're all in this room and whatever. And at the time, like, it made sense in my head. I'm like, yeah, I worked really hard to get here, like to be in this place socially, like to where I don't feel excluded, to where I'm, you know, I get invited to things and I feel like I'm a part of a group kind of, and whatever. But anyways, as I'm telling this story, every single mom and daughter in that room is nodding like, yeah, sounds about right. And there was something kind of like dystopian about that, maybe, like this agreement, this acknowledgement that as children we felt this pressure to belong, but that we had to work for it, and that we had to put in time and to put in years and to put in effort and to put in money and events and having a cool house and being able to throw a good party. And like, I don't know, it was like this agreement and acknowledgement of all of us that there were politics, you know, going on from a young age. And that is so crazy to reflect on now. But I mean, yeah, like she ended up being one of my closest friends. She was not wrong. It's just the fact that we as children felt that way. That's, I think, what's wrong.
My ex-mother-in-law showed up to my parents' house last night, and I don't even know how to feel about it yet, but we're gonna talk about it because I can. It's really hard to talk about stuff like this with my immediate family because none of my immediate family has ever dealt with being a single parent, and I'm glad, right? Because I would never want my mom or my sisters to go through some of the things that I've been through, because they've never been through it. They can only understand so much. I feel like I need to give a little bit of a backstory so that you guys can understand. I'm a single mom, and I share my journey here on TikTok, whether that's how I've positively been able to move forward with full custody of my son, or my struggles as a single mom. Recently, I started sharing how I'm going to be moving out of California to a completely different state. And that is how all of this came about. I got full custody of my son in 2021. And during that time, none of his side of the family attempted to try and have a relationship with my son outside of his mom, her husband, and their daughter. And I never had an issue with it. If anything, I loved that my son was going to be able to still have that relationship with them despite the sperm donor not being in the picture. And I'm not going to refer to him as dad or his dad because he was never a dad. And I'm not going to give him that credit. And we're going to refer to him as sperm donor because that's all he really is. I never had an issue with my ex-mother-in-law. If anything, I feel like I always admired her because she was also a single mom and she was able to make the best out of her situation, and she runs her own business now. So I felt like I just always admired her in that way. I get so anxious when I talk about all this, so bear with me. So 2021, when I got full custody, I was still allowing my son to get picked up from time to time. They would pick him up, take him to dinner, take him to the arcade for a few hours, bring him back, and everything was great. And then there was this one instance where the sperm donor was being very erratic. He was calling me, threatening me. There's a lot of drug abuse that I feel like I've always left out of my story on his end because I always wanted to protect him. And I'm done doing that because at the end of the day, one day my son will be old enough to know the full truth. Right now he's too young for me to have certain conversations with him, but my son will know. And
it's not because I'm painting him to be this person, but it's because this is who he is. The court papers will show it, his actions will show it, and there's nothing that I need to do in addition. I remember calling his mom and being like, hey, I don't think it's a good idea for you to pick up my son today. This is what's going on. And the reason I didn't think that it was a good idea is because the sperm donor was living with them at the time. So I just felt really uneasy as a mom to let my son go. So after that happened, they stopped communication completely. They stopped texting me. They stopped calling me and asking me about him. And it's been 2 years or more. So 3 weeks ago, they sent me a message here on TikTok, and they basically say how they want to see my son, how they want to have a relationship with my son, how it's been 2 years and I haven't let them see my son. It's like, nobody ever stopped you. That's on you. After I read the message and I thought about it for a few days, I decided that I wasn't gonna allow it. And I do feel like they took that as me punishing them, but it has nothing to do with them and everything to do more than anything with my son and with our lives. And you don't get to just show up because you're feeling guilty that we're leaving and you haven't been there. You don't get to do that. And I don't think they realize that my son is going to already be going through so much transition in the next few months, adjusting to a new environment, adjusting to a new home, adjusting to a new school. And on top of that, I would need to somehow fit in there him FaceTiming and him thinking, why are my grandparents trying to be in my life now, but they were never trying to be in my life when we were there? Like, I'm not going to add that on to what he's already going to be going through. And I'm also not going to add that on to my plate as a single mom, because I'm also going to be going through the same transition, plus finding a job. And I'm not going to make you a priority when you didn't make him a priority. And I explained that via text 3 weeks ago. And she basically sent me a text insulting me. And I didn't respond. I let it go because at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit there and go back and forth with a grown woman who I thought would understand me a little bit, given she was also a single mom. So they show up to my parents' house yesterday. My mom knocks on my door. I already knew. Like, I knew that it was them. I tell my mom, you know what? I already talked to them. I've said no. I have nothing else to talk to them about. So you can respectfully tell them to leave. My real issue today, it's just something that I can't wrap my head around, is if it's such a priority for them to have a relationship with my son, why didn't you attempt to? You've had my number. You just showed up out of nowhere, out of desperation or something. But why didn't you do that 2 years ago, a year ago, 6 months ago? I can't help you. Mind you, in the text that I sent to them, I didn't say you could never talk to my son. I said, this is just not the right time. Like, let us adjust and then we'll see where we're at. And like, that's too much to ask. And you can't respect my fucking boundaries. And you coming and showing up unfucking invited is not gonna change that. I don't even think they realize how much more fucking stress this situation adds on to me as a mom, because anything that has to do with my son, I care. Even if you don't think that I fucking care, I do. And I know that this is all obviously gonna get to them in some way, but like, can we normalize respecting people's boundaries? Can we normalize leaving people the fuck alone? Can we normalize letting people move on in peace? Like, trust me, my son is happy. He has my parents, he has my brother, he has me, he has my sisters, he has his cousins, he has my brother-in-laws that are amazing with him. Like, he is not lacking. Please believe me. Please believe me. As much as you want to feel needed by him, he does not need you. And at the end of the day, I know I don't need to come on here and talk about any of this, but I am, because it's my life, it's my fucking platform, and I'm gonna talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. And I also know that there's so many other single moms dealing with the same bullshit. And I'm here to tell you to do what's best for you and your kids, because it doesn't matter what you do. People are always going to paint you as the villain in their story. And lucky for them, because like I always say, I don't give a fuck if I'm the villain. I don't give a fuck if I'm an asshole. I don't give a fuck if I'm a bitch. As long as that means that I'm protecting my son, that's all I really care about.
This is a story I think about at least once a week, and I get made fun of for it all the time from all of my friends. So I'm going to tell you what it is. So I was talking to a boy for like 3 months. This was about 2, maybe almost 3 years ago. I was talking to him for about 3 months before I finally decided that I was going to go over to his house to hang out with him instead of going on like a real date. First time going to his house. I walk in, I meet his mom, everything is fine. Because mind you, it wasn't his house, it was his mom's house. We get up to his room, I'm sitting on the bed, just exactly how I'm sitting here. That goes on for about 10 minutes, but in that 10 minutes, I'm looking at him, I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking over here, I'm looking back at him. I'm looking at the bed. I see something suspicious on the bed. I'm going to tell you what that suspicious thing was. It's a blanket. It's a blue blanket. It's got flowers all over. It's like a comforter. It's tied in a knot. Fat ass knot. Bigger than my head knot. And I'm thinking, really nothing much. Because men, they're vile, they're disgusting. They don't really take care of themselves. They don't know hygiene, most of them. God love them. So I'm just thinking that like maybe this was a blanket that he sleeps with on his bed, which would be bad enough, to be honest. After about 10-20 minutes of us literally just sitting on the bed on our phones, I'm beside said blanket. He gets up to go play the game, watch the game, I don't know, do some funky shit on his computer. He takes the blanket with him, not thinking anything of it. You know, everybody needs a little bit of warmth in their life, okay? I'm sitting on my phone. I'm minding my business. I don't know what to do. I'm fucking new here, okay? I'm sitting on my phone. I cannot stress this. Absolutely minding my business, okay? When all of a fucking sudden, I hear a ringing in my ear. So just imagine it. I hear a little ringing in my ear coming from this direction specifically. I look up. What's he doing? I'm going to show you what he's doing. You're going to use your imagination and say that this is the blanket. He's holding the blanket. I'm sorry, you can't hear me. You got to hear me. He's holding the blanket up to his face and sniffing it so ferociously and vigorously as if it is the sweetest nectar that has ever come from God's green earth. And I mean this with all sincerity. Enough for me to be freaked out. Now listen, I've been to the psych ward, okay? I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot of things. I know every person that could walk the face of the earth ever. This was a first for me. My fight or flight kicked in. I cannot lie to you. What did I do? I sent a video of it to my friend, and then I immediately went on the deepest Reddit doom scroll that I ever have in my entire life. I'm talking 2012, okay? To try to figure out what led him to this point, what might have led me to this point, okay? What happened in your life for that to be something that you do, and especially to not preface that beforehand. Usually when somebody does something a little bit quirky, I am not one to judge, okay? Listen, I played Minecraft until I was like 17, and by then I had a child. I can't judge, but you know, usually you'll disclose that information beforehand, because honest to God, if he would have, I probably would have looked past it. Y'all know me. I ran out of there. I did. And I felt kind of bad. I did. Yeah. Sniffed the baby blanket. I want to also add this in. Belle loves douchebags. This guy was a douchebag. You can't be a douchebag and also compulsively sniff a baby blanket. You can't. Pick and choose your fucking battle, you bald-going bitch. Because he's not a good person. Found that out way after the fact.
Get ready while I give you guys a mother-in-law update. For those of you that don't know the drama, I do have the start of this series pinned to the top of my profile. And then in the comments, you can see part 2, 3, and 4. All started a few days ago when my husband got a text from his mother that she found the TikTok that I made about what she did on Christmas Eve and how she literally just ruined like my baby's first Christmas and how she started all this drama and like yada yada. And she doesn't have social media, so how did she find it, you may ask? Well, in the screenshots, it wasn't a screenshot of my TikTok. It's a screenshot of my TikToks that pop up when you Google my name that she still spells wrong 6 years later. And I've corrected her multiple times and she just doesn't care. This woman's just sitting at home, just Googling my name, and then she saw my TikTok. To my husband, she's like, "Aren't you embarrassed? Did you know she was posting this?" He's in like the first video that kicked off that whole series. But my husband didn't even like really like reply to the screenshots because honestly, he just doesn't care like
if I'm ever posting anything, I like ask him like, should I post this? Like, and then he's just like, I don't care, like you do what you want. I think he doesn't care because like, honestly, she's done so many horrible things to me like throughout the 6 years I've been with my husband, and I haven't shared those horrible things. And for those of you, before you come for my husband, he always defends me against her. Like, he doesn't really talk to her because of just how mean she is, not just to me, but like to everybody. A few days later, after he didn't reply to those text messages, she responds back and says, are you guys still upset about what happened on Christmas? And he was like, my husband was like, yeah, like we're still upset. She responds back, it would be preferable if you could get over it, with a thumbs up emoji. I can totally like forgive and move forward. I just need a genuine apology, which I haven't received from her yet. This woman has done so many horrible things. Like, in one of the update videos to like the whole mother-in-law series, I shared a little bit about like what happened during my wedding, but I didn't give you guys the full story. Like, everything that she has said and done is like completely like horrible. And for those of you who are probably gonna ask like, oh, do you think you should be sharing that much on social media? Do you regret sharing that? I'm actually not even sharing a whole lot. Like, it's just the tip of the iceberg of what I post. You guys don't even know. Do I regret it? No, I would do it again, and I'm doing it again right now. But yeah, still no apology, of course. Do I think I'll ever get a genuine apology? No, but I mean, no, I won't get one. Hey mother-in-law, since you'll probably see this too, why don't you go look back at my other video so you can actually relive what you did and see in the comments, because nobody else in the family can convince you that what you did was horrible, so maybe the internet can. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys today. Just a quick update, not anything too crazy. Believe it or not, yes, that's actually considered nothing too crazy. Very minimal, very mild, very mid. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday.
I am 3 weeks postpartum and I finally feel ready to tell my birth story. This is probably going to be long-winded. I'll probably have to do it in a few parts, but let's get started. First of all, if you're pregnant right now and you don't want to be listening to any sort of medical intervention stories and that sort of thing freaks you out, then don't watch this one. I also recommend watching a whole range of stories and researching all different types of birth, because I went into it with only wanting one strict birth plan and I did not think about anything else, and I feel like it bit me in the bum a little bit. So I was 40 weeks pregnant and 4 days. My mum was down and she said to Tom and I, she's like, why don't you two go for a little getaway, a little last night of like freedom before the baby comes, and I will stay here with the animals. So Tom and I went away for a night. It was only an hour away from home. We had such a nice night. We're like, I bet you anything that tonight's the night that it happens when we don't want it to. Like, we've booked a hotel room and we had plans for the next day. Anyway, it did. Woke me up at 3 a.m. and I was having contractions. They did not feel anything like I was expecting. They did not feel like period cramps at all. I have bad periods. No, did not feel like period cramps, and did not feel like diarrhea cramps. They're the two explanations that I've seen people explain contractions. That was not for me at all. It was just in my back, so I was having a back labor. From the get-go, the contractions were pretty bad. Like, it had me breathing through them. Did not feel anything in my stomach at all. I woke Tom up after about an hour of this happening because they were seeming quite close together. I was trying to time it, but some would be like 10 minutes apart and then some would be like 2 minutes apart. It was really random, which I know you want like consistency to know when to go to the hospital, but I thought I may as well get checked, and we're away from home, so if it is moving along then we need to get back home or need to figure out what we're doing. So I woke Tom up and we started heading to the hospital that was local to where we were. The midwives checked me and I was 1 centimeter dilated. I thought, fuck. So they recommended obviously that we drive home and labour at home as long as we can. so we can be comfortable and then head to the hospital that we had booked the birth. So as you can imagine, that car ride wasn't really much fun. I didn't believe how bad the pain already was for 1 centimeter dilated. I was like, am I just a fucking weakling? Because what is going on? I like to think that I have a pretty good pain tolerance, but this back pain was disgusting. Got home, labored at home for quite a while, tried to rest. That was not happening. Everyone was like, just try and sleep like in between them to like get some rest. I'd had 3 hours sleep the night before. I was trying to go on my exercise ball. I did get in the bath, which apparently that slows things down. I did not know that. I've got a fluff on my face. Like every time I do my makeup, a little bit of cat hair or something gets in my face. After a few hours, the contractions started getting quite bad. I couldn't talk through them at all. Like, it was agonizing, and I knew that I wouldn't be much further along, so I knew there was no point going to the hospital, and I really didn't want medical intervention, and I know going to the hospital sooner leads to that, blah, 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 but I couldn't cope with the pain in my back. It was so bad. It just felt like my bones were breaking. Like there was no aching or cramping. It was literally just like stabbing in my bones. That's the only way that I can explain it. They started getting a bit closer together, like between 7 minutes to 2 minutes sort of variance. I just said to my family, like my mum, my sister and Tom were here, and I was like, guys, I think I need to go to the hospital. Like I'm honestly in so much pain. I want to see where I'm at. Like I can't really handle this much more. Like I don't feel safe being at home. So we headed into the hospital. When we got in there, they hooked me up to the monitors to see baby's heart rate and everything and the contractions. They checked me again and I was like 2 centimeters dilated. I don't think I was 3 at that stage. I think I was like 2.5, which was very disheartening. Obviously, I was like, fuck, I'm in for a long run here. I wanted unmedicated, natural. It's like, this could be days, honestly. Labored there for a while. They were monitoring me for ages. From that point, they weren't happy with baby's heart rate. So his normal heart rate seemed fine. It was the variance in his heart rate. That's what he seemed sleepy is how they explained it. They wanted to see some sort of action and they weren't seeing it. So they wanted to keep monitoring him until they saw that, which it wasn't really happening and they were not satisfied with it. So my whole labor, I had those fucking straps around me, which was so annoying. And especially with the back labor, like the positions I was wanting to get in to have some sort of relief, like things would fall out and I'm trying to like focus on keeping them in. Anyway, it was really annoying. They were on literally the whole, whatever it was from that point, like 20 hours. So I wasn't that far along, and my midwife, the midwife that I had there, she knew that I wanted a natural birth. So she was sort of pushing for me to go home and keep labouring at home. Not pushing, but she was like, I recommend that if, you know, you want a natural birth, because they are probably going to start pushing for you to get on some sort of drip or have your waters broken, because baby's heart rate's not looking that great. But it wasn't obviously bad enough for them to be like, we're admitting you right now because of the baby's heart rate. So it was up to me whether I wanted to stay or wanted to go. I was sick of the driving back and forth. I'd already driven an hour from where we were, and then the hospital from our house is half an hour. So I'd already been going back and forth and I did not want to drive around anymore. And I knew the pain was bad and I wanted to stay there. I was like, if you have a room for me, I will just stay here, because she said to me, at the end of the day, it's still all my choice. I can say no to everything that I want to say no to, and we can take as long as it is going to. So I felt confident with staying there if I had a room, which they did. This is part 2 of my birth story. I got a room, we got in there, Tom set everything up how I wanted things set up. Can't say I was feeling that zen. I thought that I was trying to breathe through everything. I was trying to stay so positive because I'd been prepping myself for this for 9 months. I was so excited to give birth. I was excited for the pain, honestly, like wanted the whole experience, and I wanted to feel it all and be in the moment and be able to breathe through it and, you know, have all the hormones helping me through. It was not the case for me, unfortunately. The back pain was just so terrible. Obviously, they do say back labours are worse than when you have it in the front. So, yeah, and I knew that going into it. So as soon as I felt it in my back, I was like, fuck, damn it. Anyway, so I got into the room, continued labouring in there, still had the monitors on. They still weren't happy with baby's heart rate. And they also were stressed on the fact that baby was looking on the bigger side, according to the scans, and I wanted to have a water birth. They said that they weren't going to like allow me to have a water birth. Like legally they can't do anything, it's up to me, but they wanted to come through and talk me through all the risks, which was shoulder disclosure. Is that what it's called? Like the shoulder getting stuck because he seemed bigger. So they really said that I should not have a water birth, but I really want to have a water birth, and that is the only thing that's going to get me through this right now, is being in the water. So anyway, we held off on the water for a while. Because the dilation was taking so long, the contractions wasn't getting into proper labour yet. Even though I felt like I was dying. So they really recommended breaking my waters. It's going to enable baby's head to put more pressure on my cervix to open up, because it just wasn't opening, and he was also posterior and his head was on a bit of a tilt as well, which I found out later. My hips as well were on fire. It was just my hips and my back. Like I felt like they were going to pop and explode. So I ended up saying yes to them breaking my waters because I wasn't coping, and I really didn't want to have to go the medication route. So I was like, okay, I'll try the more natural steps that I can try before having to go that way. So she broke my water. The contractions ramped up majorly after that. Major. I was trying to breathe through them. I was trying to be strong. Wasn't feeling that strong. I was feeling like, holy crap, I can't cope. I requested the sterile water injection. If you don't know what that is, it's literally just sterile water getting injected right under your skin on your back in 4 spots. So it's meant to get rid of the back pain and bring it to the front. They warned me that the pain is pretty terrible and that I wouldn't want them again, and most women go through the ceiling. But I didn't care. I was willing to give it a shot, and so 2 midwives at the same time put 2 in, and then a bit of a break, and then put the next 2 in. Honestly, yeah, it was painful, but it was nothing compared to the contractions I was having. The pain of, like, it felt like you're being stung, like I've been stung by like a jellyfish. I've had like a jellyfish wrapped around my stomach before. It's like that sting times 5 in your back. It was bad. It was sort of nice to focus on a pain that wasn't my bones breaking. They worked. It did take it off my back, but then the pressure on my hips and my pelvis was so much stronger, and yeah, it was near unbearable. I was like, I need to get in the water. How close together the contractions were. My midwife's like, I think you're getting close, because I was starting to be like, I can't handle this. Run the bath. I need to get in the water. I got in. She hadn't checked me before I got in, which I probably should have done. Contractions were down really low, so I was feeling pressure, like I sort of needed to push. And she was like, well, listen to your body, like I think you are almost there, because I was saying things like, I don't think I can do it, I don't think I can do it. And usually that's when you're transitioning, is when people say that they can't do it anymore. Not the case for me. So I wasn't really feeling that full urge to push, so I was just going through the contractions. And I started saying to Tom, like, I need an epidural. I can't cope with this. And he was like, baby, are you sure? Like, that's really not what you wanted. And I was like, I know, but I actually can't, like, I feel like I'm dying. I can't cope with it. I need the epidural. And then so they offered the gas first. So, like, let's see if this, like, takes the edge off. They brought me the gas and I was just sucking on that thing for dear life. Like, I never thought that I was going to opt for any of these things, but the pain in my hips was fucked. But it gives you a bloody head spin. Like, the pain, it did not change the pain for me at all. It was just something to focus on and to, like, focus on my breathing. And it gave me, like, a head high. But the pain in where I was feeling it was just as strong. And I started getting, like, delirious with how bad the pain was. I still didn't scream. I was trying to hold composure. And I just kept saying to Tom the whole time, I was like, why am I so weak and so such a weakling. Like, I can't cope with this, and so many women can cope with this and I can't. I was feeling like a complete failure. Like, it felt so shit, and I was saying it in those moments of contracting, like, I'm failing because I wasn't doing the plan that I wanted to do, which is so sad, and I should have given myself more grace, but I just went into it with an expectation and I really shouldn't have. And anyways, I got to a point where I kept saying, I need the epidural. This is not working and I can't do this much longer. Like, I'm literally, my body is gonna drop. I'd had 3 hours sleep. I was fucking exhausted. My wife was like, well, let's get you out of the bath and let's check you and see how far along you are. I was hoping when she checked me, I would be like 8 centimeters, and then I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna tough through it. I can do this. She checked me and I was 5 centimeters dilated. That broke my heart. That really fucking broke my heart. I was like, okay, yep, 100% need the epidural because I cannot do this. If I'm only halfway right now, no, cannot do it. I need the epidural. So they started organizing that. Oh, and then my midwife was like to me, we can do a morphine injection first to see if that does anything, and then you can opt for the epidural. I was like, give me fucking anything. Give me anything. Give me the morphine. I don't care. So she came back, gave me the morphine injection. It did nothing. 3 of my birth stories. I just got on the morphine injection, did nothing, did not even take the edge off. Puffing on that gas, like Tom was just holding it to my mouth the whole time. I was waiting for the epidural. I was waiting for my epidural man to come, like, please save me. Epidural man did come in at some point. It seemed like it took forever, and it felt like it took forever for the epidural to happen. So he had me sitting on the side of the bed. You have to hunch over. I'm having these terrible contractions. I'm trying to stay as still as I can because I know it's no good if you're moving while you're getting an epidural. I did not feel anything with the epidural. I don't even know what happened. I don't know. Apparently it's pretty big fuck off needle that goes into your back, but didn't feel it. Yes, it took the edge off, which was so nice. I could still feel one side. I was able to lay there and relax a little bit. It wasn't agony, suffering. It was, okay, I can be comfortable and lay here, but my anxiety was through the roof. I could not relax enough to sleep whatsoever. They kept coming in and checking baby's heart rate, that variance problem, and still wasn't looking good. They still weren't happy with it. So they were wanting to progress things. My plan had already gone way off the fucking tracks. Sort of just put the control into the doctor's hands. At this stage, everything had not gone to plan already. I was like, do what you need to do. They were like, we're gonna put you on a drip of oxytocin, I think, to progress your contractions. They checked me again. This was 6 hours, I believe, after when I was 5 centimeters dilated. They checked me again. I was 6 centimeters. Thank fuck I got that epidural because, oh my God, 6 hours more of that pain. No, Bubby, relax. Yeah, put me on the oxytocin. I'm bloody exhausted. I still really wanted to have a natural birth and push this baby out. So any chance that I was going to get to do that, I wanted it to happen. The variant still was not looking good. So my doctor said that he wanted to do a check of the baby's stress levels from pricking his scalp and put it in some machine or something and check his stress levels. I had 3 of these done over this span of time because they wanted to keep checking that baby was okay, because even though the variant said things were not looking too good, when they did the little pricks and the check, they were saying that he was fine. So they were happy with me still continuing on and trying to labor and dilate and be able to push. They were really trying it to get me to have the birth that I wanted to have, but it just wasn't happening for us, and that's okay. A few hours passed, they checked me again and I was 8 centimeters, and Tom and I just broke down in tears. We're like, thank God, we're almost there. We're almost at pushing stage. And then finally I got to 10 centimeters after 3 of those checks and, constantly checking my dilation and baby's head and everything. And they got to the point where they're like, okay, I think you're all right to try and push now. And I was like, yes, let's fucking do it. I was so tired. I had nothing left in the tank, but
I was going to give it my best shot to push this baby out. Couldn't really feel my legs much, as you'd expect. It literally makes you numb from your mid-back down. They were like, you know, we'll get you to like push on your side and push on your back. And I was like, no, I know it's not going to happen, me being on my side and my back. That is just so unnatural. I can barely feel anything as it is. I need to be squatting to feel like I can bear down and push. They were like, well, we don't really recommend that. Like, you've had an epidural, you can't really move like that. And I was like, watch me, I'm fucking doing it. I got onto my feet and I turned around backwards on the bed, holding onto the top of the bed frame. I was squatting down and I was pushing for dear life. Every time they said, okay, you're having a contraction now, push, I pushed. I pushed with all my might. I was trying so hard. The main thing that I was scared of with giving birth was literally shitting myself. Please. That was the least of my concerns at this stage. I'm getting this baby out of me. I am not having a C-section. The midwife was checking and she's like, you're doing great pushes. And she like had her finger up there at one stage. She's like, I think I can feel him, like he's coming down. I was like, yes, like it's happening. The doctor came back in. He really wasn't happy with the variance. And he was like, okay, let's flip you over. I need to check. This was 40 minutes after when I started pushing. Let's flip you over, I need to check. And he put his fingers in and he was like, yeah, no, his head is still in the same spot. He's not coming down, Josie. Like, I need to get this baby out. I need to do a Caesar. I broke down. I was really, really, really upset that I had to have a C-section. But at this point, it's like, you know what? I need this baby to come out. I need him to be okay. They were worrying about him. They were worrying about me. It needed to be over now. Like, it'd been 30 hours. Things weren't looking great. And he was stuck in my pelvis. Like, it was not going to happen. He was not coming down at all. He was not in my birth canal at all. And if he did get to the point of being in my birth canal, it would have been suction, forceps, all of that stuff, which honestly I think would probably be worse because that's doing harm potentially to the baby rather than cutting me open. So I'd rather that. Like 10 people rushed into the room and it was all chaotic. I'm bawling my eyes out. Tom's crying. This lady comes straight over to me with this little bottle of stuff and she's like, I'm just going to give you this because a lot of people vomit during this surgery. Well, that sent me. I have emetophobia, if you don't know, and I am terrified of vomiting above all else. Like, that is the worst thing that you could say to me, is that I'm going to vomit. I just started breaking down. I was like, no, I can't vomit. And I'd already had so much on Danzatron. I hadn't even felt sick at all, but like I was getting them to pump me full of ondansetron just to make sure I was not sick from any of the morphine, the gas, anything. I was just so stressed about being sick. That would have just completely sent me. Drank the drink. I was like, well, fuck, if it's going to help me not be sick, I'm drinking it. And then they started rolling me in. They gave Tom his outfit and they said that he needed to go somewhere else. I had to go on my own first. And I was like, no, don't. I need him to be with me the whole time. And they're like, sorry, blah, blah. Apparently it's the anaesthetist decision whether they're there or not. And I was still feeling contractions in my back. Like I was still feeling my legs. I was still, enough to be able to squat. And I was still feeling contractions in my back. So I was like screaming out to everybody. I was like, guys, I can still feel things. So please make sure that I'm fucking numb before you cut me open because I can still feel everything. So I don't know what a spinal is. I don't know. Tom said that they injected fentanyl into my back as well. Maybe that's what a spinal is. So maybe I did have that too. I'm laying down on the bed. I'm fucking having a panic attack. I was not in a good way. I had so many drugs going through me at this stage. I was like, and so overtired. Tom came back into the room and they did make sure that I was numb. The dude was testing me with ice and stuff, and then they just got into it and they started cutting me open. Ugh. Don't even like talking about it. It's so gross. It really was not that long before I could feel them like yanking and getting him out. It's like your whole body is moving side to side in the bed. Like they are full going for it. Like it's It's not a nice, pleasant experience. They got him out and I felt him come out, and then we're just waiting for that fucking cry. And as soon as we heard it, oh my God, it was just so much relief. And he had his little cry, and then I was like to Tom, what are they doing with him? They'd like gone and wiped him and stuff, and they're like, don't worry, we're bringing him to you. And I was able to do skin to skin straight away, which was awesome. And they laid him on my chest, and Tom and I were just sobbing and was so happy, and it had been a lot. Tom was the best support I could have ever asked for. I could not fucking imagine doing this with anyone other than him. He's just so stable and steady in those sort of situations, and extremely comforting and so loving. And he was just constantly reassuring me and made me feel so safe. I'm getting emotional talking about it. Would be a very, very hard thing to go through without someone there that truly loves you and just supports you in the way that you need to be supported in those moments, because having him there just, oh my God, just made it so much better. Anyway, we had our little boy, and he was laying on my chest, and we were just in awe of him. It was amazing. And in that moment while he was there, I was not thinking about what they were doing to me. So that part was pretty bearable because I was just focused on him. But then when they took him away to do some sort of, I don't even know why they took him, I guess because they were like sewing me back up. But when they started sewing me back up again, I started going like in and out of consciousness. Tom said that I was like alert the whole time, so I guess I didn't like pass out or fall asleep, but to me my memory was going in and out, and I felt like I was like fainting because of the sensation of everything happening. And then I remember Tom asked the anaesthetist, like, how long does this part take? And the anaesthetist was like, 30 to 40 minutes. And I remember just thinking, fuck, I wish I didn't know that, like, time frame. I'm laying here getting sewn up for that long and feeling these yanking and pulling. Kept going. He was pumping me full of other stuff, more nausea stuff. I don't know. I kept telling him, like, I'm so scared of vomiting, please.
When I was on the apps, I matched with this guy, and the specific app was Tinder, and this was the first Tinder date I had ever gone on. Okay, this was years ago. And so I met up with this guy at a coffee shop, which I know people have a lot of strong opinions about coffee dates, but that's what we did. So we met up at this coffee shop, and first impressions, he was like very cute and very congenial, very friendly. The conversation just started flowing naturally. He had just moved into town to get his music career going, which should have been a red flag to me. Not that I have anything against musicians at all, but I do live in Nashville, and I've seen this before, but I hadn't seen it then. So we went on this, or we were talking, what am I saying? So we were talking on this date. The conversation was flowing naturally. And he was very, very fascinated with me and like interested in everything I was saying. And he was asking me a ton of questions about my life, and I was asking him questions. And you know, when you're just clicking with someone and the conversation, it just feels so natural. Like there's no weird lulls where you're feeling really awkward. However, the date was getting pretty long. So I was like, oh, well, like if you need to go, we can go, sort of thing. I wasn't saying that, but I was giving hints of like, you know, we've been out for a while, blah, 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 you know, because I didn't want this marathon long date because, I don't know, it just felt weird because we had just met each other. And I was trying to like give him an out if he wasn't into it. But he was like, this is such a good conversation. Like, I'd love to just hang out longer if you want, unless you have something that you have to go do or whatever. So we're talking. He is keeping this conversation going. By the time we're done, I'm talking 3.5, 4 hours long date. It was very long. Anyway, I leave the day. Everything's feeling good. I get back to my apartment. I'm starting to tell my roommate, hey, the date was actually really good. Like, surprising. It was a very good date, even though it was really long. I think we were getting along really well. An hour and a half after the date, he texted me and said, hey, I'm just not feeling it. I don't think we have anything in common. I don't think we have any chemistry. I'm assuming maybe he didn't like the way I looked, or maybe, you know, in that 4 hours, maybe I said something that was really off. Maybe he was feeling a friend vibe. I have no idea, but why did he keep the date going for 4 hours? You know, he could have ended it so much sooner. I'll never get that time back. And I think about him from time to time. I wonder if his music career took off, first of all. And second of all, I wonder how he's doing. And third of all, I'm wondering, is he still also single like myself? Anyway, it was a cool day. Okay, bye. My freshman year of high school, I was in and out of the mental hospital. I was in a really bad living environment, and it took a huge toll on my mental health. So from 13 to 14, just a few months, I was in the mental hospital 3 or 4 times. I spent the entirety pretty much of my first semester of high school in the mental hospital. And my second time there, maybe, there was another girl. She was from a group home, very, very autistic. She caused a lot of issues on our floor. She flooded it once. That's another story for another time. But she came in with lice, which is common coming from a group home. But she came in with lice, and she gave us lice. And I have never had lice before. This was very, very new to me, and I was kind of scared. So they treated the lice at the mental hospital. I went home. I still had lice. And I was so scared to tell my mom because I knew she was going to like beat me for having lice. She was already mad at me for being in the mental hospital. So I knew I was going to get in trouble because I got lice at the mental hospital and then came back home with it. So I was like, okay, 14-year-old me, I don't have a phone. My mom won't let me have my phone, so I can't look up anything. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to dye my hair because that's going to kill it. So I tell my mom I want to dye my hair, and we get the hair dye. I choose dark red. As you can see, my hair's like dirty blonde. But at that age, it was very, very light blonde, and I was going to dark red. Anyway, it kind of looked good, but it's not me. Anyway, so she's dyeing my hair, and she finds lice in my head. Obviously, she finds the lice, and she freaks out. I do understand why she was freaking out, but she freaked out in a way where it was like all my fault, blaming me, yada, yada, yada. Not just like something that was happening to me, but something that happened because of me, you know? So I got in a lot of trouble for that. Well, my mom stops dyeing my hair. She does not finish dyeing it. So my hair, part of it is dark red, part of it is blonde. She sent me to school like that the next day, and with a head full of lice, like literally infested with lice. They were like crawling on my neck. It was really bad. She sent me to school with my hair like that and infested with lice. I don't know how nobody noticed that I had lice, but everybody surely did notice that my hair looked ridiculous. Well, then we treated the lice. We did not get all of it out. But we had the lice comb, and there was this spray that we got to spray all over the furniture for like if lice got on the furniture or eggs or whatever. So when I noticed that I still had lice, I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot tell my mom because she's going to shave my head. Like, I knew she was going to shave my head if she found out I had lice again. So I was freaking out. So I spray this furniture spray all over my hair, and it starts falling out. So I'm like, oh my gosh, my hair is falling out. And so I was like, okay. So I stopped washing my hair because it'll fall out less if I don't wash it. And this is 14-year-old me. And like terrified because I'm in such an abusive living environment and I don't know what to do because I know I'm gonna die. Well, I'm like, okay, just don't wash your hair. Lice can't live in greasy hair. Like, just don't wash it. And stop spraying furniture, spraying it. And so eventually, every single day I would like comb my hair with the lice comb and my greasy, dirty hair and the furniture spray and whatnot. And the lice went away. And now I am genuinely terrified. Like, if my head starts itching, I'm like, I start searching my head. So, yeah, there's a lot more where that came from, but I
I don't know why I thought of that story. I just thought about it. But yeah, anyway, that's my life story.
I've told this story a couple of times on here, but I'm gonna tell it again because each time I tell it, I remember more details that make it a good story. This is gonna be the story time of my worst first date ever. Ever, and I'm 30 years old, so. All right, background info, we're gonna rock it through this, okay? The story, I don't wanna make this super long. I was a bartender, I work in a really small town. On my way to my shifts, I would stop at a Giant that had a Starbucks in it because at that time, we didn't have a separate Starbucks in the area at all. I would go there. Over the summer, we had a huge storm, and we get a lot of flooding in my area. So I went to work one day and I went to go get my coffee and the road was literally blocked by a tree. I was like, okay, I will make my way into the town of which I work and I will go to a local coffee shop. So I go to said local coffee shop. I go in, well, first of all, this coffee shop is beautiful. Gorgeous shop. I get up to the counter and I am greeted by like the most sculpted, beautiful man ever. And I will give him that. I will absolutely give him that. I'm not the only person that thinks that. Very my type, beautiful head of hair. Not like my style of tattoos, but still had some tattoos. Just handsome man. Very tall too. Go in, we're learning more about each other. We both went to Temple University. We're like making little ties. He starts giving me free drinks and I want that cute story of girl leaves the city and moves to the suburbs and like meets a barista. Like Nicholas Sparks vibes, you know? So one night I'm hanging out with my friends. I really don't ever look at who follows me on Instagram or on here. I don't know. I never have. I just don't really care that much. I noticed I had a new follower. For some reason, I don't know why I noticed. But I was looking at it and I was like, holy shit, it's Barista Boy, because that's what we had all named him. I know, girls are girls. So I was like, oh my God, it's Barista Boy. And I immediately was like, how did he even find this? I went to message him. Girl, he had already messaged me. So we go back and forth a couple of times. He asks me out. I ask him how he found my stuff. I didn't care. I was like elated that this man asked me out on a date. And basically his coworkers found my LinkedIn. And that was connected to my social media because I made that LinkedIn out of force in a college class. And I haven't touched it since. He asked me on a date. We agree. We agree to go to a restaurant in Westchester. Okay, awesome. We're gonna skip ahead, okay? Day of date. He texts me at like 2 p.m. We had plans for 7. He texts me at like 2 p.m. He was like, hey, I'm heading into town now in an Uber. Do you wanna come with me? And one, I do not let men drive me anywhere in the beginning. No, I'm sorry. I need to have an escape plan, which is my car. And for some reason that just set off a red flag. I don't know why, but it just did. Hours go by, my friends are dropping me off at my date. Another weird thing that nobody else is gonna find weird, but when I was getting dropped off, he texted me, hope you like hummus, smiley face emoji. What? I hope, like, yeah, I mean, I hope I do too. Like, you didn't even, just like a weird first mark on the date, you know what I'm saying? At this point in my life, I was bartending full time, hyper aware of drunk people. That's just like my job, you know? This is this is so real. I open the door to the restaurant and he stands up. Can't miss this motherfucker. He is like genuinely like 6'4" or something. Girl, I made eye contact with him, immediately knew he was blacked the fuck out. Like lights are on and nobody was home at all. This wasn't even a vacation home, that like it was just absolutely abandoned. And because of who I am, I was like, well, he saw me and I go over. He struggles to pull my chair out for me like multiple seconds, which like you're probably like, that's fast. Nope, not in person. We sit down and he had clearly like had a drink or two already. And I sat down and he immediately starts like trauma dumping on me, okay? Telling me how he has a horrible relationship with his family and his parents hate him. He does live at home. Like his whole family just hates him because they think he's a loser. And I'm like, why? And he's like, well, like I used to have a really bad problem with drinking. Like this has already been assumed, babe. And he was like, and I was involved in a hit and run. I drunkenly hit somebody and left the scene. So I have to go to court for that in like a couple weeks.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck,
Okay, I had to get up to let the dog in. redid my lip gloss, and we're back. He's just trauma dumping on me, right? Like telling me all this stuff, and we're maybe 7 minutes into sitting down at this table. I ordered a drink because I was still drinking at this time, and I was like, you can at least fucking buy me a drink, I guess. So I order, and then I get up and I go in the bathroom because at this point I know that the date is done. I don't want to be around this man. I don't want to date this man. I texted my friends and I was like, y'all gotta show up, okay? This date is going so bad. I'm uncomfortable. Like, he's so fucked up. And they're like, okay, we'll head back into town and we can like go out. So we have that conversation, and then I go to open the bathroom door, and my server is standing at the door. Yep. I'm bewildered, and she's like, hey, are you with that guy? And I was like, well, this is our first date. And she was like, he's asleep at the table. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you being so for real right now? So I go over. I'm like trying to wake up this man. He gets up and I'm like, I'm leaving. I am like, fuck you. But because of who I am, I need to see you call an Uber because you are like annihilated and I need to know you're at least on your way. And so I give him a minute. We're sitting at the table still. I'm sitting there staring at him and he is just like fumbling somehow. And I'm like, what is the problem? And he was like, I don't know. It's just like not working. And I was like, but didn't it work for you to get here? Finally, I just snatched his phone across the table. I go, well, it wasn't working because he was typing Uber into the Spotify search bar. Oh. I left, went out, got absolutely like blasted with my friends, and then woke up the next morning to a text from him at like 4 something a.m. saying, hope you got home okay. Smiley face. So. Men, you know, great. It's just awesome. I'm still single, so.
When I was a freshman in high school, I found out that my best friend was catfishing as me. So basically my freshman year of high school, I started going to this private school because I was being bad, so my mommy sent me away. And obviously it's a new school, so I don't have any friends, but it's a really small school and everybody just, you know, canoodling around. And eventually I become friends with this one girl. We're gonna call her Samantha. Now, only for the context of this story, Samantha is a larger girl. But come to find out, Samantha lives in my neighborhood and we start hanging out a lot because convenient, she's right there, why not? And I'm over at her house one day and she informs me that she just went shopping and has a little panty set and bra set that is just too small for her. Like I said, Samantha's a larger woman. I've always worn a small. But she tells me like, hey girl, like you can have it, like go try it on. So I go try it on and it's like perfect, right? So I come out and I'm like, hey girlie, it fits, thank you so much, whatever. But then she's like, oh, I want to see how it looks, like send me a picture. Obviously with the knowledge I have now, that was dumb of me, but I did send it. So me and Samantha hang out for a while and we become really good friends, and she tells me that she's friends with this one girl only on Instagram and her name is Cove, and she's really pretty. And she's been using Cove's pictures to catfish. Like all the selfies that they snap back and forth and stuff like that. Yeah. So eventually this Cove girl finds out and Cove is pissed. She's pissed, rightfully so. But anyway, Samantha can't catfish as her anymore, right? Some things happen to me and Samantha start falling off a little bit. Like I said, very small, tight-knit school, so we're all like kind of friends. We're in our freshman year of high school, so obviously we're about the little tiff me and Samantha had with this other girl, right? And this other girl's like, yeah, I can't believe you would let her catfish as you. That's crazy. And I was like, what? What do you mean? And she's like, you know, like how you send her pictures and she like sends them to guys and stuff. And I was like, what? She's like, yeah, like I saw like the picture of you in that like little pink set, and she was like sending it to a guy and like selfies and stuff of you. And I was like, I had no clue. I had no idea. Moral of the story, don't trust a bitch.
I officially had a crazy client today. In the last 5 years of being an esthetician, I have never experienced something like this before. I also would never come on here and talk bad about my clients, but I feel like this story, I feel like the whole situation was just so out of pocket and it was not deserved at all, and the way that she has reacted was just mind-blowing to me. So I wanted to come on here and tell you what happened. So let's start out from the beginning. This client has been coming into my salon for about a year now. The first appointment I had with her, she did lash lift and her brows, and she was just very particular about her brows. The protocol at my salon is to map out every single brow before we wax, tint, do anything to them.
And that was totally okay. Like, I didn't mind that at all. I want people to be as picky as possible with their brows. She would like get up and then like look at them and then lay back down, and then I'd have to redraw them. And then she'd get up again, like walk around, look in this mirror out there, look in this mirror, like very, 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 very particular. That's okay. It was just a little bit time consuming, you know, so I would always have to block out extra time for her. Then I went on maternity leave and she saw 2 of my girls that used to work here. Both of them were like, we don't really want to work with her. So I totally didn't mind taking her and all of that. The more she would come in, which she would come in every like 2 to 3 months, not very often, I feel like I started getting a hang of what she wanted and what brows she was looking to have. She would only come in for like shaping and waxing. So the appointments didn't take as long anymore. I feel like I kind of figured out what she wanted, if that makes sense. She came in about 2 months ago for her brow shaping, and I believe I was running a little bit late with my client before her. So she had to wait on me no longer than 5 minutes, and I was able to push my next client after her a little bit out. I ended up drawing her brows and then I ended up waxing her. She was super happy with them. Everything was fine. Last night, she made an appointment with me and it was at 1:45, and then I have my next gal coming in at 2:15. Our system blocks out 30 minutes for waxing and shaping, which the whole process doesn't take longer than 15 minutes, and then we have the 15-minute buffer for like a consultation and the checkout process. I'm pretty seasoned on brows. I've been doing them for a long time, and mapping, shaping doesn't take me very long anymore. But I knew that this client required a little bit more time, so I did text her and I sent her this text message. I saw that you booked an appointment at 1:45 tomorrow. Just wanted to let you know that I only have 30 minutes for that brow shaping tomorrow before my next gal. Is that okay? I know sometimes we need more time, but I wanted to give you a quick heads up before I see you tomorrow. Thank you. She said, yep. Cool, that's amazing. 30 minutes. We should be in and out, just because last time didn't take very long. I already know what she wants. I arrived to my studio at 1:30. My wax pot is already on. I'm waiting. At 1:44, I get a text message that she's gonna be running late. Estimated time of arrival is 1:55. I'm like, okay, I just thumbs up it, you know, whatever. I'm gonna try to do whatever I can in that time being, which I already know I probably should have definitely canceled and been like, it's best to reschedule. But I'm the type of person, I still want to do as much as I can. It's better than nothing, you know what I mean? That's how I feel. But that's where I went wrong. I should have just been like, let's reschedule. So she comes in at about 1:58, 1:55, and then she got out of the car, walked over here. Sometimes our parking lot is so full. She walks in and then she puts her stuff on the ground, and then she's like, let me show you the picture of the brows that I want. And I'm like, okay. Just want to tell you, we do have only 15 minutes before my next gal. And before I could even like finish the sentence, she picks up her stuff and says, you know what? I'm gonna go spend my money elsewhere and find somebody else to do my brows. Before I could even say anything, she storms out the door and she's like yelling, like loud. We have other providers, other clients in here right across the room. Storms out my front door, and as she's leaving, she's like, you did this to me last time, you, and she calls me a B word as the door is like slowly closing. And I'm like, I didn't even process what happened, because I literally was gonna be like, we only have 15 minutes, but I was gonna text my next client and see if she could come in like 5 to 10 minutes behind. Stuff happens. But before I could even finish the sentence, she stormed out of the front door, calling me a B word. I was shook. I didn't even know what happened. I was sweating and I was shaking. I had to go sit in my car for a second to like take a breather, call my fiance and tell him what happened, because I have never experienced anything like this. I did send her this text message. I have somebody at 2:15. I have told you yesterday that I only have 30 minutes for your appointment, and you were almost 15 minutes late, which leaves me with 15 minutes for your appointment. Your reaction was completely uncalled for. Please don't ever come back into my establishment. And I sent that probably like 5 minutes after she left. I never ended up charging her card. I just ended up blocking her off of the booking system. As she was like typing, sent something back to me, I was like, do I even want to know what she has to say?
I think that's just gonna make me more nervous, have more anxiety. And honestly, I think I said everything that I needed to say. Never want to see that client ever again. So I ended up blocking her as she was typing, and her message never went through. I'm guessing she did send it. Which I don't even want to know what was said in that message, because I wonder if she was gonna call me bad names or do something. When I was in the car, I was curious, so I looked her up on Google, and guess what came up? Her LinkedIn, the company that she was in, or I think she works for herself. I don't really know, but she's a licensed therapist in the city that my salon is in. And I was just flabbergasted, because I'm like, you might need a therapist yourself. Like, if you cannot control your own emotions like that, then I don't know how you can help other people, if that makes sense. I will not be sharing her name unless somebody is telling me that they want to go to therapy. I will definitely warn them about this person. But yeah, I just wanted to come on here and let you know what happened, because I have never been through something like this before. I feel like I have pretty thick skin, but I've never had a client treat me like that, especially when I have communicated with her multiple times. So yeah, love you, bye.
So I went on a date and it went awful. Let me get into it. So the guy took me out to a restaurant on Broadway. Mind you, it's CMA Fest, so everything is pretty busy, okay? We order our food and we're waiting there for probably like 20-25 minutes, and of course, like, it's busy, it's packed, like, our server has like 8 tables, like, she's doing great and all that. This man looks around, he's like, wow, this is really taking a long time. I look at him and I'm like, it's CMA Fest and we're right off of Broadway. Like, what did you expect? And then the cherry on top was the fact that we got our check and he looked at it. He's like, usually I tip, but I'm just not quite sure. Like, the service wasn't super great today. I'm never seeing this man ever again. Ever again. I'm sorry. Can't do it.
Ready with me while I talk about my first ever woman love women relationship. Starting off, my first ever women love women relationship was my sophomore year of high school. I originally met this girl at my friend Maya's house, like, for her birthday party, because she was invited by her sister. Like, her sister that my friend invited, and then her sister brought her with her. Okay, starting off, me and this girl, like, we didn't really talk the first night that we met, because I kind of had, like, a crush on somebody else at the time. But then, like, as the night went on, we started to, like, talk a little more, but, like, not really. So then everybody ends up staying the night at my friend's house. She ended up going out and, like, not staying the night, because she went out with, like, a group of people. I honestly don't know where she went. But anywho, like, flipping into the next day, it's like morning, and she, like, gets back, and we all, like, ended up going, I'm pretty sure, to, like, Pump and Pantry to go and get breakfast. After we got breakfast, we all ended up, like, going home, but me and this girl ended up adding each other on Snapchat, because I did think she was cute also. It was, like, as the night went on, or, like, the other night went on, and, like, we started, like, kind of talking, I was like, wait, okay, she's kind of hot, like, at the time. After we ended up adding each other on Snapchat, we ended up, like, snapping and texting, like, more and more and more. I didn't have a car, though, so when we wanted to hang out, we would hang out with my friend Maya, because, like, I didn't have a car, Maya could drive, so Maya would pick me up and we would go hang out. But, like, we were all, like, close. As we started to, like, hang out more, I started catching myself, like, I started falling hard for her. Like, hard. As we started to hang out, like, more and more and more, we started, like, talk a lot more. And we got, like, really close, and then, like, that, like, we led into, like, talking, and we ended up talking for, like, a month. The whole thing, though, was, like, our friends knew, but like her parents knew, but my parents, I wouldn't tell them. My dad knew. My mom didn't though. I ended up after like 2 months, I'm pretty sure, of us like talking, I ended up asking her out and she said yeah. Trust me, the dating did not last that long. After I asked her out, the first like day went smooth. It was fine. And then literally I was at my friend's house, okay? It was just me and my friend. The girl I was dating, she texted my friend, and this is a different friend. This isn't Maya from the birthday party. So she ended up texting my other friend. And she texted her and said basically she fucked a guy. And not to tell me. But my friend did tell me. And like that time, I didn't know what to do. After I heard that, cause I was like, it was my first like ever girl relationship. And I was like, I was kind of like, what the fuck? But then like, I didn't know what to do. And I didn't want to like leave because I really liked her, but I didn't know what to do. So I stayed. A couple days go by, and then she ended up staying one of the nights. This is like maybe 5 days into us dating. I asked her to stay the night. She stayed the night, right? Okay. Next day, one of my friends from like high school wanted to go to the mall. So me and my girlfriend at the time, we went with him. So we go to the mall and we're like all just looking around, you know, having a good time. You know, everything's great. Anywho, we were at the mall having a great time, but like I wouldn't necessarily hold my girlfriend at the time's hand in public because I didn't want to like see somebody that my mom knew and like she would find out. So like I kind of had to keep it on the down low, but like all my friends knew. So as we're like going through the mall, we weren't there, honestly. I don't even think we were there that long. We were there for like maybe an hour. After the mall, we ended up driving, or my friend ended up driving us back to my house. And as we're like, no, literally like listen to this shit. As we're on my way to my house, my friend looks back, because like me and this girl, my girlfriend at the time, we were sitting in the back seat. And I'm just kind of like looking out the window, listening to music, you know. And my friend looks back at us and she was like, so are you guys dating? Because mind you, I told my friend that I asked her out. And that she said yes. This girl responds to my friend with, no, we're not dating. Like what? Like literally what? When she said that, I was literally pissed. I was like, what the hell? So I didn't even say a word. I just kind of sat there and I was like, what the fuck? So after we ended up getting home to my house, I literally just got out of the car. And she had like stuff, so she came inside, she grabbed her stuff, and I did not want to fuck. I didn't want to look at her. I didn't want to like say anything. So I was like, what the hell? Like, I don't know. I'm not a confrontational person. I mean, I'm better at it, but then, no, I did not like confrontation at all. So after she ended up leaving my house, I texted her and I was like, so are we not dating or like what's going on? And she left me unopened. So I was like, okay, I guess we're not fucking dating. Cause like, why are you gonna like, that shit like actually pissed me off. And this girl like actually left me unopened for a week. She ended up forgetting one of her sweatshirts, and so she wanted it back. But she didn't text me to ask for it back. She texted my friend for it back. So my friend texted me, And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll give her a sweatshirt back. But, so, I'm at school, I have this sweatshirt, and then we had, like, softball practice or something that night, so we ended up bringing her sweatshirt to her till, like, nighttime. So, once we bring her sweatshirt, and we get there, it's, like, my 2 friends in the front, and then just me in the back. And she wouldn't even look at me. She gave everybody a hug but me. Wouldn't even say a word. Nothing. Like, literally freaking nothing. And then we didn't talk at all. I ended up adding her on Snapchat. And then I started talking to, like, another girl. And she tried getting back with me so many times. And I was kind of just like, no. So, that was my first ever woman love woman relationship. It was not it.
This girl came over to my house once, and I think she was actually in full-blown psychosis, so let me tell you about it. First, let me add that I'm wearing my retainers again, so I'm sounding lispy because I don't like to wait, and it's Invisalign, so I just shoved that hoe on, and it hurts really bad. Okay, so around the beginning of the year last year, I honestly didn't have many friends. I moved out of my psychotic ex-roommate's apartment, well, my apartment too. So I didn't really have a lot of, like, super close friends. I was dating this guy. I literally met him, like, the day I moved to Florida, and, like, we dated for, like, a year and a half. So it was kind of just, like, me, and, like, I was always around, like, his friends, but I never really felt like I had my own friends. So basically, this girl slides up on my ex-boyfriend's story of me, and she's like, oh, she is so pretty, like, I want to be her friend, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, oh, yeah, she doesn't really have any friends, which, like, excuse me. That was very rude. He's like, yeah, she doesn't really have any friends down here. I'll give you her Instagram, and you guys can chat. Also, just thinking of that, I need to see if I still have our messages. Okay, so I found her name because I honestly forgot it. Found our DMs and our text messages. So I will make a part 2 with all the receipts because this girl crazy. Okay, so she DMs me. She goes, hey girl, it's Rachel. Your boyfriend Matt told me to reach out, and I would love to be friends. I'm trying to meet more godly people and would love to help promote your TikTok page and help you with your career. Matt as well. God bless. So I said, hey, I'm free this weekend if you would like to hang out, blah, blah, blah. So she tries to call me like 2 or 3 times on Instagram DM. I don't answer. She said, call me, gave me her number. Okay. So I call the girl and I'm like, oh, hi. Like, and I, let's just add in that I'm a very friendly person. I can talk to a brick wall. I can literally be friends with anyone. And it is also a downfall of me because, like I said, my psycho ex-roommate, not a great picker, you know? My friends now are amazing, but in the past, I've gotten better, but yeah. Okay, so she calls me and she's like, hey, like, I'm not doing anything today. And I actually wasn't working that day either. So she's like, can I come over? Or you can come over to mine. And I was like, don't want to go to this random girl's house. So I was like, you can come to my apartment. And I was like, we can just hang out by the pool. Like, it'll be fine, you know? Okay, so she ends up getting to my house. She, like, Venmoed me $10 to go, like, pick up Surfsides, which I really didn't want to drink because it was, like, literally in the morning. But I grabbed them anyways. She brought me Chick-fil-A. She has me come down. She, like, gives me, like, a huge hug. Like, we're, like, best friends that are, like, reuniting or something. And so on the way up, she's like, well, what are you doing tonight? And I was like, I'm not sure. And I honestly didn't want to go to my apartment. I wanted to go to the pool. But I don't know. I got nervous and she asked to come upstairs. So we get upstairs and this girl is, like, talking about my TikTok. And this is last year, mind you. So I maybe have, like, 2,000, 3,000 followers, like, around there. And she has, like, 40, right? And not saying that, oh, she's trying to use me for a clout or, like, whatever. But it was just, like, a weird, it was a weird vibe. So she is telling me how she wants to be my, like, brand manager, how we need to, like, start planning all these TikToks and how I need to shift all of my content to, like, modest, godly clothing and doing Bible verses every day, which, like, I love Jesus, all the things, but, like, that wasn't, like, the full thing I was going for at the moment. Like, my vibe is, like, my vibe, and I'm like, why is this girl I just met 5 seconds ago tell me like what to post. So before we eat Chick-fil-A, which that shit was probably poisoned, she is like, we need to write down like your content plan for the year. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. And she literally like makes me get a pen and paper, and she's like writing all these videos I need to be making, how many times a day I need to be posting, like the whole 9 yards. So I'm just like going along with it because I'm like, okay, this girl just seems like she's just trying to be, you know, helpful and nice. But then she like proceeds to pull up her page, which obviously like I didn't follow her yet, and she like literally doesn't even have 100 followers. And I'm like, okay, how are you about to tell me like what to be doing when you don't like, would you take advice from someone that's like hasn't started a business to start a business, or someone that already has a business to start a business? Like, you know what I mean? So it was just weird. And then she like posted, it was like a random like picture of her like with a sound, and she's like, look, like my video's blowing up like as we speak. It had like 1,000 views, and she promoted it. She paid money to promote her TikTok. And she's like, oh my gosh, I'm getting so many views. Like, I'm literally like popping off. Like, I'm about to be famous. Like, holy shit. Like, all this stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. But like this whole experience was genuinely a fever dream. But yeah, so she's like saying how I need to get like these long skirts, these long shorts. Like, I need to find a modest like swimwear. Like, all of these things. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, no, write it down. Like, getting like low-key aggressive. And I'm like, ah. And then she like made me like text her some video ideas to do and everything. And like, and then so I'm like, obviously it's getting a weird vibe. I text my ex and I'm like, hey, like this girl's like low-key like freaking me out a little bit. And he was like, oh, I didn't think you were actually gonna hang out with her. I was like, well, she kind of like, I don't know. Like, I just am nice. And she was like, hey, I can hang out today. And I was like, okay, like, sure, whatever. And so then this is like where it gets like really weird. So it's actually really weird like the whole entire time. And like, I'm gonna have to make a part 2 because like there was so much that happened in like less than like a 5-hour span. It's insane. But basically she goes to tell me how she has been seeing demons recently. We're literally eating the Chick-fil-A and I'm like, oh, Lord have mercy. Like, please, Jesus, get me away from her. She's telling me how she like sees demons, how they talk to her, how like all this like weird things have been happening like in her like life recently, and that like there's like rocking chairs that'll fall over in front of her, and that demons speak to her. So it's like I'm like getting like very freaked out at this point because like what do you mean demons are talking to you? And obviously I believe in that stuff, and it's like that's freaky behavior. Like, don't come to my house if demons are attached to you. Like, what? And then she's like, oh, I don't like the bikini I have on. Can I try one of yours? And my stupid self, and I know I like literally can picture like the SpongeBob meme with like the big handcuffs, because like I could have kicked her at any point, but also this girl was seriously like freaking me out. I'm like, if I kick her out, like now she knows where my apartment is, like she's gonna like come and like kill me in my sleep. Like, I was so freaked out at this point that I just was just going along with it. Like, I feel like a lot of people have been in similar situations where like something's happening and like they want it to stop, but like you don't know like what to do or to say to like get out of the situation. But basically she tries on like one of my bikinis, then she like goes to my bathroom and is in my bathroom for like an extremely absurdly like long time. Like, not even like you're taking a poop, like you're doing some maybe like some voodoo shit. And so she also asked to like use my toothbrush, and I drew the line there. At least I was like, yeah, absolutely not. Like, we're just going to the pool, it's not that deep. And then she's like, oh, like my vape died, I need a new vape. And I'm like, okay, go get one. And I'm like, okay, this will be good, like she can leave and then I will leave and then say like I had an emergency. No, she's like, I need you to drive me. I'm like, why? You have a car, you got here on your own. So we drive her over there. She's like, oh, I don't have money, can you buy it for me? I'm like, what is happening? Like, literally, what is happening right now? And I was like, okay, but you're Venmoing me. Like, I'm not paying for this, like, for you. Like, this is ridiculous. And, oh my gosh. Okay, so then we get back to the apartment and she's like, let's take a picture. I have the pictures. So weird. I was like, okay, I can't remember her name. I scroll down exactly to the day that she came over. So we like take a picture in my mirror and she's like, you need to tag me. And I'm like, bye. She said, tag me, like seriously tag me, like freaking out, like to tag her. So I was like, whatever. So I tag her Snapchat. She's like, wait, post it on Instagram too. I need you to repost my content. She literally grabbed my phone, reposted her viral video on my TikTok, and then posted a picture of me, like just of me. And I'm like, and posted on her story. It's like, you need to repost it. And then reposted like the story on Snapchat. I'm like, what the shit is happening? Okay, I'm gonna have to make a part 2 because I have 30 seconds left. But trust, there's more to come. Okay, part 2. So basically we ended up going to the pool after she like forced me to tag her on everything. And we're sitting there for like less than like 5 minutes. And she's like, okay, I need you to like take pictures of me. And I'm like, can we not enjoy the sun? So we ended up taking pictures, whatever. She asked to spend the night and I was like, no, like absolutely not. She tries to invite her friends over, which why would you do that? And like her friends' dogs and everything. And I'm like, yeah, no, like I'm not comfortable with that. Like I'm busy tonight. I have something to do, whatever. And so like I thought that was that. We get back to my room. She's like, oh, I have to leave. So she has like one of her friends is like calling her, like losing their minds. Like, is like, where are you? Who are you with? Like, I don't know this girl. So I'm like, she's probably just as crazy as you are. So please leave. And this is a girl that she was trying to get over to my apartment. I'm like, thank God I finally said no. And so she's like, oh, I need to go fix this. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I have to go right now. So she's still wearing my stuff. And I was like, oh, can I get it back? She's like, I'll give it back to you a different time. And like, I tried to like push a little and get it back, but she was like being very adamant. Like she wasn't going to give it back to me. So I was like, whatever. It was a Shein bikini. I did really like the pants though. So I was pretty butthurt about that. But so she leaves. She ends up texting me, which I have all the text. I'll just insert them here. There's a lot of text. So I'll just insert them all here so that you guys can see what I was dealing with. Just pause. Okay, and so basically, she had told my ex at the time that this guy that they knew, mutuals, was like talking crap about him. And I obviously like, he knew. So he like reached out to the guy and then the guy reached out to her. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you're crazy. And she blocked me on everything, blocked my ex on everything, and still had all my stuff. And she said she was going to drop it off, which you can see in the text. But yeah, she like literally like blew me up. And also like in between all these texts was probably like 15 calls each. Oh, also after she left, I had to FaceTime my friends immediately to tell them this experience that I just went through. And she was blowing me up, calling me as this was happening. So I put her on speaker and we were all like jaw on the floor. Like she was like crying. She's like, I love you. Like you were one of my best friends. Like I'm just trying to help you grow on social media. I'm just trying to be a good friend. Like I've given you so many content ideas. Like you have to shout me out for these like crazy things. And me and my friends are all like, what is happening? So I was like, oh girl, you're fine. Cause like, I'm not trying to have her come me emotionally, you know, like she's giving, she would. So I literally was like, you're fine. And then she starts laughing. It literally was like giving like the obsession. I haven't seen it yet, but probably the same vibe. But like literally like crying, sobbing to laughing hysterically. Like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I said, that's the demon talking, babe. But yeah, so then she like finally, I put all the text in, but she finally dropped my stuff off, which I'll read you the text for these. I was like, hey, have you dropped my stuff off? And like, can you pay me back for the vape that you made me get? And she said, 4 minutes wait, I'll bring the Squishmallow into the office, which I wonder if I have a picture of that too. Sends a picture, said I'm here, I'm going in now, dropped it off at the desk, just say I dropped it off for you, they're holding on to it for you. Then sends me $10, then sends a heart emoji, then says I'm truly sorry, I hope you can understand my POV. Truly thank you, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Don't answer. Said, I hope you're having a great day, girl. I have some ideas for you. Sends $10 again. She goes, here's some money towards dinner. I'm truly sorry. Then she says, did you block me? Obviously. Like, what? So like I like blocked her obviously after that. But a couple months later, I had these 2 girls at the bar come up to me like, hey, are you Maddie? Which, that's always the scariest thing to hear. I'm like, yeah, why? They're like, well, we need to talk to you about the girl. And I was like, okay. And I'm like, I'm thinking they're her friends. I'm like, how do you even know? She's like, yeah, we saw like her posting you all over her stories. Like, we wanted to reach out, but like we didn't. They're like, yeah, she's like been like on a psychotic break for like the past like year and a half now. I'm like, yeah, no shit. I witnessed it. Like, I was there. And basically she is now in a psych ward and has been admitted for X amount of time. And I kind of gave them like the debrief of what happened with her and me, and they're like, holy crap, like, we're so sorry. I'm like, it's not your fault. Like, it was my fault for being stupid and letting her over. But yeah, is she crazy? So yeah, this is your reminder not to let strangers over to your house, and don't hang out with random people. And if you do, make it a public setting, because honestly, that could have been like so much worse. Like, I moved now, so she doesn't know where I am. I haven't heard from her since. But like, that seriously was a frightening freaking experience. And like, when I told my mom about it, she's like, Maddie, like, what the heck? And I was like, I just always like am so open to meeting new people, and I always think people have good intentions, and that is my own fault. But yeah, never again will I do that. So good learning lesson. Hopefully this could be a learning lesson for you guys, because that was genuinely so terrifying, and I hope no one has to experience that ever again. So yeah.
Get ready with me while I tell you about the scandal that blew up my family. My stepdad was in his mid-50s when we found out he was having an affair with a 21-year-old. My mom had spent a decade building her life with him, and this included having my kid sister, who's 15 years younger than me and my other sister. We found out because my mom had been working on his computer, and his text message just happened to pop across the screen, and it showed like I love you messages. And so my mom was like, I need to look at this. My mom was very calm when confronting him, and ended up finding out that he had met her because she was a schmex worker, and he ended up turning her into his like girlfriend. Or they end up trying to go to couples counseling just because they've been together a decade, and my mom's like, oh my god, we have a little kid together. We should probably try to figure this out. In counseling, they discover he allegedly fund his, plaything, his 21-year-old. The psychiatrist and therapist think that that's a little excessive, the alleged. They're like, there must be more to this, and refer them to an addiction specialist. The addiction specialist end up diagnosing him with schmex addiction. Ew. No judgment to other people, but ew. My mom loves this loser so much that she's like, you know what, I'm down to like try and work this out. If you get treatment, we'll work together, yada yada yada. He then pretends that he's down to, get sober from all this stuff, and that he wants to be a better person, blah blah blah. This is not who he is. He then lies to her for like 6 years, pretending he's in like recovery, with the kids, trying to build relationships, blah blah blah, going to therapy, faking everything. After 6 years, we moved down to as a family, and he starts acting really weird now that he's like working in office. He starts drinking a lot more in front of the family. He stops caring. He's like drinking and driving and doing a bunch of illegal stuff. Me and my sisters and my mom, the older sisters, because we're like 30 and at that time we're mid-20s, and my youngest sister is like hitting teenage years. Me and my other sister start noticing this weird stuff too, along with my mom. My little sister notices that his behavior is weird because he starts neglecting her even more than he normally neglects her. We then come to find out that he's sleeping with his 24-year-old bookkeeper. Mind you, he's like 58 at this time. She's also married with a kid. Mind you, this girl is also younger than me and my other sister, which is literally disgusting. She was born in 1999, and my sister and I were born in 95. But we find out that he's been spending like $100,000 on her, stealing my mom's money, letting the girl use a car, buying her a car, buying everything that she wants. All this money could have gone towards my youngest sister's college fund and my other sister's college fund. My mom and my stepdad end up finally breaking up because this is disgusting, and he's a disgusting, pervy, predator loser. Oh, and they end up breaking up on my sister's birthday, to which my sister finds out, and that's just happy birthday.
My little sister now has a lot of issues, and me and my other sister refuse to speak to him because he's a terrible person. He's also telling everyone that we left him and we're bad people and we're evil, and he says that I'm a manic psychopath. He calls my other sister a bitch and says that my mom's crazy. And my mom's like one of the nicest people ever. She follows all the rules. She's super sweet. She's a musician. She's an artist. Just the epitome of good, you know? Now my mom's a single mom again, because my dad wasn't great either, and she's having to rebuild a life with my sister who literally has autism, or is autistic, but honestly she's super strong while doing it, so that's something to admire her for. Anyways, we all moved away from him. I live 2,000 miles away from him, and my mom and my other sisters live 500 miles away from him. That's how our family, got annihilated by a monster, and that's not even everything there's so much more to tell. So if you guys want a part 2, let me know.
Lady just called down to the front desk. I unfortunately had a line of people that I needed to check in. So I said, "Hi, thank you for calling. Can I place you on a brief hold?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Great." Put her on hold, right? Checked in people as fast as I possibly could. Phone's beeping at me the whole time. I'm like, I really got to answer that, okay? But I got to check these people in first, right? So I do that. It was less than 10 minutes. I know that for sure. Pick up the phone. "Thank you for holding. How can I help you?" And she goes, "You've had me on hold for 10 minutes. That's a really long time, and I'm kind of pissed off. My TV's not working, my sound's not working, and you gotta move me to another room." I said, "Okay, I'm sorry about that. Let me see what I have available. We are almost fully booked tonight, so let me just make sure that I have another room available for you." I do that. I have one singular room left, so I said, "Okay, yep, looks like I have another room that I can put you in. I don't have maintenance with me right now, so I will just have to move you to that other room." She said, "Okay, I'm packing up my stuff. I'll be down to the front desk in 10 minutes. Like, "Okay, great, I'll see you soon." Hang the phone, right? Make her keys. I'm doing my thing, right? Other people come up to the front desk all the time, right? Maybe like 3 minutes later, right? I'm expecting her to take a little bit longer than 10 minutes because most of the time when people say they'll be right down, it takes them a long time. They come down in like 30 minutes. Okay, so she walks up, and I can tell from her attitude that it's her. But I'm like, no, we're gonna play this game. So I say, "Hi, how can I help you?" She goes, "I just called. My name is blah, blah, blah. My TV's not working." This is where I was like, because sometimes the professionalism just like slips out. Sometimes I can't always be perfect. Okay, so I say, "Okay, I don't know what you look like. Here are your keys. You're gonna be on this floor. Let me know if you have any other issues." She's like, "Okay, well, can you make a note that the sound is not working, but the sound is working, but the picture isn't?" And I say, "Yep, I absolutely can do that. I'm gonna have maintenance look at it tomorrow. I'm the only one here right now." She's like, "Oh, okay, thank you." Like, girl, why are we in such a huff about a TV? Why are we like I think she was just determined to like have a fight, and I just didn't give it to her. And there's the phone again. Yeah, so anyways, Fridays are busy. You might have to sit on hold for a couple minutes. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. My boss tells me to help the people in front of me first and then prioritize the phone second. So that's how I've been trained. That's our policy. Also, like, it wasn't that long. It was less than 10 minutes. Like, come on. You can't wait that long. Like, chill out. And I fixed the issue for you instantly. I fixed it so fast to the best of my abilities. Don't come in here giving me all the sass, because I will gentle parent right back to you. Okay, I don't know what you look like. How would I know that it's you? How would I know? Also, I'm not supposed to give out other guests like names to people, right? We're keeping it classy, we're keeping it confidential, so if you come down, I can't look you in the eye and say this guest's name, because what if you're not that person, and then I just revealed that person is staying at the hotel to a complete stranger, right? Like, and it's probably fine. 99% of the time it's no big deal, but like, what if? You never know. That was the other thing too. She walked up, she goes and hands me her keys. It was like, before she said anything, I said, "Hi, how can I help you?" She goes, and then stares at me, and I was like, and then she goes, "I just called." I was like, okay. People walk up to me and hand me their keys all the time, because sometimes they're demagnetized, sometimes they need them to be rescanned, sometimes they're checking out early and they're just they're like, "Hey,
we got a flight. Bye. Here's our keys. We're checking out. Like, I don't know. Do you know how many people I deal with on a daily basis? Like, just walk up to say, hey, I just called. I'm so-and-so. My TV wasn't working. I'm coming to get my new room keys. It's not that hard. Yeah, that's what irritates me, when people walk up to the front desk and they just stare at me. Or I say, like, hi, what can I do for you? And they go, and they give me the Gen Z stare, or like the boomer stare, like the lead paint stare. Like, guys, just use your words. Just use your words. Okay, that's all. Bye.
I told myself when I was in a better place, I would share the story of why I'm no contact with my family. And guess what, bitches? I'm feeling better, so let's talk about it. At the time, I was living with one of my tias. We'll call her Serena, because my situation at home wasn't the greatest. So one day she comes up to me and she's super serious. And she says, I really need to ask you something. I need you to be honest, and I don't want to scare you, but something is going on. Shows me this random Instagram account. It looks like a bot, and she's like, has this account ever followed you? I told her, yeah, actually they did, but I removed them because they DM'd me like trying to get me to buy something weird. Y'all, when I tell you, her face dropped. She looked like she seen a ghost when I told her yes, that account followed me, and yes, they DM'd me. So she goes into her room, shuts the door, and I hear her whispering on the phone with somebody. I call my mom. We'll call her Elena. I basically tell her that something weird is going on and I have a weird feeling about it. And my mom has 9 other siblings, so she was like, oh, let me see if I know anything about that account or have heard anything from my other siblings. Then suddenly, the whole family's acting weird. As mentioned, my mom has 9 other siblings. It's 6 girls and 3 boys. I already named my mom Elena, Serena, who I lived with. The eldest, Vanessa, sends a message in the sibling-only group chat about Bianca's husband, another one of my mom's sisters. Vanessa shares with the siblings to remove Bianca's husband on all social media platforms because he did something inappropriate, and she clarifies that no minors were involved. As if that's supposed to fucking make it any better. So one of the 3 brothers replies, we'll name him Marco. He's like, hey, it really doesn't matter if the person was 18 or not. We need to know if anybody in the family was affected. They deserve to know. Bianca basically refuses to tell anybody anything. This man had a fake Instagram that he was using to DM and target the women in our family. He was saving our pictures, reposting them on that account, zooming in inappropriately on certain areas of our body, even if they were covered, not that that matters. He was messaging people on that account and everything, pretending to be somebody else. And I unfortunately was one of those victims that was posted on that account. And these were just normal photos of me that my uncle, that had been in my life since I was born, I'm 25 years old, had saved on his phone. Okay, so now you're probably thinking, okay, family of 9, 6 women, where's the justice? Bitch, I thought that too. Psych as fuck. Miss Bianca and her family decided that it was in their best interest to delete everything and hide the evidence and sweep it under the rug. Everything changed for me because I realized a really ugly truth about my family. They were going to continue the generational trauma of protecting abusers out of fear and embarrassment. I knew that not only did they not care about what happened to me, but the other women in my family. So fuck yeah, I decided to go no contact. But honestly, this is just the beginning, because the same people who sat back and were silent are the same ones who try to hit me up or slither back into my life now. They like to act like absolutely nothing happened. And I'm done playing that fucking game. Protected who they thought was convenient and thought that time would let all of this blow over. Here I am, being a big ol' inconvenience to them. And honestly, I'm doing this to reclaim my truth because Miss Bianca, who the fuck are you feeling like? Actually, all of y'all that still act like nothing happened and think that the victims don't deserve a conversation. And if you've ever been pushed out for telling the truth or isolated, just know you're not alone. I'm tired of generational trauma. I'm tired of things being hidden. So my goal here is to reclaim that and show there's nothing to be embarrassed or ashamed about. Stuff happens more often than not and people are just silenced or isolated. So consider this part 1 of my healing series. Stay tuned for more.
By day, I'm a fitness instructor, saving lives 1 toe tap at a time. And then a couple nights a week, I pull out my Hilera work pants, I put on a button-up shirt, a vest, and a tie, and I go serve people food and beverages and question my entire existence. And here's a story from recently that really just stuck with me, and I feel like trauma might be an understatement. I think this guest may have rewired my brain in some way and truly made me believe that I'm not enough. I'm inadequate. So, party of 3, they come in, middle-aged white people already. I'm like, great, love them. And they order old fashions. Party hard, love, get it. And we're really busy. It's pretty busy. I go get the old fashions from the bartender who makes them, because I don't make them. The bartender makes them. And they have ice cubes, multiple ice cubes in them, when really they should have one large ice cube. But let's take a second and think about how important that is. Okay, it's not important. And it didn't even clock to me that it had too many ice cubes in it, because my mind isn't oriented towards bullshit. And I put the garnishes in, and I bring it out to the table. I set the drinks down. What is this? What is this? Oh, these are your old fashions that you order. If I wanted an old fashioned with ice cubes instead of a large block cube, I would have gone to the airport bar and gotten an old fashioned there. And immediately I'm like, okay, so these are the kind of fuckers I'm dealing with. But me being the angel that I am and super professional and great at my job, I'm like immediately orienting towards, okay, what can I do? Apologizing, I'm so sorry, I'm validating them. Imagine validating somebody who's fucking diabolical. And nothing I can say or do is good enough. They're just like truly appalled from like the depths of their being that I have brought this to them. The ringleader, this fake redhead, she was like, and by fake redhead I mean she dyed her hair red and it was not pulling it off. And I can say that because she was a cunt. She was bullying me, so I can dog on her a little bit. She's like, also, this is a maraschino cherry. Apparently, I'm forgetting the word now because it's, again, not fucking important, but there's another type of cherry that goes in an old-fashioned. Sue me! I've put a maraschino cherry in instead of the other breed of cherry that's supposed to be in there. And the other girl is like starting to jump in now, and they're all ganging up on me, and the other lady's like, how could you even bring this to our table? And then the guy jumps in and he's like, yeah, the fact that you even thought it was okay to bring these to our table and present these to us says a lot. Mind you, it's about ice cubes and a cherry. So they start, I'm standing at the table too, I'm just watching them, and I'm like processing. And they're talking amongst each other without like dismissing me from their table. And it was like awkward, like where I couldn't just like walk away because I'd be ghosting them and abandoning them. But they're talking amongst each other. I'm standing right there and they're like, we should just leave. Should we just leave and go somewhere else? Me thinking, yeah, please. So I'm like, okay, I can, and I'm summarizing. I'm leaving out the parts where I was like overly apologetic and validating, because I've blocked out this trauma and I really can't remember verbatim what was said, but I know that I was nice. And I'm trying to get them more drinks because I want them to be happy and I want my money. And I don't want to cry tonight. Spoiler alert, I did. So I'm offering to get them new drinks, and they're like, well, if we get other cocktails, are they going to take this long? And I'm, again, validating. And I'm like, well, the bar is kind of backed up tonight. We have 2 large parties that are 40 plus people, so it could be a slight delay, but I'll do my best to get this pushed to the front. And they look over at the bar and they're like, the bar doesn't look backed up. Go behind there, fucking Karen, and make it yourself and put your own little cherry in your big ice cube. Also, the reason, I left this out, the reason it wasn't a big fat ice cube is because the bar had run out of those molds because we were backed up. And then we settle on a bottle of wine. Cool. I go to get their bottle of wine. We don't have it. We're out of that bottle of wine. So I go to my manager and I'm like, please, these people want me dead already. And he gets them another bottle of wine that's more expensive, but he gives it to them for the same price, whatever. They get their food, they put their food in because unfortunately they've decided to stay and eat food even though they were like gossiping amongst themselves and thinking about leaving, which I hoped would happen. They stayed and they ordered food. I put their food in. Also, mind you, this is my third night at this restaurant. I left that out as kind of an important detail. I was new at this restaurant and I put their food in and I'm mad busy. Like I'm slaying them in the fucking weeds. I am a weed. And I forget just for a split second, a flash of light, a moment in time, I forget that I had put their food in. So I go up to them and I'm like, okay, are you ready to put in food? And as soon as the words entered the back of my mouth, I was like, oh, you fucking dumbass. You put their food in already. And I went like, ah, like brain fart. It was kind of like a hee. I tried to make it a hee hee ha ha moment. Redhead was like, are you always like this, Carly? She looks me in the eyes and goes, are you always like this, Carly? Kill me now. That's it. I'm done. What am I here for on this planet? So I start tearing up. Like the bottoms of my eyes are welling up. And they're all three eyeing me down. Cold. And I'm like, look, I know this is not the best service. I just do want to let you know this is my third night and I'm kind of busy and I'm still trying to learn the ropes here, blah, blah, blah. I explain to them I'm new. And she looks at me after me tearing up, liquid in my eyes, looking at her and saying, like, I'm new. Please have empathy. She looks at me and goes, well, I hope you learn your lesson and you do better going forward. And then the two ladies go to the bathroom, and that's when the man is free. The heavy weight of the fake hair dye is lifted off of his chest, and he can be free and be himself. His captor, his oppressor is gone. She's gone to pee. Thank fucking God. And he's like, look, I'm sorry. Like, we're kind of upset. We flew here specifically for the Shakira concert, and it got canceled. Oh, so you're telling me that the reason you're bullying me and degrading me is because Shakira canceled on you? I don't fucking care if Shakira herself flew to your house in your stupid ass hometown, left her security guards in her car, went up and knocked on your door and looked you in the eyes and said, I hate you. You're ugly. No, there's no excuse to treat people the way that you bullied me, your server. Sorry. This is longer than I thought it was going to be, but obviously it really impacted me. Yeah, it changed who I am. I hate myself now.
Hi everybody, I'm Keely and I'm currently 3.5 weeks into backpacking Europe for 2 months, and I have managed to spend less than $1,000 including my plane ticket. So I think I just hit 900 today. And so yeah, I just want to go over tips on how I'm saving money and how I can get so cheap. I'm gonna be going over like apps I use, a little bit of like lifestyle things, and then I think that's kind of it. Okay, first thing I'm gonna be going over, an app called Omio. I have found that food isn't really that expensive over here compared to America. It isn't bad at all. Hostels, you can find really cheap options like pretty easily, but traveling from country to country or within the country is the most expensive thing that I've found. Still less expensive than America, but more. That's the biggest spend. Omio is an app that you put in where you are, where you want to go, when you want to leave, and it helps you find like the cheapest option to get there. I have used it for every single thing that I have booked, and it's really helped me like cut down on the price. You want to book them like kind of in advance, but I've also booked day of and it hasn't been that bad. Also with transportation, if you're going from place to place and it's a long bus ride, make it an overnight bus ride or train ride, and then you don't have to pay for a hostel either. So like you might not get the best sleep, but like I'm alive. You'll be fine. You'll make it. And you can also book on the app, which is really convenient because there's also Rome to Rio that helps you do the exact same thing, but you can't book on the app. So, okay, second one. Obviously, staying in hostels is going to be your best bet if you're trying to save money. I've seen, right now is my first night not in a hostel because it's been a month and I needed just a night of alone time. But hostels are honestly amazing and I've loved it and I've made so many friends and all the things. Hostel World is the app that you're going to want. Basically, all the hostels are on there. You can book in the app, which is, again, so convenient. And you can see reviews from, other travelers that have stayed there in the past, what they have to say, all the things. And honestly, I was a little nervous about staying in hostels, just because, I don't know, kind of feels a little intimidating. I have not had a single bad experience, and I've stayed in, I don't know how many now, but it's been a lot. Literally not a single one. I've stayed in the normal ones, I've stayed in social ones, and I've stayed in a party one, and every single one has been great. I've had great people. There's always some weirdos, but you're fine. And I've always booked the biggest room because it's the cheapest. Literally, my hostel in Budapest was $10 a night. Less than €10. Whoa. I don't know why my lighting did that, but we're just gonna move on. Okay, my other tip comes to food. Food is really not that expensive, but one thing that I've done that has cut down on the cost exponentially is I've been cooking. Every hostel I've been in has had a kitchen. I'm sure there's some without them, but you could look on the app and they always say if they do or not. But I try the local dish. If I really like it, I'll get it again, whatever. But YOLO, but also I cook. I'll go to Little or Aldi or something like that, get some vegetables, get some chicken, get some yogurt, and then that's my dinner for 2-3 nights and less than $5, so it's not as fun and glamorous, but we're traveling, we're not vacationing. That's a big thing. Another thing that has helped me cut down on my costs, which is totally optional, is I've been walking anytime I can, so I don't have to pay for another bus or the public transit. I'm in Budapest right now, have not taken the metro once. I took it a few times in Vienna, but I honestly didn't pay, so oops. But yeah, it's just one, you get your steps in, you get to see more of the city. Half the things that I've done, I find them on my way to do something else because I'm walking and I see it, so it's you get to see more people, all the things. Highly recommend walking. Places like Vienna, though, way too big to walk. It's going to take you all day. But most cities, you're going to be able to just walk it and be fine. These next two things have definitely helped me keep the cost down, but it's not something that I necessarily am pushing you to do. But I haven't been buying souvenirs. I've literally bought one shirt, which I'm working on. I want more stuff, magnets and postcards and whatever. But I also haven't drank here. I haven't gone out. I don't really want to. I'm not really that much of a partier anymore, I'm going to be honest. So I don't really feel the need. If I had felt the need, I would have gone. But that has definitely helped because I remember when I was in Spain, alcohol was the biggest expense. So if you're planning on going out, you might have to allocate some funds for that. But if you're not planning on going out, literally you save so much money. Last tip for flying if you're from the US or Australia or whatever. I'm from Ohio. My flight to Europe from Ohio to Nice, France, $235. Thank you, Google Flights. Thank you, booking 6 months in advance. I booked it back in December or January, and I left in May. So, what's that, 5 months? I don't know. But I booked it months in advance, and so I definitely recommend that. Google Flights will help you find the cheapest flight. I literally just picked the cheapest one. I didn't care where it was. I went straight from France to Italy. Yeah. But, so highly recommend that. And yeah, really cheap. Anyways, I think that's all my tips. I'm almost a month in. I have a little bit over a month left. Guys, I cannot recommend it enough. My life has changed. I am at peace. It has been such a great experience, and I can talk more about it in another video if that is something people want. But I just wanted to share some tips because I remember before I left, I had no idea how it was going to go. I knew I was going to try and travel cheap, but I didn't know if that was going to work. And a lot of people have been asking me how I managed to afford it, like people from home. And so, yeah, I just saved up for like a year-ish, and I haven't even really touched the savings. So that's really nice. But yeah, let me know if you want more videos like this that don't have anything to do with like money. It's just like tips in general. But yeah, I hope you guys do it. Love you, bye.
A lot of people ask me why I don't suffer middle school and high school, since it's so much easier, right? You just have to monitor and pretty much just bring a book, relax, and make sure they stay alive. Let me tell you why I'm never willingly gonna step foot into, let's start with middle school. Okay, so the first time I stepped foot in a middle school, I accepted a week-long job. I was like, can't be that bad, right? Wrong. When I tell you, I can't even describe how scary and mean and rude and, I'm just gonna say, like, kind of evil middle schoolers are. They're so scary. Like, I wake up with nightmares sometimes about being in middle school. Like, I would come home crying every single night of that week long because they're so mean. And in that assignment, I was assigned a job that the class was in a library. And the students were very disruptive and loud, and like whatever I did, it was so hard to, like, even the front desk was like, yeah, that's a really hard group. Like, all her classes are really hard. So like, and then the librarian would get so, every single class she was like, you're really bad at managing that. It's like, I am trying my best. It was so challenging, and the boys are so gross. There was one boy who was so disgusting to me. Thankfully, he was suspended the second day for another thing he did, but so he would come in while I was having lunch and bring all his friends and be like, that's her. Like, and it was the time when yacht was a popular thing to say. So like whenever I turn around, all the boys would be like, yacht. It was horrible. And also during planning periods, they always pulled me to cover, which I totally understand, but it's like, I needed any break I could get. It was horrible. And the front desk is just not as friendly, to be honest. And the first time I came in, they looked at me like, what are you doing here? And I think they thought I was a student, maybe? Because when I finally said I was subbing, they were like, oh my gosh, thank you for coming. But like, poor students, for like, honestly, if they put up with what I did every day, I understand. But they're just so mean. And also the last day that I was there, I found out that they had all switched names. Well, a student came up to me and was like, oh, just to let you know, like, we all switched names. So the notes I was writing all week, they were all wrong. Because they all switched names, like, to other names of students in the class. Oh man, it was rough. And when I come to the front desk telling them about things, they're like, that's just how they are. Like telling them the disgusting things the boys would say. They're like, yeah, that's just boys. That's just middle school boys. It was also another time. I subbed in middle school a couple of times, and then the other time they found my TikTok. Oh my gosh. And one time I was an aide for like the office, like running stuff to classes, and I opened the door and I was just like, I came in with a paper and like walked in to the teacher. I think she thought I was a student because she like yelled at me in front of the whole class. I was like, that's so disrespectful. Can't you see we're busy here? Like, there's never a way you enter a class. Like, I'm just a messenger. Middle schools are not a happy place. I was not happy middle schooler. Why would I return? Just saying. Why would I return to my unhappiest days in life? I'm not reliving that willingly. Actively subbing in high school is so much easier than elementary, but here are the reasons why I never want to step foot in high school again. Okay, reason number one, whenever I go to a high school and like the front office, they ignore me for like the longest time because they think I'm a student. And then when they finally get to me and I'm like, oh, I'm here to sub, like they were ignoring me the whole time, and they're like, oh my goodness, we're so glad you're here. But until then, they're just like, It's so awkward. It's so awkward. And the parking situation's stressful. I get so lost. And when I'm walking around the halls, I've gotten in trouble for like being in the hall when I wasn't supposed to because I thought I was a student. And it's just like, I just don't feel like I am old enough and mature enough to be working in a high school. I don't know. At least like being a teacher. Like I've sub para jobs in the high school and I feel comfortable with that, but like being a teacher, it just feels so uncomfortable. Like with I'm only 25. Like I don't know. It just feels weird. I have like huge 7-foot men with beards asking me to go to the bathroom. Like I don't know, you guys. It just feels uncomfortable. And it's just like 7 hours of sitting there monitoring, just letting people go to the bathroom. And the one time, I've only sat in high school maybe twice, and the one time I was there, a student like was sneaking a vape the whole time, and I didn't realize until the end. You're like, bro, she didn't even know she didn't even see it. Like I don't know. It's just, I'd rather be dealing with like being busy in elementary school all day than having to deal with like vapes and stuff. It's just not fun. It's not fun. And they don't respect me at all because I look like a high schooler. Why would they listen to someone who, I don't know, it's just awkward. And I don't know, just like the only thing you even like really have to do is take attendance, and the whole time I just dread taking attendance because like, how do you even get their attention? Like class, no, it's so awkward. And getting the names, like, that's like my nightmare. I literally have nightmares about teaching in middle school and high school. It's just not for me. It's for others, perfect spot for them. It's just not for me. I'd rather be busy all day than going to middle school and high school. Not for me.
This is one of the craziest stories, like dating story times ever, but I'll tell it again. I told it like a few months ago, but I have a bunch of new people in here, so I'm gonna retell it. So I matched with this guy on Unhinged. He was like really cute, and we did the immediate, like he messaged me, and he was like, oh, do you want to go get drinks tonight, meet up for drinks? And I kind of like that. Like I know some girls like to talk to the guys first. I like when it's like a quick turnaround time, because then it's not wasting my time. And I was actually free that night. Like I won't like rearrange my schedule if I'm not free, but I was free, so I was like, okay, perfect. Yes, I'm free. We met, and I don't want to make up a fake name. So we get to the place where we were supposed to meet, and this guy who I thought was like the hostess or maitre d' was like, oh, like, are you here for, like, let's call him Jason. His name's not Jason. Are you here for Jason? I was like, yeah, I'm here for Jason, like thinking maybe reservation. And he was like, oh, okay, I'm his assistant. I'm gonna go let him know you're here. And mind you, I matched with this guy. I think it was Hinge. Maybe it was Raya, but I can't remember. I think it was Hinge, though. And I was just like, what? Like, so confused. And I didn't get his number because this was, like, really quick. Like, we matched, like, maybe at, like, 12, and this is, like, 7 or something, like, quick. So I was like, what? Like, his assistant? Like, I'm, like, shocked. I'm just, like, my face. I'm like, okay. So he's like, okay, let me go. And, like, goes and, like, call. Like, it's, like, on the phone, whatever. And meanwhile, I, like, literally look my typical cute outfit. My go-to outfit, it's, like, this, like, black, like, kind of high-neck mock top with, like, this mini skirt. And, like, it's black, brown tights. My, like, Tono Bianco heels. My red leather jacket. Like, so cute. Looks so good. And then he comes up to me, and he's like, oh, yeah, so it's not going to work out. Jason's not going to make it. And I'm like, what? Like, what? We made plans like literally 5 hours ago. Like, what do you mean? And he just like was like, yeah, he's not gonna make it. And I was like, what? So I ended up just being like, I'm already here. I'm just gonna get a drink at the bar. And I got like a Pinot Grigio or a cocktail. I don't remember what I got. But how insane is that story? So when I was telling my friends, they were like, that guy was definitely like Jason, like the assistant. But like, how weird was that? And then when I went to go, like, I was like messaging on Hinge, being like, what the fuck, whatever. And he didn't like delete his profile or anything. So then like the next day I just like unmatched him and like reported him. But like, what do you guys think? Isn't that like such a weird, crazy like situation? If you guys have more questions, let me know and I'll try to answer below.
You know, I said I wasn't going to talk about dating content, but this situation has me so salty that I decided to sprinkle some of it onto you guys. I was talking to this guy for months, very casually, okay? And I don't think he'll ever see this. And why am I protecting these people in the first place? Like, I didn't talk about a whole 4-month thing because he follows me on here. But why? I don't know. This is part of my problem. Anyways, I was casually talking to this guy. Mind you, it was very casual. We kind of met on Facebook dating, but then we like followed each other on Instagram. And when I say like, it was like maybe once every couple of weeks at first, or like, you know, we would talk and then we would talk for days. That's how it started. It was very easy breezy because I didn't meet him. I didn't even know if I would like him. So it was like easy. I didn't think about it. And I still wasn't over the last situation. So I kind of just wasn't putting anything into it. But then like March, we started texting more frequently. I mean, he wasn't a big texter. And I mean, I didn't mind that too much because my last relationship, whatever you want to call it, situationship, was all texting and no seeing each other. So I got addicted to that and I didn't want to get into that situation again. So I kind of liked the fact that we didn't text. And when we did text, it was pretty on the surface. So I like couldn't even gauge this person by text more. And I kind of gave up on him even making a plan. He lives like an hour and some change away. But finally he was like, hey, what's your schedule like this weekend? Because he has kids and I have kids. Like his kids were away. He's like, let's meet up. So we finally met up. I went to where he was, which was my choice. I kind of wanted a reason to get out of my town. Like, I'm from South Jersey. It's kind of gets boring here. So I went there. It was really fun. Nothing nefarious happened, guys, but it was fun. He was way better in person. I was attracted to him. Like our conversation was good. He was a very cool guy, you know, like cool vibes. I just thought we hit it off really nice. It was like a mutually nice experience. And we texted after, you know, like, fine. Like we talked about him coming here next time. And I don't know, like, I don't want to get into too much detail just in case, but he was in a long relationship and I felt a little bit of the vibes. Like he wasn't looking for anything, but he also wasn't looking for anything casual. So I'm really not sure where his mind was. But I decided to go against what people tell me. And I decided to just kind of put it out there and be like, hey, like, I can't read you and I would like to see you again, but I just want to know if you're in the same place. And he, of course, you know, says he likes me, blah, blah, but he's like, I don't think I'm fully able to invest in a relationship right now because the distance, we would never see each other, which that's an excuse, guys. I already know. Because I mean, what is an hour? If a guy really likes you, he obviously makes it work. So I think what happens is sometimes you meet people and they like you enough, but they don't like you enough to like really put in effort. And that's where you kind of have to decide what you want to do. And for once in my life, I know that me playing the cool girl doesn't work because I'm not the cool girl and I am actually looking for a real relationship. If I'm going to spend my time with anyone, I don't want casual, and B, like, I'm not the cool girl. Like I don't want to just date aimlessly and like get into 4-month, 5-month situations where it doesn't go anywhere and where they kind of tell me, but I just like think that I can win them over. Like, I don't want to keep doing that. It's like pointless. Over the last couple of weeks before what I'll tell you happened, I feel like he was opening up more. Like we were talking more. You know, we were supposed to do something the week of this incident. And I just felt like things were progressing a little bit. And I was like, okay, well, this is good. Like, this is something. He's obviously a slow goer. So maybe I just need to give it a chance to, you know, move along. We were talking on Instagram and we were having a very normal conversation. We were joking around, as we always do, like joke around. I mean, maybe in another video I'll get into the conversation, but I'll just tell you that it was very normal, on brand for how we talk. And we made a joke about, like, because he likes boats. He said something like, you know, I know a woman will kill me, but a boat might kill me, but at least it's exciting, or something like that. And I like was being cute and I was like, well, I don't have the energy to kill you, but I would make out with you again. Like, just literally banter, like nothing weird. Then and then a couple minutes go by and this was like midnight and I'm pretty sure he was drinking. So I just like wrapped it up and I was like, all right, well, good night, cowboy, because that's what I called him. And I thought that was that. I did not think our conversation was weird. We were not fighting. There was no tension and everything was fine. And then a couple minutes go by and he literally messaged me. This is on Instagram. We usually text. It was weird for us to talk on Instagram. And he just goes, like, unfortunately, like other women, you want me, but you don't get me. Adios. And I was like, what? Like literally out of nowhere. And I started to write back. I was like, what? I was like, that's not really fair of you to say. And then he freaking blocked me on Instagram. I was so confused. I will say I've been with guys before where they drink and they turn for whatever reason, like something happens, they turn, and I just happen to be the woman there and they end up turning on me. And my first instinct was to be like, what did I do? I know I didn't do anything, but of course that's how I am because of my own trauma. I was like, what did I do? I texted him. I said, did you just block me? I was like, what's going on? I'm so confused. Like nothing happened. Like what is going on? And he never responded. And this happened last Monday. So I guess exactly a week. Wait, today's Tuesday, over a week. I did reach out a couple times because I have a hard time with these things and you can judge me all you want, but I like resolution. I don't like unfinished business. Obviously that was like, I should have just blocked him at that point, but you know, I didn't, so whatever. But I haven't heard from him. I have no idea what happened. My only guess is that he was drinking and he got in his feelings and he lashed out and then he was embarrassed and then he just didn't know what to say and he probably just thought, well, she's better without me anyways, because he's a self-sabotager, self-proclaimed self-sabotager. But yeah, that happened and I'm bothered by it because I was like, well, if anything, I thought like we could be cool. Like nothing bad happened. So yeah, dating's fun. Highly recommend it. Sorry this was long. Bye.
Story time on how I got ISS for 3 days and getting caught skipping in school with my friend while I'm making slime. So that was basically a year ago. Me and my friend, we were at lunch and we were talking about how she was gonna skip last period. Oh my gosh, I can't open up this thing. And she kept on telling me that she was gonna skip last period and she tried to put me and my friend up for that idea. And I was like, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna come with you. I swear, if this doesn't work. So, me and that girl, after lunch, we were like, okay, we're gonna go there. And then we walked and we decided to call our friend with us. So, it was the three of us who went outside, right? One girl dipped later on because we decided to go to the track field, which is really pretty far away from our school. Like, you have to walk down to the track field. So, I guess I'm gonna be right back because this is a bit getting out of hand. Okay, I grabbed a different thing, but okay. So, me and my friend, we walk there, right? And me and my friend, we just like walk around and go to the track field, take photos, film videos. It's really funny. And then our classmates start like texting us, who is in my period, in my last period, and he's like, where are y'all? Like, they're looking for y'all. And we were like, no, they're not. Like, you're lying. Yada, yada, yada. And then he sent us a photo with the principal in our classroom talking about us. So then my parents start to call me, start to text me, first of all. They were just texting me first. Then they started calling me and they were like, show me that you're in the classroom, because I kept on texting them and saying that like, oh, I'm in the classroom, I'm there, I'm there, I'm there. And since it was almost the end of the day, me and my friend, we were like, okay, let's just wait until everyone goes on the bus, and then we were just gonna go on the bus and like, kind of like leave, you know? And we decided to do that, and my friend, she got on her bus, everything was great with her, but with me, no. The principal went on my bus, and he found that I was on it, and he took me out of the bus, and he was like, could your mom come to school? And I was like, no, she has work, and my dad has work. And he's like, okay, go on the bus, but tomorrow at 7 a.m. or whatever the time he said, your mom has to come to school to talk to the principal. And I was like, okay. So I went on my bus, and then I came home, and I thought I was going to be cooked by my parents, because I did not think that they would let that slide, because, like, skipping a school in America is insane. But then I go home, get into my room, and then my dad comes into my room and he's like, so what were you thinking? Like, why would you do that? Like, y'all should have, even if y'all were skipping, y'all should have skipped like in the bathroom or something. Why would y'all go to the track field? And we have like cameras all around the school, so I knew that something like that was going to happen, and I kept on telling her that there are cameras. She did not care. So on the next day of school, me and my mom, we come to school together, we talk to the principal, and I get ISS in school suspension for 3 days. 3 full days, like from 7 a.m., 7:30 up to 2:15. I'm gonna add some Tide because this is not working. Until this day, I have no clue who snitched on us because, as I understand, someone told our principal that we were skipping because we were talking about it in the cafeteria, so people in our table could have heard it, but I don't know who still did it until this day. I don't talk to the girl anymore. We're not friends anymore, and she moved to school, so we're not talking at all anymore. Okay, don't mind my hands, but I actually redid the slime, and now it actually is so good. But yeah, me and that girl, we don't talk anymore, but it was a really fun experience, but not a really, good decision one, but not all good experiences comes good from good decisions, you know? I'm gonna add a little bit more glue because, I don't know. But yeah, if you like these type of videos, tell me in the comments. But yeah, I guess I'll just see you later.
At 38, I found out my fiance was married to someone else, had $25 in his bank account, and proposed to me with a pawn shop ring that he told me was a family heirloom. So lock in because I have a story time for you. I'm gonna refer to him as T. T and I worked together. T was really sweet, really warm, affectionate, very generous. He would give you the shirt off his back. He was also incredibly handsome and incredibly charming. He was 6'4". I'm only 5'2". We had a flirtation for a long time. And when we finally connected, it just felt right. I can't explain it, but when you meet someone who you vibe with, I really loved him. And for the most part, he treated me really well, so I thought. I'm gonna preface this by saying, yes, there were a lot of red flags, but I did not see them right away. Let's just say that T's lies snowballed over time. As things got more serious and progressed, we started talking about marriage and family. We were both in our late 30s. We both knew that we wanted a family, and we both thought we met the right person. We met each other's families. We told work that we were together. We figured we met the person that we're gonna end up with, so why wait? And so things progressed pretty quickly. When we decided we were ready to go ring shopping, I found my dream jeweler in LA. They specialized in vintage diamonds. We had very candid conversations about money. I was very conscious of making sure that he could afford what he was talking about getting for me. He really wanted me to be happy. He wanted me to pick out the ring that I had dreamed about. And to be quite frank, I knew how much he was making. We actually had the same exact salary. So I thought that we were coming to this relationship as equals. And to this day, I still don't know where all of his money went. So we go ring shopping, and I happened to become very friendly with the salesperson that was selling us this ring. We had a lot in common. We both moved to LA from New York, and we just hit it off as friends. Just keep that in your back pocket for now. It'll make sense later why that's significant, but I became friendly with this girl. We even went out to dinner with her and her fiance, and basically she didn't want to do anything to compromise her relationship with T as his salesperson. So we had to keep our friendship and their customer salesperson relationship separate. Once we found the ring and I thought it was in production and that he had put down the 50% deposit required to get it started, we started looking at wedding venues, and I found the dream venue. It wasn't even technically a venue, but I convinced them to let us buy it out and use it for a wedding. But it was a bed and breakfast in Venice, right off the beach. It was this beautiful, big old Craftsman with ivy covering half the building and a beautiful yard that would be perfect for an outdoor wedding. And they had our date available. So in order to lock in our date, we had to put down a deposit. And because I thought T had just wired a significant amount of money for my ring, that it was only fair for me to put down the initial deposits for our venue and ultimately all the vendors that I found. We agreed that we were gonna split that expense. T was living with me in LA primarily, but was still renting a room in an apartment in New York and still had some of his belongings there. T ended up connecting my checking account to his direct deposit so that part of his paycheck would go to me to pay for his part of the wedding. He agreed to deposit $10,000 into my checking account for his part of the deposits, in addition to connecting his direct deposit to my checking account. So I started getting money from his checking account to pay for his part, but he was supposed to send me that $10,000 so that we would be equal. So we made it back to New York, and the days kept ticking on, and the money was not in my account. He kept making excuse after excuse. He couldn't get to the bank. And then he went to the bank and he deposited a check and he got a receipt, but he lost the receipt, and the bank must have lost his check. Well, that's when I knew he was lying to me. That was honestly the first red flag, because we all know in this day and age, if you deposit something into the bank and they print a receipt, there is going to be a digital record of it. There's no way that the bank is gonna just conveniently lose your deposit. So I was calling the bank and none of it made sense, but I kept calling him out and he would not come clean about it. He made up excuse after excuse. So at this point, I showed him all of my financials and I asked to see his. I told him that I would not marry someone without having full transparency, because we were going to be tying ourselves to each other legally and financially, and I needed to know like what we were working with here. And that's when the second red flag happened, because he kept delaying showing me everything and making excuses that he was locked out of an account or opened a new account, like had a card like going to his other apartment, and just all these things. He made all of these excuses that he had a distrust in banks and that, he didn't feel comfortable sharing that information yet, and all of these things. And I reminded him that I was gonna be his wife, so if he's gonna share that information with anyone, like, it should be me. But that just kept lingering, but things kept progressing, and I was just waiting for him to propose, right? Like, I thought he's paying for this ring and we're nailing down all the details of our wedding. My aunt wanted to plan a bridal shower for me in New York, and I wanted to wait until we were actually engaged and I had a ring on my finger to have this bridal shower. And I told her, like, it was very specific. I did not want anything over the top. Like, a brunch out at a restaurant would be good enough for me, but of course she went over the top, spent all this money, like, made all these plans, and I'm waiting and waiting. We're getting closer and closer to the weekend where we're supposed to fly to the East Coast for my bridal shower. And so the pressure for him to propose was just mounting and mounting. Okay, this is getting really long, so I'm gonna have to do a second part. We're running out for dinner right now, but I promise you I will be back to finish the story. So stay tuned. I promised you a part 2, and I'm a woman of my word. So I was in the middle of telling you the story of how when I was 38, I found out my fiance was married to someone else, had $25 in his bank account, and proposed to me with a pawn shop ring that he told me was a family heirloom. So I think I left off where he was getting down to the wire to propose to me, because we had to fly from LA to New York for my bridal shower, and I pushed off my bridal shower to wait until he proposed with my ring. Now, when we decided to get married and after we ordered the custom ring that takes about 12 weeks, he did give me a placeholder. It was just a little Suzanne Callan ring with like a very, very small diamond. So I did have a ring on my finger, but I was really excited for my engagement ring. And so I didn't want him to propose until my ring was ready. Because we were still waiting on the proposal when we booked the photographer and videographer, they built in an engagement shoot into our package for photography and videography for the wedding. So that was already taken care of, but I didn't know any details about the proposal. And that $10,000 that he owed me, he told me that he needed it for the proposal, so that was gonna have to wait. The week leading up to the bridal shower weekend was his last opportunity to propose. He put a bunch of placeholders on my calendar, and for 2 days in a row, he psyched me out. He got me in the car, I was dressed up, had my makeup done thinking that I was getting proposed to, and he would like take me somewhere for lunch and nothing would happen. He took me to this park with a beautiful view and nothing happened. And after the second time, I started getting really upset, and then I started questioning everything. Well, I already had been questioning everything, but then I was like, wow, like he's really gonna fuck this up and he does not have the ring. But I just had to wait because I was already so far in it that I just had to wait and see if he actually proposed with the ring or not. So then the third day, he does the same thing. We get in the car, we actually go to this famous staircase in Silver Lake with like a bunch of hearts painted on it. You probably know it if you live in LA. And it's right across the street from an Alfred Coffee, like right on Sunset. So we get there and I have a panic attack and I just start crying in the car and I'm like, I can't believe you're doing this to me. Like, this is so fucked up. And he was like, no, like, it's okay. The ring's in my pocket. Like, it's okay. Like, everything's gonna work out. Like, don't be upset. And he like made a weird comment like, why do we even need to like get engaged when like we're already getting married? And like, why do you want to marry me? Do you like love me for me or because you want this ring? And he made me feel really, really bad. He made me feel like I was getting upset for no reason. Totally gaslighting me, by the way. So I cleaned myself up and I was like, you know, really upset, crying, and it was hot as hell out. And so we get out of the car and he's like, just take a walk with me. And I'm like, okay, fine. So we walk up the staircase and then we start walking back down and he pretends to hurt his knee so that we'll stop. And I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? Like, he used to play basketball, so he has like some old injuries. And he kind of like is bending down and like worried about his knee. And then the photographer and videographer pop out, okay? So I'm a deer in headlights. He gets down on one knee and he pulls a box out of his pocket. And mind you, there's nothing else there but the photographer and videographer that we hired together and I paid the deposit for. So no flowers, nothing that would cost even $1, let alone $10,000. And he pulls out this box, he opens it, and it is this little emerald ring, not my ring. And I was like, oh shit, you know, like really taken aback. And he's like, don't worry, this was my grandmother's ring. It's a family heirloom and I wanted you to have it. And I had to like fight my parents to take it. And I happen to be the daughter of an antiques dealer and I'm wearing some vintage pieces that, you know, are actually old. And this ring really looked brand new. It was just a little bezel setting with like a really simple gold band that happened to be the same one on the ring that we picked out. But it was just this little emerald. And I was like, I really wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I deep down, like I knew that he was lying. But I had a camera and a video camera in my face. I was a deer in headlights. I couldn't even question him because I was like in front of cameras. So he really set me up so that like I was kind of helpless at that point and I just had to go along with it. So he proposes with this ring, and I'm like really disappointed, but I don't want to seem ungrateful. He said that he still owed a little bit of money on the ring. It wasn't done yet, and he didn't feel comfortable approving like the final design. He wanted to propose and then have me, you know, look at it before it's finalized. And I'm like, fuck, like this really sucks. So we do this little photo shoot. It is so awkward. I was really upset, and it was like really hot. And I remember him not looking well, okay? He looked like he was gonna puke. And we go across the street and get like cold drinks at Alfred's, and we do this photo shoot, and then we go out to dinner that night, and he just seemed so off. Like he was not happy and excited. Like he just was kind of moody, and I knew something was up, but he told me to wait until like he was gonna like pay off the ring, and then I could talk to the salesperson and like finalize the details. So all I can think about is how I am flying home to the Northeast to see every single woman in my family, all of my girlfriends, like people that I grew up with, and I don't have my engagement ring. I have a second placeholder, and I don't know if he's totally full of shit. I don't know if the ring exists. Like I was so stressed out. And I remember the day after the actual proposal, I had a hair appointment with my stylist, who I've known for a long time and who has seen me through this entire relationship. So she can tell how disappointed I am, but she kind of talks me down, and she's like, listen, like, you know, you just have to give him the benefit of the doubt for now and like see what happens. And I really didn't want to be ungrateful, but I'm really like, I'm shook. Like I have no idea what the hell's going on, and it did not feel like I was actually engaged. Like I was talking to my aunt, who I'm very close with, who was planning the shower, and I was like, I don't know, like something feels off. And so I was still just questioning everything, but I still just needed to wait. The day before we were supposed to fly to New York, I happened to be really, really busy with work, and I was trying to tie up all these loose ends and pack and do all these things. So T took my car to run errands, and while he was out of the house, I used that as an opportunity to call the salesperson, because we had agreed that we wouldn't talk about it until he proposed. So ultimately, she knew that the ring wasn't coming from her, but she thought that he was getting it from somewhere else. And she didn't want to let me know because she didn't want to ruin a surprise that he had for me. And I had gone to her to have, since they specialized in vintage jewelry, I had this old bracelet from my grandmother, and I was going to have it restored to wear for the wedding because it had some sapphires in it, so it was going to be my something blue. And we were still friends. We were like going on hikes and going out to dinner. And so we agreed that we weren't going to talk about it until I was engaged. So he goes to run errands. I call her, and I'm like, hey, so, you know, he proposed. She's like, congrats. And I'm like, but I was like really surprised because he proposed with this like family ring, and he told me that he still owes a little bit on my ring. So I was like, let me know how much he owes. I'm just gonna take care of it. We just need to get it done before the wedding. And she's like, okay, hold on a second. She goes into her computer and she's like, I am so sorry, but T put down $2,000 towards the ring months ago and then disappeared. Okay, this is getting too long again, so I'm gonna have to go to part 3, but I'm gonna film it right now and I'm gonna post it tonight so you don't have to wait. Stay tuned. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, this is part 3 of my story time about when I was 38, I found out my fiance was married to someone else, had $25 in his bank account, and proposed to me with a pawn shop ring that he told me was a family heirloom. So I think we left off with him leaving the house to run errands the day before we were supposed to fly back to the Northeast for my bridal shower. And I used that opportunity to call the salesperson that supposedly sold us the ring to find out how much he owed and just to like pay it off and get it finished. And so I called her. She looked into her computer. She let me know that there was no ring. He had put $2,000 towards it months ago and disappeared. So they couldn't even hold the diamond. It was sold, put in another ring. So I was livid. I mean, everything just came crashing down. I knew that I could not marry this person. And I was thinking, okay, how am I going to confront him? So I hear the garage door open and he comes to the back door. He's like trying to hand me a bag, and then he was like gonna go out and run another errand. And so I told him, nope, you're gonna take your shoes off and come inside because I need to talk to you. And I just said, I found out that you lied to me. And I asked him, what did you lie about? Like, this is your opportunity to come clean and tell me the truth. And the first thing he said was, you found out that I was married before? My jaw hit the ground because I knew about his ex-girlfriend, okay? And at one point, because I managed the benefits for our company, I noticed that his ex-girlfriend was on our health insurance. And I thought that was kind of weird, and I confronted him about it. And he immediately removed her, and he was like, she lost her job. I felt really bad, so I added her as a spouse, but like we were never married. And, you know, I met his family, and no one thought that he was married to this woman. In fact, they were dating during the beginning of the pandemic, and she and her family did not believe in vaccinations. So the story is that he broke up with her because he couldn't even go visit his parents. His parents got COVID really bad. They were really sick, and they did not want anyone coming to their house who hadn't been vaccinated. And it was like this whole conflict. And he basically told me that he broke up with her so that he could get vaccinated and like see his family. Ultimately, I knew about the ex-girlfriend, and no one knew that he had actually legally married her. So that was a surprise. But I was like, well, actually, that's not the lie. And so I let him know that I spoke to the salesperson and found out that the ring did not exist, that he never paid for it. And he was like, well, you know, I still, like, I gave you my grandmother's ring, and like, I'm so sorry, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, that's not your grandmother's ring. Like, I know what vintage jewelry looks like. That is new. And he insisted. He actually got in my face and adamantly like was like, how could you say that? Like, that was my grandmother's ring. Like, trying to gaslight me. And this was the first time really since I met him that I had ever seen this like anger, like this aggression. Like, he was not that type of person. Like, he was so upset and so angry that I was like calling him out. And regarding his marriage, basically he told me that he had received a lot of pressure from her family, and so they legally got married but didn't have a wedding, and he didn't tell anyone about it because his family didn't like her, and her family was a little bit crazy and whatever. Who knows what the truth is, but they had been legally married and no one knew about it. So I, at that point, said, you need to show me proof that you're divorced, and you need to show me all of your financials right now, or I am calling off this wedding. So he says, okay, I need to go make some phone calls. And I'm like, okay, are you gonna go call your lawyer? Like, do you have an email, like some sort of document somewhere that you can show me? And he's like, I need to call the bank because I want to show you my bank account, but I'm locked out of it, and still making up excuses. He steps outside and he walks back in, and he has a representative from a bank on the phone, and he puts me on the phone, and I say, you know, what is the balance in this account? Because he told me that there was like $7,000 in it, but he wasn't sure of the exact amount because he lost access online or whatever. So she asks him, sir, do I have permission to tell her the balance in your account? And he says, yes. There's $25 in the account, okay? And I suspect that it's the free $25 that they give you as an incentive to open the account. I was like, if you know your social security number, which, I mean, you're in your late 30s, you better fucking know your social security number. You need to pull up your Credit Karma right now. I need to see your credit report, and I need to see any other accounts that you have. So he pulls it up, and I don't remember exactly what the credit score was. I didn't like record it or anything, but it was very, very low. And I saw that there was a $500 collection that he never paid for some utilities that he just ignored. He was so irresponsible. Anyway, and then I'm like, okay, you have $25 in a checking account that you can't access. Like, how are you paying for things? And so he tells me he has a Chime account, and that's what he's been using. And mind you, Chime is like for people that don't have credit, that need to like build their credit. So I was not familiar with it before, but I've since done some research. So I'm like, okay, pull up your account. So he shows me his Chime account, and I see a line item for $250. The $250 is for a pawn shop in the town over. And I ask him, is that where the ring came from? And he tells me, no, I took my grandmother's ring there because they also have a jeweler. And I took my grandmother's ring there to have it sized and cleaned. Okay, we all know it does not cost $250 to size a ring. And also, you're not bringing a family heirloom to a pawn shop jeweler. So I was like, okay, interesting. So I Google them and I'm like, oh, look, they're open. And so I pick up the phone and I call the pawn shop in front of him. I had to like prove his lies to him because he was just like not owning up to anything. So I call, I explain the ring. So they tell me, oh yeah, we made that ring. And I asked them if it's even gold because it's not marked. And they said, oh, that's because we made it in-house, but you can bring it in and we'll stamp it 18 karat gold for you. I said, no thanks, I'm good. And I hung up the phone. And he immediately starts packing. He goes and pulls his suitcases out of the closet and starts packing. And I ask him where he's going because he has $25 in his account, and the balance in his Chime account I think was about like $28, maybe $38, I don't remember exactly. But I was like, you don't even have enough money to take an Uber to the airport. Mind you, we both have tickets to fly back to New York the next morning. So he's like, I'll figure it out. And he actually has the audacity to ask me if he can house sit and stay here while I fly back to New York to see my family, because obviously I'm devastated at that point and I need to go home. My bridal shower is not happening, but like I really need to be with my people. So I was like, you're fucking crazy. No, you're gonna sleep on the couch tonight. You're gonna come with me to drop off my dog at the sitter, and you're gonna come with me to the airport, and I'm gonna make sure that you get on that flight and you go back to the Northeast where you came from, because obviously this is over and you are not staying here in LA, especially not at my house. So that's how it all exploded. And regarding proof of his divorce, he told me that he had divorce papers at his parents' house in this trunk that had belonged to his grandfather, but his parents couldn't know about it, and so they couldn't go and get the paperwork and share it with me. But he swore that he was divorced. So, fucking nuts. I didn't realize the story was gonna take so long to tell, so I will be back for part 4. Stay tuned. Okay, thanks for sticking around. This is part 4 of the story, and I think I'm finally getting close to the end here. And I've been seeing a lot of your questions, and I'm gonna answer as many as I can after I get the full story out. So, where we left off was it all came crashing down. I had to prove T's lie to him for him to like finally admit that he was lying. He was married before. There was no engagement ring. So the next morning, obviously I hadn't slept. I was devastated, but I got him to the airport. He got on the plane with me. I don't remember if I moved our seats or if we weren't sitting together to begin with, but we did not sit together on the plane. But he was on the plane and he made it back to New York. I knew his parents' address. I had been to their house before, so while I was on the East Coast, I actually drove to his parents' house to talk to them in person about all of this. I had sent an email out to everyone we had invited to the wedding. It was a pretty small wedding, like 50, 60 people. His parents, you know, were aware of what was going on, but didn't know the full story. He was actually telling people that the reason why I called off the wedding is because I found out that he was married before, which is complete bullshit. Honestly, like, if he had told me that he was married or like divorced or whatever, it wasn't a big deal. And as long as like he got divorced, you know, it wouldn't have affected anything if he wasn't lying about everything else. So I kind of wanted to set the record straight, so I drove to his parents' house. His mom was at church, but his dad was there, and he let me in, and we sat down and talked, and I basically told him like all these things that T had told me, and kind of got like the truth. And he told me that they had caught him in other lies, and that he barely finished college, and all these things. And I was thinking, like, you know, why did no one from his family tip me off to any of these things? I guess they wanted to believe that he had changed. I don't know. But it was really enlightening while I was sitting on that cross-country flight with nothing but my thoughts and no sleep. Right before we had taken off, his uncle had responded to my email calling off the wedding. And so I spent the entire 5-6 hour flight responding to him and documenting like everything that had happened. So by the time I landed, I was able to hit send on the story, and I still have the email, and so I was able to read it to like refresh my memory before I recorded this. His family, you know, they were like, "We're so sorry, we totally understand, and you know, please know that he's a good guy and he was really trying to make you happy, and you know, he's not a bad person, but he obviously made a mistake, and you know, it is what it is." Yes, so many red flags, and I take full responsibility. I was 38 and I was eager to get married and start a family, and I ignored a lot of red flags, but ultimately I thought I knew this person, and it turns out I didn't. I was out $20,000. I had laid out deposits for the venue, for all of the vendors. I had bought a dress. I had bought gifts for bridesmaids. My friends bought bridesmaids dresses. My family bought plane tickets to come to LA from the Northeast. But I will say that the one silver lining to all of this is that he kept his direct deposit going into my checking account, and ultimately he paid me back. He paid me back for everything. So I was made whole. Clearly that was a very traumatizing experience, but the story has a positive ending because a little over a year later, I was introduced to my husband, and we got to know each other. And I think I mentioned this in a video where I shared how we met, but I told him about this experience, and he knew that I had a lot of financial trauma because of this. And so he was like very, very upfront about his debt and, you know, like his income, and we worked through everything, and we have been married for a year now. I dodged a huge bullet, but I'm really grateful that everything turned out for the best. I found my person. We have a very open, honest relationship. I'm very happy. We are going through IVF right now and trying to start a family. But it's funny because a girlfriend of mine just got married a couple weekends ago, and she also started planning her wedding before she had her engagement ring. And it brought up so many feelings for me, and I was so skeptical of her now husband, but they kind of did the same thing. They ordered a custom ring, and it wasn't ready yet, but they knew that they wanted to get married quickly so that they could start a family. And they had both of their families coming in for the holidays to meet each other, so they wanted to wait to get engaged in front of their families, but it all worked out. She got her ring. They're happily married, and he's a really, really nice guy. But for a minute, I was really nervous. I thought she was going to experience the same thing I went through. And I honestly, like, until she had that ring on her finger, I was holding my breath a little bit. If this story helps anyone else or gives anyone hope, because it's never too late to meet someone if you really want to be in a relationship. My husband and I met when I was just shy of 40. We got engaged 11 months into our relationship, and yeah, we've been married a year. His family's amazing, and I'm really happy. So it all worked out. Please feel free to ask any questions. I'm an open book. I know there are a lot of questions in the comments from previous posts, so I'm gonna get to as many as I can, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow because I am exhausted. Thanks for going on this journey with me. I know it was a lot and I really appreciate it. I feel like it was cathartic to get it off my chest, and I hope that maybe it will help someone at some point. I don't know. Or just entertain you. Happy to be entertaining. That works too. But have a wonderful evening, and I will talk to you more tomorrow. Ciao.
I'm gonna need y'all to tell me if I'm crazy or not, okay? Let's say that I was a stay-at-home mom for 8 years and my husband was the provider, okay? Let's say me and that husband separated, and I'm talking, he worked and that was it. That was all, baby, okay? He didn't do nothing besides work, okay? I did the cooking, the cleaning, the laundry, taking care of appointments, kids, you name it. When I say he got off of work and went upstairs to his computer and twiddled his little fingers on his gaming PC, that's what I mean, okay? And I got many witnesses to that. He didn't lift a single finger when he came home from this job. And I was like, you know what? That's okay, because, you know, he provides and I never complained. But now we're separated. And so I'm telling him, like, you know, you're working full time. You know, I'm paying you money every month. But yet you won't take care of your kids. Should he not be also having his kids so I can work? Like, I'm even willing to say, I said to him, you work, you get off of work, I'll drop the kids off to you, and then I'll go to my job. Like, I will find a job that is separate from your hours so that we can both parent our kids. But he's saying no. He's saying no. So how does that work? So I'm supposed to work full time, take care of the kids full time, take care of all appointments full time, activities full time. If they get sick or one of them get a bloody nose and get picked up from school early, me. So you're telling me I got to do everything and work full time and give you money to live in the house? What? Where? What? He said he can't do nothing after work because he's tired. Well, baby, when I've been taking care of these kids since they were newborns by myself, he didn't wake up in the night not one time. Not one. Okay? He didn't cook a single meal. He didn't do a single load of laundry. He didn't wash a single dish. When I say this man had to do nothing, I mean this man did nothing. And I got witnesses to that. Like I said, I got witnesses. So, like, am I crazy for asking him to help parent his kids so that I can work? Am I crazy? Because he's making it out like I'm crazy. But here's the thing. Pause. I think he doesn't like kids. He wanted kids so bad. Like, he was tracking my ovulation, baby. Okay? He wanted kids so damn bad. Okay? And soon as the kids came, though, he was like, woo, I'm scared to hold them. First 6 months, he wouldn't even pick them up, really, okay? Never fed them a baby bottle. Never changed a diaper. Never played with them. I mean, never took them anywhere. Like, once the kids came, the love was gone. The love was gone because I realized, like, he wanted these kids, but he's actually, you know, something not right. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, so yeah, so I'm convinced that he doesn't like kids. I mean, he doesn't. He talks badly about everyone's kids. So, come on. He don't even like not a single one of his own kids' friends. Like, your kids have friends. They want to play. Instead, he's too busy getting angry if they're playing with their friends. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know most kids after school play with their friends outside. But, you know, he don't like it. So let me know. Am I crazy for asking him to step up his parenting so that I can work? So I can financially provide for my kids?
Because since he's left, he ain't do nothing.
Alright, story time on how a grown man played with me. If you guys have been watching and following me, you guys know that I'm in San Diego right now and that I landed here because I was supposed to come see somebody, a boo thing, and things went left and I got to the airport with nowhere to go, and I'm still here though, 2 nights later, surviving and thriving. Let me take it back to when I met this man. This was like a couple months ago and I was visiting a friend out here in San Diego. We went to a pool because I love water, pool, just good weather. I'm like always hanging out by the water if it's available. So we decided to go to the pool area. This is like a luxury apartment complex, so the pool area is really, really, really nice with like a bunch of outdoor area, fire pits, multiple pools, hot tubs, whatever. It's just a vibe, right? So that complex specifically like has a lot of, you know, younger people that live there. It's just like very diverse, actually all age ranges, but it's just like pretty poppin', right? So we went there to go get some content in and work, my friend and I. We were minding our business when we sit down at a table and there is like a group of guys sitting across from us, and one of them walks past us and starts talking to us, which was his friend, the guy's friend. We're gonna call him T, the guy that I was dating, talking to. The guy that was with T walked over to us and starts talking to us, and then eventually we all agree that we're gonna hang out, but T hasn't walked over to us yet. So this is at this point just the friend that's talking to us. And then eventually one of the other guys in the group walks over, introduces himself, seems like a nice guy. The first guy seemed like toxic and crazy, but like whatever, I'm very open to like networking and talking to people, so it was fine. But the second guy that came over and talked to us, he was like a little bit more the stable one in the group. Now looking back at it, like he had a dog, he told us he was dating somebody, like he seemed cool. So mind you that T hasn't walked over yet, okay? His 2 friends are talking to us. T is very much doing his own thing, like still sitting where he was sitting. It took him a while to get up and come over and introduce himself. So that's one thing that I noticed, that I was like, okay, well that's cool. I like that he didn't like just walk over to the girls right away. Like it took him a while to come over. Keep that in mind. So eventually he does work his way over and he looked cute, like he's a tall white boy with a beard. Love that. So when he walked over, I was like, ooh, he's cute, but I had already been kind of eyeing him before that. He walks over, introduces himself, and then after some time we're like all talking, I find out that he just got out of a relationship a few days before we met. So we're still talking, getting to know each other, and he basically said that he's always in a relationship, that he's very much a relationship type, and he's basically never single. I probably should have not pursued anything knowing that he just got out of something like a few days before that. But I've also been in situations where like I've gotten out of things and like they were done, you know what I mean? Even though it was fresh, like I just knew that I wasn't gonna go back to it. So against my better judgment, I proceeded to continue to get to know him. After some time, it's just my friend and I hanging out with T and his 2 friends, and we're just all hanging out by the pool. His boy, the crazy one, went to go get drinks because we didn't have any alcohol. Like we were just hanging out by the pool working. Our intention wasn't to like have drinks and hang out. So one of his friends, the crazy one, decided to go get some mojitos from the store, whatever, asked, you know, do you guys want anything? What do you guys want? Whatever. He went to the store, came back, brought some mojitos, and then T had told me that he wasn't drinking. So when I first met him, he just said like, yeah, I'm not drinking, I'm stopping for a while. So I was like, okay, cool. But then the mojitos got there, we're having a good time, conversation's flowing. He changed his mind, and then he decided to start drinking too. Okay, the video's about to hit 5 minutes, so go to part 2. Okay, part 2 on how a grown man played with me. So the conversation's good, the drinks are flowing, strong chemistry between T and I. And now that I'm saying this out loud and telling you guys, like I'm going through this with you guys in real time and reflecting on it. Now I'm like, oh, I should have noted that, like that was a sign now looking back, right? But okay, first thing I will say is that the first guy that introduced himself to us, which is how we all met in the first place, he was just a little bit of a mess. The things that were coming out of his friend's mouth, like just saying how he knew some real LA baddies, this and that, like that they were all about like OF and this and that, like you could just tell that he's been in like the nightlife and like likes scrippers and OF models and stuff like that. This is the friend. He was saying that like a lot of negative things about women and relationships. That's a sign right there that like if he was hanging out with somebody like that, associating with people like that, like obviously that's also going to be somewhat his lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But then the third guy with the dog that dates somebody and let us know that, he looked like the most stable one out of the two, I guess, or just like his lifestyle. You know, he was responsible for a doggy. He lived in that complex alone, and then he was dating somebody. So anyways, I could be wrong. He could be a total freaking douchebag for all I know. I kind of was like, I don't like that this guy is like his friend, somebody that he just hangs with, you know, because it was like the middle of the day on a weekday and they were at the pool or whatever, just like discussing business because they were business partners, all three. I did notice that T was going to the bathroom, taking a little bathroom break, okay? Now I know that the reason why he was going to the bathroom is because he might have been playing with some nose candy. Didn't know that then. I remember that moment when he was walking to the bathroom. I thought to myself, like, yeah, this guy is trouble. That, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, that thought did run through my mind. Something about his behavior, it just looked like too carefree, just like having fun, living life, which is great. But it just didn't strike me like somebody that, you know, I could probably be like in a real relationship with. Like, yes, a relationship, but like it would come with some toxic vibes. But I ignored that feeling and continued. So we're still hanging out at the pool, and then two people come up to the pool and they say hey to him, like they all know each other. So it was one gay guy and then his friend. So the gay guy is like super loud, confident, whatever, good vibes, and his friend is very quiet. So we all hang out. So now there's the three friends and then two more and then my friend and I. So there's like a group of 6 or 7 of us. And one of his friends, the guy with the dog, ends up leaving. The crazier guy who we initially met ends up also leaving because he was on probation, by the way. You know, not to judge anybody that's on probation, but just telling you guys what it is. So he had, now we're just left with my friend, the gay guy, his friend, and T, and myself, okay? So it's just us, and we decide let's continue the party, and T and I had discussed drinking some filthy martinis. So remember, he wasn't supposed to be drinking, but he just gave in. Like, he saw a cute girl that he was attracted to, he was vibing, so he just put off to the side what he wasn't supposed to be doing, which was drinking, right? Like, he initially told me when we met that he wasn't drinking, but it didn't take much for him to change his mind. And now also looking back at it, like, that's also a sign, like, you know, he was easily like directed a different direction. So I changed my clothes in the bathroom there at the complex, and I'm gonna tell you guys another red flag. He was being a little overly sexual, I will say, like after a few drinks and stuff. Like, and the first time that I noticed it was when I was going to the bathroom to change. Again, we were outside in the community area, so I just figured I had my gym bag in there. I was just gonna throw on my 2-piece gym outfit and we were gonna go grab like a couple drinks and some food, you know? It was like athletic, we're in San Diego, so people are pretty chill. He made a comment about trying to go into the bathroom with me, and that right there bothered me as well. But I ignored it because you just met me, and had I let you gone into the bathroom with me, you would have taken that opportunity. And it's just, looking back now, I'm like, damn, that's pretty sleazy and trashy. Like, but then I'm like, okay, he's a man and men think with you know what, but I just don't like that behavior, and I don't think that all men behave that way. All right, the video is getting too long, so go to part 3. Okay, part 3 on how a grown man played with me.
I keep saying a grown man, guys, because this man is 42 years old. I think I left off where he wanted to go into the bathroom with me when I was going to change. And I swear at the time that was a red flag, and an alert went off in my brain, and I was like, I don't like that. But ignored it, not doing that again in the future, like for sure. I don't like that behavior. I don't let him come into the bathroom with me, and I change and then I come out. We go to the restaurant. So we met up, the gay guy and his friend, at the restaurant. They picked the restaurant. T, my friend, and I got there. We met up with them, and so the gay guy, I remember him making a comment and asking T like, oh, that was it? That was fast? And then I was like, what? So he was like basically assuming that we had hooked up and slept together like already, right? So I don't know if, like, again, another red flag, because I'm like, okay, does this dude just meet girls like this all the time and this is just like a normal thing for him? Because that's what it sounded like to me. Now, after all this went down, it all makes sense. You know what I mean? It's all coming together. When he said that, I made sure to step in and let him know that we did not hook up. I was like, oh no, that's not what we were doing. That didn't happen. Like, what? Pay attention to the signs. Like, that was a very telling thing. Like, he basically just, it was very telling. Like, this is very normal for him. I just noticed that just like leading with a lot of sexual stuff, and I don't like that. Also, I heard the gay guy like make a comment like saying, damn, I don't know, I think she would tear your ass up or something like that. And I'm just like, dude, why does everything like have to be sexual? So I should have picked up on all of this, and I did. There were alerts going off and I ignored them. We're having a great time though, and we decide after that restaurant that we were gonna go bar hopping and go check out, I don't even know where we went, guys, because I'm not from San Diego, but we went somewhere. It wasn't like Little Italy or Gas Lamp. I have no idea where it was, but we went somewhere and went bar hopping a little bit. And my friend was sober. She doesn't drink. So that was good because she was being observant, and then later gave me the tea on like maybe things that I missed. But overall, she said she liked the guy and that he was cute and this and that, and like, oh, I love him for you, blah blah blah. But now I'm like, why didn't I just listen to my own gut? So we went to go have a few drinks at a bar, but I don't drink. Like, I mean, I drink, but I drink a little slow. I'm not like into shots and stuff. So I was drinking, but like drinking a little slow, whatever he was drinking. We ended up hanging out until pretty late. And then once it's time to go back home, he asks if I want to stay at his place. So my friend and I ended up going back to his place and hanging out, and we did stay the night, all of us. So not just me, but we did end up like hanging out and talking all night, and everything was good. So, you know, the night ended, whatever. And then I think actually my friend didn't spend the night. She stayed there until pretty freaking late, but then she ended up going home like really early in the morning or whatever, like, you know, like 3 in the morning or something. And I passed out, so I was sleeping. We had to go to TJ in the morning. So the next morning we had, you know, things going on in TJ. So she came back to pick me up. I think it was like 8 a.m. or something like that, and I was so tired, but I got picked up. And then he was just telling me how he didn't want me to leave, and he said like, do you have to go to TJ, because I would love for you to stay. Then he was just like, you know what, how about after TJ you just come back here and let's hang out again, so just come back. So after TJ, I end up texting him and I invite him to come meet us somewhere where we were at, like it was like a rooftop or something. And then he just said that he was really tired and that he would let me know if he was up for like leaving the house. I'm gonna fast forward. So we didn't end up linking back up that day. I had to catch a flight back home the next morning after TJ. So it didn't work out for us to link up the next day. And then I just ended up catching a flight home. He ends up texting me every single day, hitting me up like every day as soon as I get home. So he was checking in, guys. This is where the story is gonna start to get better and make more sense now, because I want to tell you guys about like how it all went down after San Diego and once I was home, and how this man put in so much effort to see me again, and then like how it all led up to me ending up in San Diego and having him not pick me up. But go to part 4. Okay, part before on how a grown man played with me. Sorry that I took so long. You guys know that I've been going through some things. So I think I left off where the first big red flag, that looking back now, was when he tried to go into the bathroom with me. That is a big no for me, and I knew that then, and the thought crossed my mind like, ooh, I don't like that, and I ignored it. So that was the first major red flag for me. I changed into the outfit. We all meet back up by the pool before leaving and agree that we're gonna go somewhere, wherever the gay guy picks, okay? So we go to T's house. I forgot for what. Oh, he wanted to change. So he changed his clothes. Mind you guys, remember, he just got out of a relationship a few days before meeting me. I think he said like 3 days. But he said that she moved out in October. So I guess it had been a while and she moved out, but they were still like seeing each other. You know how that goes. So he did say that. So I remember I didn't have a jacket with me and it was already nighttime. He went to go change, and then I told him that I didn't have a jacket. So he said, I'll let you borrow one of mine. So he goes upstairs and gets me like the smallest jacket that he has. It was actually really cute and I loved the jacket. I asked him if I could have it. I was just kidding, but kind of not, you know? If he would have said yes, I would have loved that. But he mentioned like, oh man, I would give it to you, but if I wasn't such a softie or something, because it was a gift from his ex on Valentine's Day. So here we go with the ex again, right? We go to the place where we're meeting the gay dude and his friend. So we get there, they're already at the table, and I just remember overhearing a conversation between the gay guy and T, where the gay dude looked at me and was like, I just have a feeling she would tear you up, or something like that. So it's just too much a sexual talk, because if you guys remember, I think I mentioned that when we got there, the gay dude was like, that was fast, that's it, something like that, insinuating that we hooked up. So it was just a lot, and I ignored all of this when it bothered me. It bothered me in that moment. But I guess, you know, there was a lot of attraction and there was chemistry. We got along really good. The night goes on. I want somebody that's marriage minded because I would like to get married, and it would just be nice. My ex was marriage minded, like he knew that he wanted to be a husband and that's in his future. This man T we were kind of arguing a little bit, like not arguing, but just kind of having debates or just different point of views. And while we were at the restaurant, my friend mentioned this to me later, like, oh, you guys kept arguing, but we were just kind of like disagreeing on certain things. One was marriage, because I guess he said like, see, that's why I don't want to get married. I forgot what we were talking about. I think his friend said something negative about a relationship or a girl that he dated, and then he's like, see, this is why I'm not going to get married, or I'm not getting married, or something along those lines of like, you know, marriage isn't for him. And then when I disagreed with that and I gave him my opinion, like, oh well, because I think he said, if I find the right one, I guess I would. And we were kind of going back and forth about that, because I was just like, well, you should just want to, like, you should know that that's what you want, and like, you know, just have that be in your future, not like, oh, if I meet the right one, I guess I would, you know, like, I don't know. For me personally, that matters. And now that I'm naming all these things and telling you guys, like, I just knew that he wasn't the right fit for me, but I don't know what happened. So T and the gay guy ends up going to the bathroom, and once again, now I know that they were doing the nose candy. So the nose candy was like a thing all night. I don't know if I'm going all over the place with this story. I'm not really that great at telling stories, I guess, but I'm trying. So let's just fast forward. I think I already told you guys, I ended up spending the night. My friend ended up going home like really late / early morning. We had to go to TJ, so she picked me up in the morning. This man walked me outside. He asked me to come back and see him that day, but it didn't work out. I had already told you guys this. I think I just told you guys all about the restaurant. So I ended up not seeing him again on this trip because I ended up catching a flight. Like we went to TJ, and then I was like tired afterwards. We went to Sessions in San Diego, and then I invited him there, but he was too tired because he was up like a long time, all night, whatever. And so we didn't end up meeting up. I flew home, and then I'm gonna tell you guys the after part now, like how we maintained the relationship leading up to me flying to San Diego. But go to part 5. Okay, part 5 on how a grown man played with me. I forgot to mention that after the restaurant, we did go to a bar. We went bar hopping a little bit, and I don't remember where it was. I also mentioned this in a previous video. Fast forward, now I'm back home and he's in San Diego, and I wasn't really sure if we were going to continue to talk. Like, I wasn't sure. I just knew that we got along really good, and from the sounds of it, he wanted me to come back that same day, and he made sure that like we exchanged numbers. Like, I could tell he was obviously interested, but you know, I was just gonna let things be. So right away when I got home, he did start like texting. I remember that he would do things like he would like one day he called me when he was driving back, I guess, from just finishing dinner with his mom, and he called me, and so like he would just check in. Like, he was acting like my man, but he was just like, oh, I'm just driving back home from having dinner with my mom, maybe you can meet her one day, like I'm really close to her and maybe you can meet her one day. He started saying these things like really early on. I forgot to mention something. When I was with him that one night, when we were like hanging out, I remember us talking about like, I want to move to San Diego, I would love to move there. He made a few comments like, okay, fine, you can move in, and he made that comment like a couple times because I told him that I love a provider man, that like I'm drawn to provider types. I was just saying like I'd love to move there and do like social media and just do my thing and grow without having to worry about like bills and paying too much. Like, not like I won't contribute, but at least like, you know, you can take care of like a lot of it and just support me so I can grow and then I can help out more, whatever, you know. I just want like a supportive man. And he's like, okay, he's like, you can move in. So he said that a few times. Another time we were on the phone and I think social media had come up, and he asked me like how many followers I had. I told him how many followers I had like on Instagram and TikTok, because those are the two that I use. But I'm not active on Instagram like I am on TikTok. I really love TikTok. Anyway, I told him, and in his mind, he thought like I'm an influencer. Guys, I don't consider myself an influencer, but he was like, oh, so I'm dating an influencer? And then, mind you, at this point, we had been talking like every single day and FaceTiming and stuff. And so when he said that, like, he just basically was trying to prove to me that, like, okay, we're dating, like, I'm serious, you know, you can move in, I want you to meet my mom, like, all these things, right? And by him, like, checking in every day, like, it did feel like that, like we were heading into, like, a serious direction. The text messages were like, good morning, baby, or he started calling me baby, good night, checking in the day. Like, we would talk a lot, actually, like daily text, good morning, good night. Like, we got into this routine where we would just like either FaceTime each other in the morning. We would FaceTime each other a lot, like throughout the day. I don't think that he was like seeing anybody else, because like we would just check in so much and do a lot of FaceTime. But he did mention to me that he had to give all the stuff to his ex back, meaning like he's gonna see her again. His friends said that I looked like his ex, but better, but we look alike. So he likes the Latinas. He's a white boy, and his dad is getting married to a chick named Gabriella. What are the odds? He asked me when I was going back to San Diego, and I just told him like, well, babe, like you need to lead and make a plan. Like, I'm not gonna do it. So he did, and he got me a flight to go out there. Very important. He's never single. So he mentioned that a few times. He said, I'm never single. He can't remember the last time he was single. He said he's always in a relationship. Do you guys think that's a red flag? I mean, I don't know how to feel about that. I do think that there are people that are like always in relationships, or there's people that are always single. I don't know how I feel about that though, because does that mean that he's just not able to be alone ever? He's codependent? I don't know, but the guy is never single. I'm not trying to blame anybody for anything that happened or say that I'm better, nothing like that. I just think that my concerns came from a place where I was on vacation and I met him. But for him, that's just his normal lifestyle. So he was at home in San Diego, and you know, for him, maybe this happens easily because there's a lot of people that vacation in San Diego, and he lives in like a really popular area where there's like a lot of opportunity to meet people from where he lives. All he has to do is go downstairs. The video is getting long, so go to part 6.
I think I'm traumatized. That was insane. I just had the most interesting massage of my life. I wish I could make this up. I have been coming here, like, this is my 3rd time, I think. This is my first time on a Friday, and this is my first time with a woman at this Thai place. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be open-minded. I'm sure it'll be great, because the other times that I've gotten massaged, they're both men, and they did a great job. So, during the massage, we're getting going, right? She pulls the thing back off my back. Mind you, this is the first time I have ever taken my underwear off during a massage. I always leave my underwear on. I always will from now, once you hear the story. Oh my God, I never take my underwear off. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm clearly exhausted, hence why I booked a massage. And I got fully stripped and got in the bed and was like, as she's pulling the sheet back, I thought, oh shit, I left my underwear off. And I was like, nah, that'll be fine. Like, I know people that take their underwear off all the time when they massage. I don't know if that's like a universal signal for something. Oh my God. So she pulls the thing back. She's putting oil on me. She puts enough oil on me to give me high cholesterol, first of all. Second, we get going on the back. It's going great. It's fine. I'm having a great time. I'm feeling relaxed. Then she gets to my legs now. Okay. So she pulls the sheet back and my whole butt's exposed. I'm like, first of all, a little strange. Usually they like tuck it under the leg or something. No. And then she starts rubbing my leg and she goes so high up to my butt cheek that she's rubbing my butt cheek. I'm like, okay, great. You know what? Glutes are sore. Absolutely. Let's rub it out. It's the body. It's normal. It's fine. Guys, I don't know if this is normal. So she starts rubbing my butt cheek, right? And she's scooping around my butt cheek, touches my butthole. Full grab, graces my butthole. The first time I'm like, okay, maybe it was an accident, you know, weird. No, by the 3rd pass, I'm like, this girl is running her fingers along my butthole. Ah, I don't know you like that. Okay, so then I'm thinking, okay, it's fine. You know what? When we flip over, we'll see if that was just an accident. I'm giving this woman the benefit of the doubt, because why would a middle-aged, sweet little Asian lady want to be touching this girl's butthole? I don't know. And so I roll over. She pulls the sheet down to rub my décolleté and my shoulders. Tits are straight out. I peek my eyes out through the little mask because I'm like, no, my tits gotta be out. There's no way. Look out, tits full out. And it's cold in there. So it's saying hi to Jesus at this point. I'm like, okay, love that. Then she starts, I wish I could make this up. She starts rubbing my cleavage, like down, up, around. And I'm like, damn, I haven't had as much action in a minute. I don't know how I feel about this. So after that, she's rubbing my armpits. She's all up in my armpits, which honestly is a vibe. That was great. That was nice. But then we get down to the front of the legs, and I'm like, okay, here we go again. If there's any gracing, this is not on accident at this point. So she starts rubbing my like hips, thighs, whatever, and same thing. She starts cupping my hip, and her fingers are just gracing labia, just straight. Just, hey, how are ya? Cruising by. She's in there like swimwear at this point. I'm like, we're really touching like gentle territory here at this point. If anything else happens, I'm jumping out of that window. Full frontal, full naked. I don't care. I don't know. And then she puts her hands underneath the sheet. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. I signed up for the wrong massage at the wrong place. And she starts rubbing my stomach, which actually was really nice. It's kind of like a lymphatic massage. But the sheet's like moving. And at this point, I'm just laying there bug ass naked. And I'm like, at this point, fucking get rid of the sheet. I don't know. Like, at this point, it's just humiliating with the sheet. Like, just send it. Just send it. You know what? Do you want to do pap smear while you're at it? Because this is crazy. But at the end of it, honestly, it was a pretty decent massage. It was just wild. It was an emotional roller coaster the whole time. I could not relax because I was like, what's about to happen? Should I buy her a drink first? Like, do I tip her? Is that weird?
I've been talking to this guy, right? And talking is a light term, but we met like, I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago through like in a like professional setting, and it was cool. Like, we kind of wanted to do business together, whatever. I wasn't really in the headspace to like date at the time. But you know, he would like always like my stories, text me, like kind of flirt here and there. and I would just kind of ignore it. Like I said, I just wasn't in the headspace, right? Then a couple months ago, we saw each other again, and I was like, you know, I'm in a better headspace now. Like, I could see, like, this guy's a little older, he has his stuff together, like, he has 2 jobs, he is a man of God, like, works out, whatever. Seems like he has his head on straight, right? Maybe I should give the good guy a chance. So he starts texting me, like, pretty consistently, and I am very busy. Like, I literally sit down at my desk at 8 a.m. and most days I don't leave until like 6 p.m. I am a workhorse. Like, I work myself way too hard during the week. So obviously I don't really have time to like text and date, whatever. But I want to. I'm like trying to be more open and curious with dating because I feel like I've taken it so serious the past couple years of my life. I'm just like, you know, I want it to be fun again. So we're texting for like a month, I would say. We're texting for like a couple weeks, and then I kind of started to feel like, okay, we would make plans and then, you know, it would fall through. He lives a little bit far from me. But then I started to feel like, damn, like, you're always texting me, but like not making plans. Like, I'm just not really into that. Like, we're grown. Why are we pen pals? And I told him that. I was like, hey, like, you know, I'm not really with like the texting thing all the time. Like, I genuinely hate texting. Like, you can ask my friends, my mom, like, they all think I hate them. I'm like, please just call me. Texting is like the bane of my existence. All I do all day at work is talk to people. That's the last thing I want to do whenever I get home. But I love to spend time in person. So I just told him, like, hey, like, you know, I'm really not a texter. We have been texting, but like, you know, if you want to take this relationship any further, like, you know, make a plan, let me know. And he's like, yeah, definitely, whatever. Continues to ask me, you know, he's always double texting me too. Like, I won't respond because I'm busy, and then he follows up, how's your day going? How's your week? You know, like, cute shit. But then yesterday he hit me up and he was like, he said, are you in the office all week? I was like, yeah, I am. And he was like, oh, okay. I was just checking. Like, oh, okay. This is a very grown man, by the way. I'm like, okay. And he was like, well, he basically invited me over to watch the NBA finals with him and like drink wine. He was like, you want to have wine and watch basketball? Like, it could be cute. And I was like, to be so honest, like, I'm just not really like a slide on the first date type of gal. Like, no hate, you know, I do want to have fun, but like, you know, I feel like bare minimum is like, we could go to a bar, take me to dinner, like, plan something, show some type of initiative. And I just feel like being in somebody's space whenever you don't know them very well is like very intimate and like kind of awkward. So yeah, just not my ideal first, like, we've been talking type of meetup. He's like, nah, I understand that. Just days are so long. I like to relax at the end of the day, but like, if I change my mind, I'll let you know. First off, why are you letting me know? Like, I didn't already say no. I just see through that shit. Like, I'm like, why are you trying to flip the narrative? Like, you're rejecting me whenever I said no to you. Anyway, so I was like, so like, what's like your dating life like? This man says, my dating life is active, LOL, and I'm actually talking to somebody right now, to be completely honest. Hello? I was literally dumbfounded, like, and I don't even care. Like, that's the gag, is like, I don't care. Like, I'm like trying to force myself into dating by like responding to you, but I'm like, why would you say that? So I just play it cool. I'm like, okay, like, what does talking mean to you? He's like, taking people on dates, like trying to progress further. If you're talking to somebody and you're describing talking as taking this person on dates and trying to progress it further, and then framing it like why would you tell me that whenever you're obviously in my phone? I hit him with the, then why are you texting me? Like, I'm so confused. Like, I was not born yesterday. You like every Instagram story I post of my face, my body, you know, my life, whatever. You're double texting me. You're texting me every day, asking me my plans, inviting me over. Like, why are you texting me? I'm confused. And he's like, oh, I was just trying to have a business relationship. Bye. Literally, ew. Like, ew. Thank God, like, my younger self would have like really taken this as an opportunity to like prove myself. But I'm not even offended. I'm just like, You're so weird. You are pushing 30, older than 30, and you're trying to have a business relationship with me. I was like, how many of your business relationships are you inviting over for wine and b-ball night? Like, get a grip. Just say shit with your chest. I hate when men try to hide behind nonchalance and manipulating and gaslighting and they execute poorly. Like, if you're gonna be an asshole, at least do it the right way. Like, you're talking to a bitch who has sadly, seen it all. So, like, if you're gonna try to, like, do that, then at least be good at it. That shit just pissed me off so bad, because why are you trying to flex on me and humble me at the same time that you're the one on my phone asking me what I'm doing? Sounds a lot to me like somebody who has a girlfriend. I could be wrong. I don't know. I was talking with my homegirl about it. We deep dived his Instagram. Didn't find much. But, as somebody on the other side, that's a lot what it sounds like. But regardless, why are you trying to come in my phone and humble me? I literally didn't ask for you to be here. These men are just fucking weird and lame. And I think that, like, they think that it's, like, attractive. And it's so genuinely weird. Like, you're odd. I would respect you so much more if you just said shit with your chest. That's so attractive to me. But like I said, I wasn't born yesterday. So you're not gonna come on my phone and convince me you don't like me whenever I didn't even ask. Anyway, yeah, that was my story time. So I'm definitely exiting out of the dating pool again.
Hi, hello. I need to tell this story to somebody other than the people that were there with me, because I just need to talk about it because it's so weird. So I was in a wedding this weekend when my best friends got married, and the venue was in like Ola, Arkansas, and then we stayed at Airbnb that night, or this was the night before the wedding. We stayed, all the girls in the bridal party stayed at an Airbnb after the rehearsal, and it was like 30 minutes from the venue, and it was like in Petty Jean Mountain, like that area. And so we leave the venue at like 11:30, 11, I don't know, it was late. And so me and my friend Natalie were like driving to this Airbnb, and it's like in the middle of nowhere. And so like already when we got the Airbnb like instructions, like it's already kind of sketchy. Like this lady sent like instructions, and she was like, please do not arrive after dark. You have to use like go through 2 gates, like get out and unlock 2 gates to get there, which is like not a big deal. Like I get it, it's security property. But then she's like, please do not arrive after dark, do not trespass, do not wander off of our property. If you do arrive after dark, like make sure you have a flashlight, like all these like instructions. And like you can't really find it on maps, you have to like use the instructions that she gives you. And so we're already like, where are we? Like, where are we staying? It's weird, but not a big deal. So we're like less than like 5-10 minutes out from this place, and so we're about to turn on this dirt road, and from that point, like, you just got to use the instructions that she gives you. And so Natalie's driving, and I'm like got my phone out, and we're supposed to come up on this road to turn onto, and she drives like 90 to nothing all the time. And so she passes the road, and so we haven't seen a car in forever, and so we're literally like backing up in the middle of the street to like turn around. And there's like this little like parking area off the road, and we like passed it, and there was this truck like sitting like parked, headlights on, and hadn't moved. And then we like back up and turn around, and he like pulls out and gets behind us, and I'm like, that's strange, like weird, why? But like didn't really think much of it. And so then we're like going back to the way we need to go, and he was like behind us, not like tailing us, but like behind us, like enough that I was like, why? It's weird. It was just weird. And so like that's not even the weird part. So then we're driving, and all of a sudden, like right in front of us, I was like, Natalie, do you see those dogs? Like, slow down. And there was like a German Shepherd in the middle of the road, and then there was this big pit bull. And like she like goes to slow down, and all of a sudden, like the car is like coming to a stop, and we look up, and mind you, there is not a house around. There is nothing. Like, we are in the middle of nowhere. We look up. Okay, it cut me off. But we look up, literally from, like, I don't even know how close of, like, a reference. Like, literally right outside of the car on, like, the driver's side. I look up, and there is a man standing on the side of the road in a full-on suit, like tuxedo, in the middle of nowhere. It is like midnight. And like, when I tell you my heart went in my butt, like, literally, I was like, drive! And like, he wasn't like it wasn't like those, I don't know if those were his dogs or what, but like, if those were your dogs, like, you'd be like calling your dogs, like, get out of the road, there's a car, right? Like, no, he was just standing there, like, staring at us. And like, oh my God, we drove off so fast, but then we passed the road again. So then we're like freaking out, right? And so like, finally the maps, like, we have no service, and like maps finally like connect, and it like circles us all the way back around like Petty Jean. And so we do a loop, and I look behind us, we get to the end of this road again, the truck's behind us again, and like pretty close. And so we're like hauling, like going real fast, trying to like get out of there. And then I'm like, we have to go back, because like that's where the Airbnb is, you okay? And so we like go all the way back around, and we like lose this truck. And so then we like come up on where this man was about to be standing, or where he was standing before, and I'm like, what? It was just like literally like how a horror movie starts, right? Like, it's midnight, there's two girls in a car in the middle of nowhere, you have no service, and you look up and there's a man in a full-on suit at midnight staring at you, could like tap on your car if he wanted to. He was that close, right? Like, I don't get scared very easily, but like, I was scared, okay? And so we like come all the way back around the mountain, and I'm like, if this man is still there, right? Like, and so we like, and of course he was gonna be there. Where would he have gone? Like, there was no vehicle, there was no house. Like, what are you doing out in the middle of nowhere? And so we like come up on him, and he's still there. And when I wish you could see, like, literally just staring, the most blank face. Like, he wasn't walking. It wasn't like he was like walking with a purpose to go somewhere. It was like he was just like, oh, I don't even know, like the feeling you get, like I got, like, we hauled butt past him. Like, sorry, wasn't trying to hit your dog. We didn't hit the dogs, but like the dogs like were still there, and like we just zoom right by. And so anyways, yeah, so then we're like freaking out. It's not that serious. So then we like get to where we were supposed to like turn on this road, and like we had like, that truck was gone, right? Like, back to the truck situation. There's like a side through road, and I look down, and like the truck is coming straight through this road to like meet where we're coming. And like, I know it was that truck because it had a light bar, and like we ain't seen a car in 30 minutes, and now why is this truck like circling around like we are? And so then I'm like, you are parked, this is weird, what is going on? Why is this man in a suit in the middle of the road? Like, just very confused and like scared. And so we get on these directions, and you're already like so scared, and so because of what just happened, and like dirt road, middle of nowhere, and then we have to like literally drive through like a cornfield to get to this driveway. And like, when I say cornfield, I mean like corn stalks, like, I don't know if they were actually corn stalks, but like 12 feet tall. And then I'm like there was literally just an opening for a car to go through to get to this house in the middle of like nowhere. And so then I'm thinking, like, this really is like the end for me. Like, this is a horror movie. Someone's about to jump out in the middle of this like cornfield, and like, we're done. Like, that's it. But like, looking back, it was like really like we were in a vehicle, he was outside of the vehicle. What was gonna happen? Nothing. Maybe. I don't know. Crazy stuff happens all the time. But I say all this to say, it was really weird. It was really scary. But then I get this text from Natalie this morning, and I don't know how she found this out, who she was talking to that knew about this, but I get this text, and I don't know if I can put it in maybe, but let me just show y'all what she found, okay? So she finds this, and so like, was it a ghost? Did we see a ghost on the side of the road in Petty Jean, like in Petty Jean Mountain? Was that what happened? Because why is it me? Like, why do we have?
So scary. So like, rest in peace, buddy, but like, stop scaring people. Why are you standing on the middle? Why there? And like, why at midnight? And like, why are you still in a suit? Just like the strangest thing ever. And maybe it wasn't a ghost, maybe it was a real person, but maybe it was. And like, how crazy is that like, I don't know, just had to share that though, that happened, and it was really, really scary. So if anybody sees a man in a suit near Petit Jean Mountain just minding his own business, staring at people as they drive by, there you go. It's the dead man who just, I guess, haunts Petit Jean Mountain area, which is really weird, but yeah.
Dude, I have to tell you guys the craziest Hinge date I've ever been on, and this happened like a couple of years ago, so it was a while ago. So, backstory, I had 2 Hinge dates lined up, like one on like the weekend prior and then one the weekend after. The guy I went out with the weekend prior, I basically was like, oh my god, like, he was the one. I ended up dating him for a year, but I already had the second one lined up, so I was like, I'll just go on it anyways. And I couldn't back out because me and this guy were going to see an artist together, a concert, and he got my ticket. My friend also got a ticket to see the same artist because she was like, I'm not gonna let you go with some random guy. Me, my friend, their partner, and then this guy and this guy's girl best friend were gonna go to this rave together. Fast forward to meeting him, I was prepared to just be like, meet him, talk to him, try not to lead him on, but not bring up the fact that I met someone that I caught feelings for already, because I didn't want to create like unsafe situation for myself and have him be mad, because you can never predict what a guy's going to do. So me and my friend, we show up, and he specifically tells me, oh, this is my childhood friend, I'm gonna bring her, but can you not tell her that we met on Hinge? And I'm like, oh, why? And he goes, oh, because I just find that a little embarrassing. So I'm like, all right, I won't tell him that. I won't tell this girl that we met on Hinge because you find it a little embarrassing. And we met this girl, and she, mind you, is gorgeous. She's so pretty and so like put together, and you just wouldn't expect to see someone like her at a rave. And she was like, yeah, I don't rave, I'm only doing this because so and so brought me and we're both visiting. So like, oh, that's so we go into the rave, we're having a good time. This guy, honestly, very charismatic, very fun to talk to. I for once didn't feel like I was getting creeped on, because you know how like on a first date it kind of feels like you're getting interviewed. A lot of first dates, for me at least, don't get past the interview-ish stage, and it doesn't feel like you're talking to a friend. This guy made me feel like I was somewhat just talking to a friend. You're actually not a horrible, you're not a horrible date. Like, I'm actually enjoying you. If I met you before the guy that I went out with a week prior, I might have caught feelings for you. Like, I might have wanted to see how far this went. We get into the rave, we're having a good time, we're having a ball, and this guy and his girl best friend, they're really, really cute, I would say. They're really, really cute together. Like, he's constantly taking care of her, making sure she's all right, and she's like constantly just like following him around because it's her first time doing something like this. And they're just such a good pair. And then me and my best friend are like, they kind of seem like they're together. Like, it kind of feels like they're more than just childhood best friends. And then we were like, oh my god, what if he brought me here to make her jealous? He told me not to tell her that they met on Hinge. And then me and my best friend were like, this is actually so cute. And I was like, wait, we should say something. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna ask her if they're into each other, because I don't think she knows that me and him are seeing each other in any sort of romantic way, because she doesn't know anything about me or how we met. I think he just told her that we met like in Toronto on the streets. So at some point, his like off talking to other people, we sit her down and we're like, hey, like, you and so are very cute together. Like, you guys would be such a good couple. And she looks at me and she goes, what do you mean? We both have long-term partners. So I look at her and I go, this guy is dating someone? And she goes, yeah, has been dating someone for 3 years. And I'm like, then why did he match with me on Hinge? And then I'm like, wait, I wasn't supposed to tell you that. And then she goes, oh, he's on Hinge? And we're both just looking at each other like, and I'm like, yeah. And then she was like, he told you not to tell me that you guys met on Hinge? And I was like, yeah, he told me not to tell you that. And she goes, that's crazy. Because I was like, are you sure he has a girlfriend? Because he was just telling me about how much he loves her, and I have a long-term boyfriend back in England. And I'm like, what? And then at this time, the guy walks back over and he's like, so what's the tea, ladies? Because we're all looking at each other like, like just completely just, they look at me and I look at him and they're all like, is she gonna say something? I look at him and I go, you have a girlfriend? And he looks at me without like even seeming phased. He's like, yeah, I have a girlfriend. And I'm like, then why were you on Hinge? And he goes, come over here, we could talk. He pulls me aside and like we sit down and he starts talking to me and I'm like, why are you on Hinge if you have a girlfriend? Like, he goes, what's wrong? He's like, well, you can tell I'm very social, right? I'm trying to meet more people, so I'm on Hinge to make more friends. And I'm like, but I didn't know you had a girlfriend. I thought we were on a date. And he goes, well, I didn't make you feel like you were getting hit on, right? I'm genuinely just here just to make friends and meet people. And I'm like, then do you have your Hinge set to boys and girls? And he's like, yeah, I have my Hinge set to boys and girls. I genuinely just want to meet people. Like, I'm sorry if you got the wrong message. And I'm like, well, no, you didn't make me feel preyed on, but we met on Hinge, so I did think that there was an underlying tone of romance or whatever to this, because we didn't establish that it wasn't. So for the rest of the night, we just continued to rave. He barely talked to me. I was with my friend the entire night, and his girl, or his childhood best friend, she was with us because she was also just like, what is going on? And yeah, so never talked to him again after that, really. He moved back to Australia. I don't know if him and his girlfriend are still together. I don't know if she ever found out about it because I forgot to get her name or Instagram, so I don't even know who she is, but she obviously existed. Yeah, that was probably the craziest Hinge date story, which wasn't even a date, I guess. But whatever.
I need someone to tell me if I'm being dramatic because my grandpa's in the hospital. I am the only family member in town as of right now that could be with him last night. I go to the hospital. Also, McKenna, if you're seeing this, I took a popsicle from your house. Thank you. I go to the hospital last night and my papa can barely speak, somewhat there. He's got Alzheimer's. He had a gallbladder infection. He had sepsis. There was a lot going on. We didn't know where it was going to go. And I was leaving the hospital last night. Sorry, it's hot here. And I said, hey, can you guys get my phone number down? I am the only family here, so I can know when he's going into surgery tomorrow. Yeah, no problem. I had to sign consent forms for him to get surgery. I had to sign consent forms for him to get blood during surgery if he needed it. And they were calling my Uncle David, my papa's son, to make sure this was all okay. Like, they were on it, right? And they said he probably won't get surgery till this afternoon. So David texted me at 9:30 this morning. He was like, still haven't heard anything from the doctor. I'm like, okay, cool. I check out of my hotel and I get to the hospital and I'm like, I'm here to see Melon, 566. I was here last night and I don't see any of the doctors or the nurses from yesterday, which I had assumed because they probably worked those like 12-hour shifts. And they're like, oh, he's in PACU, which is the post anesthesia care unit. And I'm like, what does that mean? And they're like, he's in, like, just got out of surgery. And I'm like, you didn't think to call David, his son, didn't even know his father was going to surgery. Me, the one looking after him, didn't know he was in surgery. I wanted to come be with him before surgery. You got my number last night and put it in your notes. Like, shouldn't someone in the family know that their loved one is going into surgery? Or am I being completely dramatic? Because I was like, you guys said he was supposed to go into surgery this afternoon and you were on it, calling us, giving us updates, and then he goes into surgery and no one wants to give us a call? So I get there and I sit in the hospital for 2 hours, didn't see a single nurse, sat in his room waiting, and I just said, when is he going to be out of the PACU? And I couldn't really get an answer. And I know it's unknown because of dementia, Alzheimer's, anesthesia, but no one could, somebody could have just said, let me look at his notes or see how the surgery went. So we've just been in the complete unknown all freaking day. So I left and I had to go drop off a package, and my friend McKenna, Saint, she lives across the street from the hospital, so she let me go sit at her house instead of that stupid hospital chair, which I think I already threw out my back sitting in for 3 hours, staring at my phone. So thankful she let me come to her house. I got a popsicle out of it, but we're going back to the hospital now with no answers, hoping he's doing, or he's out of the PACU. I don't know. I just want some answers because I do have to go back to Charleston tonight because I work in the morning, and my uncle gets in at 4:30 with my other cousin, and my papa's other caretaker just called me and she's on her way down, so that'll be nice. But I drove all the way down here. I want to see my grandpa and I need to make sure he's okay, but can I get some freaking answers? Apparently not. Apparently not. Okay, I'm gonna do a part 2 following up what transpired at the hospital yesterday. I do need to preface that I am not taking it out on the nurses. That's why I asked what the protocol was, because I don't know the protocol. I've never worked in a hospital in my entire life, so thank you for clearing that up. I could not be a nurse. I think they are amazing. It would be so hard on me to be a nurse. So all praise goes to the nurses. I just didn't know that protocol wasn't to call the family. I guess that just kind of surprised me. And my dad died of stage 4 brain cancer, so hospitals give me a little bit of PTSD and everything that transpired there. But yesterday they told me to leave the hospital because it was going to be hours before he got out of the PACU. So that is when I came back. At the end of that video, I came back, and here's where things get even crazier. I said, do you know when he's going to be out of the PACU? I was looking at the board, and the board didn't say anything. And this woman goes, Mel should be out by now. He had surgery at 8 a.m. And I said, that's what I thought. It's 3 o'clock. Can you just let me know how surgery went? And the nurse goes, honey, he is still under the knife. He said knife. Go do something for hours. And I was just like, wait, I thought he went into surgery at 8 a.m. That woman over there told me he went into surgery at 8 a.m. And she goes, yeah, and he should be out by now. And the other nurse is like, no, he's not even in surgery yet. So that is where I was so frustrated. They had 2 different timelines that weren't lining up. And that's why I kept coming back, because I thought surgery was already done and over with, and I was just waiting for him to get out of the PACU. And so I just go sit in the waiting room because they said it was going to be hours, and I already been there for 6 hours, which I would wait as long as possible for my grandpa, so that's okay. And I wasn't in a rush. I just wanted to know if he was alive or not, basically. He's an 85-year-old man that we didn't know if he was going to make it through the surgery. So then I'm sitting in the waiting room frustrated, not understanding stories. And one of the nice nurses, he had a man bun, he was super sweet, came over, and I said, can I talk to you? And I said, that lady told me when I got here this morning that Mel went into surgery at 8 a.m. and he was in the PACU waiting to get released back up to his room. And now it's 3 o'clock, and your other nurse just told me he hasn't even gone into surgery. And I was like, I don't really need to know if he's in surgery, not in surgery. I just want to know if he's alive. I know some things that transpired the night before, so I'm just worried about my grandpa. I'm just a worried person. I'm sorry if I stressed you nurses out, but we didn't know if he was going to make it through surgery. And like I said, I have PTSD from hospitals. I just think everyone's going to die. Because he goes, no, that nurse does not know what she's talking about. He goes, your papa had some bad things happen this morning, and we had to take care of him and take him down there. He is not in surgery yet, so at least he could clear up some things for me. And it was a little frustrating because the lady probably did just make a mistake and didn't know, because she did think he went into surgery at 8 a.m. And they finally texted us at 4:30 at 5 that Papa was out of surgery and waiting to come up. So we ended up getting to see him around 7:30, and then I had to come back to Charleston. But in that moment, the one nurse did tell me point blank that he was in surgery at 8 a.m. and the other one said he's still under the knife at 3:30 p.m. and the surgery was only supposed to be in about an hour and a half. So that is where the panic set in, and I didn't know what was going on because they were on two different wavelengths. Like I said, it happens. I'm aware. I was just scared for my grandpa's life, and that's all that I have to say. But thank you all for telling me that the protocol is not to call family when they're going to surgery. I know there's a lot going on in the OR. I know the hospitals are insane. I just didn't know that no one's notified when they go into surgery. So also, you have to imagine, I am a 30-year-old woman. I was the voice for my whole family. Everyone else lives in different states. I drove from a different state to be there because I was closest, and everyone's texting me, asking updates. It's a lot of pressure on me to let them know if my grandpa's alive. And I was there by myself and just trying to figure out the best way to go about it, to update them, not make them more scared. So there was a lot on my plate yesterday, so you can imagine I was a little panicked.
I have a crazy situation going on at my house, and the saxophones just keep getting louder, and I want to know what you would do. So yesterday a woman came to my door, and she said her dogs were lost, that they've been spotted in my backyard, which I'm not really sure how they were spotted in my backyard. My backyard's not fenced off yet, but that's coming after this. I'm really sympathetic to lost dogs. I'm a dog lover, so I was like, sure. Yep. She wanted to be able to leave bowls of food out, and she wanted to be able to hire a trapper to come and trap them because they had been missing now for a couple of days, and they're rescue dogs and they're really skittish and it's kind of just hard to catch them, I guess. So I agree. Very friendly with her. Again, super sympathetic to lost dogs. Then last night, a woman pulls up to our driveway and kind of like blocks our driveway with her vehicle. And it was not the same woman who had knocked at my door earlier. So I go out there to check it out. She says, hey, I'm with that woman who knocked on your door earlier. We're just going to come out and leave some food. I said, no problem. I went back in the house. Didn't really think anything of it. Hope they find the dogs. This morning, we were really distracted with birthday stuff. It's my 4-year-old's birthday. He's 4 today. So we went to the pool and we went to go and just like kind of have a fun day together. When we came back from the pool, there was a note taped to our front door saying, hey, we set up a trail camera in your backyard last night, and the trappers are coming today to set up an enclosure. There will be no damage to your yard. Please reach out to me if you have any questions. And she left her number. Okay, huge issue with that. I've got boys. Sometimes they want to go pee in the backyard. One of them did go pee in the backyard this morning. I had no idea that there was a camera back there. And to make things worse, like when we first got back from the pool, we had a bunch of still like birthday stuff to deal with. So I didn't reach out to her right away, but I was annoyed immediately. One of the birthday things was he got a baseball set and he wanted to go play with it in the backyard, but the grass is tall. It's been a week since we mowed and it's rainy. It's Florida in the summer, so it's already kind of like too high to be comfortable to be playing back there. So he started to mow the yard. Tell me how she pulls up, and the woman who had asked pulls up to our house when my husband is out there mowing and goes, can you please stop mowing your yard? The trappers don't want you to mow. Can you mow tomorrow? So my husband comes in annoyed. He tells me I go out there to talk to her, but she's already gone. And I call my mom and my sister. They're like, call the police. Like, you need to call and file a police report. You have no idea who this person is. And now I'm starting to freak out. Like, okay, I need to file a police report. And I don't want to cause an issue. Again, I know this woman's like worried about her dogs. And so I just sent her a message. And I'm like, I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that you have a camera facing my back door, facing my children's window. If there's any footage of my children, that needs to be deleted immediately. And please come and remove this camera from my property. I can't believe you felt comfortable enough asking us to stop mowing and like telling us what to do in our own yard based off of what you're watching us do on the camera you set up without our permission. Crazy. So within 5 minutes of me sending that text, there's a knock on my front door. It's not the woman, it's the trapper. And she's got an attitude problem. She's pissed at me for telling them to remove the camera. She's trying to, like, I don't have any photos of your children. She's trying to, like, go through the photos. I said to her, ma'am, you're a little too spicy with your attitude for someone who set up a camera in somebody else's yard without their permission. She asked you. I'm like, she asked me to set up food and to set up a trap. She did not ask me if she could film my home or my children. I could not believe the tone on her. Another woman pulls up. They both are telling me that they drove like an hour to be here. Whatever. I'm trying to be very polite because, again, these people know where I live. I'm not trying to cause problems with them. I very politely say, hey, the way to move forward, I want these dogs to be caught. Go ahead and move it. Do not face a camera towards our property. They said they drove an hour and a half to be there to set up the trap. I'm like, go ahead, set up the enclosure. I don't want any of my property being filmed. It needs to be faced the other way towards, like, we have this kind of like moat situation back there. Anyway, now I have this enclosure in the backyard. I'll show you. Mind you, the yard looks crazy because we haven't been able to mow it because my husband did. We continued to mow the front yard and we paused mowing the backyard to make the dogs more comfortable. Let me show you. So that giant enclosure is where they are trying to trap. There's 2 dogs. It's like a medium dog and a small dog. And that is the setup that they now have in my backyard. It's pretty big. Not only do they have that set up in the backyard, but the trappers are also in a Sprinter van parked outside my house, keeping surveillance. I'm not trying to file a police report on my 4-year-old's birthday, but, like, what would you do? Is this not insane? Like, the audacity of some people. And I'm trying to be a good neighbor. I want the dogs to be found. But this is crazy. Good morning. I am back with my crazy neighbor dog, lost dog situation. I have an update. The Sprinter van's gone. All the equipment is gone. They were able to trap the dogs late last night. They did stay out in that Sprinter van, surveillancing the area for a good 4.5 hours. It was probably around like 10 o'clock last night that they trapped the dogs. I did watch them carry the dogs in the little like crate thing to the Sprinter van, and then they promptly went in the backyard and took the enclosure down, packed up, and left. So I'm very grateful to be rid of this situation. I got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions in the comments. One of the biggest questions was, why my yard? Why not do this in their yard? I agree with you. The reason they didn't do it in their own yard, the reason why it was my yard, her yard is fenced off. There was a hole in the fence. That's how they got out. And she thought it was pretty unlikely for them to come back through that hole in her fence. That it was very difficult for them to get out of. It's kind of easy to slip under versus like come back through the other side. I don't know. I don't actually know where she lives. That's the other thing that freaks me out. She knows where I live. I have no idea where she lives, where the dogs live. Another common question I got was, were these like prized animals? This seems like a lot of effort for, just like your basic dog. The answer to that is no. No, these were rescue dogs. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to put a little picture up right here. So yeah, we're not beauty queens. We're not top of the line breeds. I'm sure that they're beautiful animals on the inside, you know? I'm sure they're great pets, but definitely not like a prized animal. I have no idea what she paid them. That was another area where I felt like pressure, was that obviously she had paid for them to drive from Tampa and set up this trap and do all of this. So I'm sure that did cost her money to have somebody come out and do that. But again, in my yard, and I'm really disappointed, honestly, with like the business professionalism of the trapper. It's not that I'm expecting you to be top of the line in your professionalism if that's your career, but I do expect you to kind of knock on the door of the person that you're setting the enclosure up, just as a courtesy, just to introduce yourself, just to say, hey, I know so-and-so made the agreement with you. I want to introduce myself. Here's our process. I'm really surprised that they didn't do that. And I'm even more surprised that when I did push back about the camera, and I didn't just tear it down and go put it out I asked them to come pick it up. And I very well could have, and definitely based off of the rest of your comments, you guys would have too, just gone out there and like tear the camera down in frustration and go and put it by, you know, we don't have a mailbox out there, but, you know, go put it out there. I didn't do that. I just asked you, and politely in a text message, please remove it. I was so surprised by the attitude I got from the trapper. She was really rude. And the other question I got was, you know, why would they choose your yard versus other people's yards in the neighborhood? Our yard is not fenced off. All of our surrounding neighbors to the left and right and behind, their yards are fenced off. I would love for our yard to be fenced off. We have been in the process of slowly renovating this house. We flooded out. We had originally lost our rental home in a hurricane, lost all of our items inside the home, started to rebuild, bought this house. Within the first year of living in this house, our house flooded in another storm. And had to start over again. I have been rebuilding the house, rebuilding the outside, and it's just a painfully slow process. We work full time. We have kids to take care of. We have bills to take care of. I don't have a budget to just continue doing this renovation, which brings me to my next point. A little shade thrown as to why they chose my yard. Apparently, she rescued them from a hoarder situation, a hoarder's house, and because we have a bunch of stuff around the yard, meaning like I have pavers and stuff out there, I'm in the middle of redoing the landscaping, we have like a bench and other things that we have set up out there. She said that they like that there's things around my yard, which is honestly a little rude. Okay, live update. My husband just came in here to show me that Lucy and Ethel's mom just dropped off a gift card and a card for inconveniencing us and thanking us because they were able to find the dogs. Yeah, I know so many of you wanted me to file a police report. Again, I was trying to be a nice neighbor, and the fact that it was my son's birthday really threw us for a loop. We had so many different like family traditions that we were trying to squeeze into the day. I didn't want it to be scary for my kids, that we were like having the police come, or that we were, you know, in an argument with these people. I was trying to not make it a situation. Obviously, if I really felt threatened by them, or I felt like they were being really intrusive with our space, I would have called. I would have protected my family. I was trying to just, you know, lead with empathy and compassion, and I know that definitely stressed a lot of you out based off of your comments. Definitely stressed my family out. Believe me, my sister was not happy. She was ready to call the police on my behalf. At the end of the day, I'm just happy that they found the dogs. That was very nice of her to drop off this card. And I am gonna be looking into a fence. I need a fence, and I honestly think I need better security cameras around the house, because y'all really freaked me out with your comments. But thank you for looking out. So happy this situation is over. Here is another very strange perspective of this whole thing, and why the camera situation really struck me as being so odd, because they had the camera set up against the shed right there in that position, and the bowls were kind of like right here. But the camera facing this way doesn't make any sense for them to be facing this way, because, again, that's my back door, children's windows. I'd close these because of the situation. It would have made, if the dogs are back there and in this ditch area, it would have made so much more sense that the camera is facing towards the lemongrass to kind of figure out, like, where are the dogs coming from. Maybe that could have helped them of which direction the dogs were coming from. And also, this gives you a better perspective of why my yard, again, all of our neighbors, their yards are fenced off. This is very tall lemongrass that we have going back there that goes down, like straight down into like a steep little ditch. I got comments like this a lot on my original post, amongst other things. And in my update video, I made a joke about the way that the dogs look, that they're clearly not prize dogs, meaning they're not trophy winning, like show dog type dogs, nor are they working dogs like a livestock guardian, Anatolian shepherd type situation. We don't live in a rural area. It's not a big backyard. It's definitely a very residential neighborhood. And even people went as far as to say that I was insinuating that the dogs didn't deserve to be loved to this degree. Like, they didn't deserve, because they're not prize dogs, to be found. Never said that. Don't hold that opinion. I'm so happy that the dogs live in a home, that they are so loved that their owner would go to this length to get them back, and to go through that many resources to get them back. I didn't really have any negative interactions with the owner of the dogs. All of my negative interactions came from the trappers. And I was very grateful that the owner of the dogs was kind enough to bring us a thank you card and to apologize for the inconvenience, and even leave a gift card for something for my child to be able to get something for his birthday. All of that was lovely. My main issue, again, came from the lack of communication from the trappers. That the fact that they didn't knock on the door and introduce themselves and say, like, hey, this is our process, or even say anything to me about the camera before the camera was installed. I knew about the camera after the fact. Nobody said anything about a camera, and the position of the camera facing our house versus facing out, like I showed, where where that big ditch is, where the lemongrass is, where the dogs were clearly like hiding and staying, that was very odd to me. And I didn't think that we needed to call the police because I wanted to like press charges or be, do anything towards them with the police. Everyone in my life, when I called, my sibling, my mom, when I called them, they all said, call the non-emergency number, file a police report right now. The red flag of the camera was very alarming to them. They wanted me to file a police report in case they were lying, in case there weren't dogs, in case they were casing the house or had some kind of, nefarious intentions. I went back and forth about whether or not
that was necessary because, again, I cared about the dogs. I cared that it was my son's birthday and to not make it scary for my kids, that the police were coming, and then I was, you know, in this dynamic with the neighbor. I cared that the neighbor was putting out all these resources to try and catch their dogs. If the dogs were hanging out near my house, you know, that ditch does get full of water. They are at risk from getting eaten by alligators back there. I don't want that to happen either. You know, I had a lot of care and concern for the neighbor and her heartache over her dogs missing. And I know that a lot of you wanted me to be way more defensive, and that you would have been way more defensive in that situation. And I think that that's a beautiful quality. And I'm so happy we have people in this world who have those traits. I try to lead my life with an open heart. I try to think the best in people. And I wanted to be helpful if I could be helpful. But that stopped when I felt like we were at risk and that we were under surveillance from their camera. In fact, there was a gap of time between me reading the note, figuring out that there was a camera, and then us finishing up. You know, we had just gotten back from the pool, getting in dry clothes, getting cleaned up, putting all the stuff away. That's when then my husband went outside to go start mowing so that then we could do the baseball thing. And when they showed up to our house, once we were mowing the yard, because the trappers saw us mowing the yard on the cameras and came to stop us, that is when I really took issue. That's when I sent the owner a text saying, cross the line. The camera, and then surveilling us and telling us what we can and cannot do in our yard, you're crossing the boundary. And when that trapper then came to my door with an attitude, aggressively scrolling through her phone, I don't have any videos of your kids. Look, you can look at everything if you want to. That tone and that attitude over me setting a boundary about the cameras is what I took issue with. And I would have never allowed them to continue if it wasn't for the grace and kindness of the second woman that pulled up in the Sprinter van, who also was one of the trappers. My interaction with her was calm enough and understanding enough of my point of view for me to allow them to set up the enclosure, no cameras. There was still not any discussion that in lieu of the cameras, they would be surveilling across the street and sitting outside my house for 5 hours. That's still not discussed, but I don't think that is on the owner of the dogs, if that makes sense. I think the owner of the dogs was doing everything in her power because the animals that she loves and cares about were missing, and she wanted to do everything that she could. I think it is on the professionalism of the trappers to knock on the door and just tell people their process. So I don't know, take what you want from this situation, but I do try to care about the people that live around me.
Okay, we need to have a story time because something really crazy is happening to me and we need to discuss it. I'm on a work trip in Nashville. We flew from New York here, me and my coworker and my friend, and there was a really, really handsome boy in the aisle across from me. And I texted her and I was like, I'm actually actively falling in love with the boy who's in the aisle across from me. She asked me if I talked to him. I was like, no, but I'm a firm believer if you're supposed to meet someone, you will. Last night, we are out after our work dinner. We're like going bar hopping. The very first bar we walk into, we go up to the 3rd floor. Like, we skipped floors 1 and 2, went straight to the 3rd floor. I get up there, he's literally right there. I say to her, I was like, that's the guy from the flight. She was like, oh my God, you're right. I was like, I'm gonna go talk to him. As I'm going to talk to him, he comes and talks to me. And it was like, I don't know who said what, but one of us was like, you were on my flight. And then the other one was like, you were sitting across from me. So he actually knew I existed, which was crazy because I really didn't think that he did. Anyway, then we're just like chatting, talking. All my coworkers, my entire company of 30 people are surrounding me. They're all watching me. I'm like making eyes with the CEO of my company and he's like laughing at me. But I had to do what I had to do. There was nothing else to be done. Like, this had to happen. Anyway, we're talking and it's amazing. And he's like, when do you go home? And I'm like, tomorrow. He's like, oh, I go home tomorrow. I was like, what flight are you on? And he was like, I have a really late flight. And I was like, I have a really late flight. He's like, I'm landing at midnight at New York. I was like, okay, so I'm on your flight. I am on your exact same flight home. And he whips it out. He's 18A. Guess what I am? 18B. He is 18A and I'm 18B. So we have a 3-hour date coming up on this airplane. However, there's a small hiccup, and it is that I just checked my seat and they moved me from 18B to 18C, but 18A is open now. So I think they might have moved him to 18D. Fingers crossed. But at this point, like, I have to leave it up to fate. Like, I cannot mess with it myself because there's something much bigger than me happening here. Also, one more thing to note is that the airplane is just 2s and 2s, so it's just A and B and C and D, so like it's 1-on-1. Like we're like if we are sitting next to each other, like this is a date. Like it's just me and him. Also, since he was reading on the way there, I said to him, I was like, you have to finish your book because on the way home, like we're just gonna be yapping. And he was like, okay, then I should go home and finish it. And I was like, yeah, you should. And then he was like, I'll see you tomorrow. And it was amazing. Like I can't believe it. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I really don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, you guys, the time has come for a part 2. I need your help. I actually need everyone's hands on deck, and I need the girls to guide me and tell me what to do because I don't have the update that you guys are all wanting from me. So as I said, they moved my seat. They also moved his seat. Now we're both in an aisle. Like, we are not close to each other on the plane. I did have a small conversation with him before the plane. We were boarding, walking. Like, it all happened really fast as we were boarding and getting on the airplane. The whole plane ride, I'm like, what do I do? How do I get myself next to him? Like, I need to be talking to him right now. Like, this was supposed to be kismet. The story can't end here. Anyway, we get off the plane. We're waiting for our bags. We have small talk. I'm like, I know what to do. I'm going to say a line that's going to get him to take me on a date. I'm going to say, I thought we were going to go on a 2-hour date tonight. And then he's going to say, well, give me your number and we'll go on one. Like, that's how the conversation went in my head. He didn't know his lines, though. He did not know his lines. Because when I said that, he was just like, oh, no luck. And I was like, yeah, no luck. But, like, create your own fate maybe this time now. Anyway, him and his coworker and me and my coworker and some, like, stranger man was, like, kind of in the middle of us, had, like, some small talk as we were waiting for the carry-on bags to come out. Him and his coworkers got theirs first, and me and mine were, like, getting ours physically. And he, like, turned around, waved at us, and ran away. I was like, wait, hold on. Like, way more was supposed to happen before you ran away. So I'm like running through the airport to try to catch up with him. My coworker's like, I have to pee. I was like, girl, I can't stop. I like watch him walk outside to the Uber station. I'm like calling my Uber, pressing the buttons. I'm like going so fast. I step outside, he vanished. No eyes on the target. Actually, no eyes on the target. He vanished into thin air. Okay, but here's where I need all the girls' help because, like, it is 2026. We shouldn't be chasing a man. I gave him an opportunity to ask me out or get my phone number. He didn't take it, despite literally the magic that happened the night before. So then I obviously, as any girl would, spent the first 10 minutes of my Uber trying to find out his last name and find him online. Found it immediately. I have his Instagram. I can follow him and then see what happens. But is that, like, ridiculous? Like, was this just a fun little, like, blip in the system where we were, like, for a moment supposed to fall in love and we did it and that's okay? Or do I do what I have in my power to do, which is reach out via Instagram? Is it ridiculous if I were, like, to try to make this go further than it has because he had the opportunity to make it go further? Or is there literally nothing to lose and I can hit the follow button because what is there to lose? He never accepts me, like, okay.
Hi, do you guys want to know what's going on in my life? I turned 30 this week, and I'm making a huge decision that's going to change the trajectory of the rest of my life, and I'm nervous about it. I have been with my boyfriend for 7 years. There's never been any cheating. It's not been toxic. He's not mean to me. It just isn't working. And I think turning 30 is really freaking me out because of 2 reasons. I'm gonna be 30. I need to, like, get my life together. I really want to get married and I want to have kids and I have a life envisioned for myself and I have a lot of dreams and it just isn't happening where I'm at, and I think I'm just stuck and I need to make a decision right now. And And I'm just like too young for this to be the rest of my life. Like I feel partially like, oh my God, I'm 30, like I'm too old to start over. But I'm also way too young to accept something that I know just isn't the right thing for me. We also live together, so it's a slow breakup because we both love each other a lot and we both don't want to have to move back home, and we can't really afford to not live together. So we're just trying to figure that out. And it does make it easier that our core friendship has always been there. So that is kind of helping guide us through this limbo that we're in. Yeah, anyway. I applied for a job. I'm hoping I can stay here and afford this place by myself. I'm like, I just feel like if I have to move back home, it's gonna feel like way more of a rock bottom than I think it already is. So I really don't want to do that. I really want to stay. And my job currently, I can't. Like, I can't. I'm making my half of the rent. There's no way I can pay for it in full. So I'm really hoping I get this job, but also I don't know how much it pays because it didn't say. But there was a place for like, what would you like your salary to be? And I put something that would make this livable. Yeah. So I just like don't know what I'm doing with my life. I'm starting over in the dating world. I'm going to be single for a while. I'm just going to be sad and try to focus on myself. But in the meantime, we're still in limbo. Like, we're still both living together and trying to navigate what we're going to do. And it's hard because I tried to explain to him, I don't want you out of my life. I love you. We have so much in common. We have all the same values and morals, and we are just really good friends. It's just like the relationship aspect that just it's not working for me. So this has just been hard. We go back and forth between arguing because this isn't a mutual decision, but also like not pretending that this isn't happening, but just, I don't know. Like, we're still together in the apartment, so we're trying to make the best of it with what time we have left with each other, I guess. I don't know. I'm just really stressed, and I'm not excited about turning 30, and I just don't know, I guess, is the closing point. I don't know. Yeah. Love you. Bye. In regards to my last video, a lot of people are concerned because I mentioned I'm freaking out a little bit about turning 30. That's not why I'm making this decision. I already made the decision. We are breaking up. We've had the conversation. I've talked to him about it. I'm gonna move back home. I just don't want to. I love my apartment. We just need to make arrangements to move. And in the meantime, I mean, I'm not gonna like ignore him and be mean to him. We're friends until we can get out of this apartment. Also, I'm not just making a rash decision because I'm turning 30 and freaking out and I just want to change. This has been ongoing, and there are issues. I'm just not gonna like air his dirty laundry, so I'm just not gonna give specific details about certain things. But there are really valid reasons why I'm not happy. And there are things that I've brought up through the years and things that just haven't changed. And I just always kind of really hoped they would. And I think my heart has just caught up with my brain because I've always known, not always, but for a really long time, I've had doubts And I brought it up. Like, he's not being blindsided. I've brought things up and we've worked through things, and this is just really ongoing, and things just aren't changing, or they're not getting better longer than like a week. It just isn't right. And a part of me has always known that. But I just really, really love this person, and I really wanted it to work, and it just isn't. And turning 30 is what's making me be like, okay, like, either do it or don't. Like, shit or get off the pot. I need to make the decision, and it's a hard decision. But yeah, I'm not just like doing this on a whim. This has been long coming, if that's the right way to say it. A long time coming. So yeah. Also, do I really look that terrible? I'm still 29, by the way. I got a decent amount of comments that told me he must be draining the life out of me because I look horrible for my age. Thanks so much, you guys. Love you. I also got a comment, and it was like, when white girls say they have dreams and it's just having kids and being married. Hey, it's okay to want to get married and have kids. I can't wait to be a mom. I know I'm going to be a really good mom, and I really want to find a loving husband to share that journey with. I also have dreams of living at the beach town near me. I have just wanted to do that forever. I have career goals as well, but I'm on my way to meeting them. He is not stopping me from that. He is not necessarily stopping me from living at the beach, but he is stopping me from being married and having children. That's what I meant. I've got lots of goals, but a man isn't going to stop me from other things, but he will stop me from being married and having kids. I just figured that was obvious in the context of that video, but obviously context, people have a really hard time with that, so I understand. Yeah, anyway, thank you so much to everyone who's supporting me, and I've had really kind comments. A lot of people can relate, which makes me feel better, but also, like, I'm so sorry that so many other people can relate. I'm gonna keep, I guess, updating you guys on what's going on if you're interested. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. I love you. Bye.
Story time on why you should never trust a guy you meet online and go long distance with him. Never. Unless you guys have full trust in each other, like passwords and everything, be careful around your long distance online husband, boyfriend, whatever, situationship, because that shit can get messy real fast. I'm just saying. This is why I stopped. So this story time's like low-key a little messy, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so basically I met this dude off this app, and if you guys don't know what this app is, do never download it for your own safety. I was only doing it because I was bored and because my friend at the time downloaded it, and I low-key just wanted to troll guys, so I was like, yeah, sure, why not. I met this dude and I didn't think anything of it. Like, I wasn't taking this shit seriously until I did, because I like ended up liking him. Babes, what did you like? The good morning text he sent you? Bare minimum, by the way. Bare minimum. He gets my Instagram, he gets my number, we start texting, we start calling, everything's going good. He plays my favorite game. I gave him a pet. But yeah, so then I do notice that things are moving a little bit too fast, which is obviously red flag. The fuck, red flag. But I can't even lie, like, I'm gonna be so for real, I'm very like immune to red flags. I clearly don't learn from my past mistakes. Clearly I don't. That's my fault. But I liked him so much, or at least I thought I did. I just went along with it, and I was like, yeah, for the plot, you know? Literally, like, not even a couple weeks go by, and he's like, so are we gonna make this official? Because when we were talking, he was already like calling me all these names and shit like you would call your girlfriend. So I was like, at this point, just make it official, because I don't play about this. I don't play. So basically, I'm with him. Okay, mind you, I should have specified this. I met him in February, and we dated. Oh, this is embarrassing. Till the end, basically till the end of March. So he broke up with me on my birthday. We'll get into that. But basically, halfway through the relationship, it was a little like rocky, but it was more on my end because I would be crashing the fuck out. My fault, by the way. But it's like he'd be falling. Okay, first off, first red flag. I'm a dumbass. I didn't like low-key, like, I don't know why I went fully in knowing damn well he followed a lot of girls, but I didn't like realize that until like I was like looking through his following. I'm like, damn. So you follow like half the female population. And whenever I'd question him about it, he'd be like, don't worry about it. Bro, what? Don't worry about it? They're just for followers. But every time I would go check his following, it would go up by 1. So I knew damn well he was talking to someone new. So I'm obviously crazy, and he gets mad. And so I have this fake account, and I try to do a little test. Let's just fast forward. Basically, I end up messing up because he gets suspicious because I message him on my like loyalty test account because I wanted to see if he was gonna like fold, you know, but it didn't work because he ended up figuring out it was me. But the only reason I did this was because I knew damn well he was talking to other girls. I couldn't prove it though, so I had to try to do it myself somehow. It didn't work out. And also, like, whenever like we got into this like one stupid fucking argument where it was like I felt like we weren't communicating enough. And mind you, whenever, this is gonna play a big part later in the story time, whenever I'd ask him to call, he'd be like, I can't call, I'm busy. It's bullshit. It's lies. I'll tell you why later, because it's even crazier. And I'm not crazy for doing loyalty tests because it ends up being a part of my favorite later, because even though it didn't work out with my loyalty test, it worked out in another way. But basically, we got into this one fight. Okay, wait, actually, I don't know why the fuck this audio cut out. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's, like, possessing my phone or some shit, or, like, he doesn't want me to fucking tell the story time. But basically, it cuts out. We get into, like, fights because he just doesn't care anymore. Like, he takes hours to reply, and he's just, like, saying he's busy. But he was, like, ignoring me, and I kept texting him, like, asking, like, what's wrong, and he wouldn't reply. Basically, that's what I said. Mind you, I wrote him, like, a full-on 5-page, like, papers. Letters? Like, letters. Like, 5 pages of me pouring my heart and soul. And I was, like, I just didn't feel like texting. I couldn't sleep, last night because, like, it was keeping me up. So I, like, wrote all my feelings down. 5 full fucking pages. What do I get? Mind you, this is his fault, by the way, but I'm still apologizing. I get a, it's okay, thank you for the letters, whatever. Dry ass reply, by the way. Dry ass reply. This dude breaks up with me on my birthday. Mind you, a day before he forgot it was my fucking birthday. But then he knew after to break up with me. No. Happy birthday. Plain, dry, simple. Breaks up with me on my birthday. Yeah. You knew damn well. You knew what you were doing. A couple hours later, he texts me again. I'm sorry. But then blocks me on everything. Now, fast forward to now, a couple days ago, like maybe like a day or 2 ago, I get a text from this girl on TikTok. I'm like, okay. She texts me, do you know I'm fucking saying his name. Do you know a Joshua? Yes. That's weird. Like, how... Like, what? So, I was like, yes. And I was, like, really confused. I was like, why? And she's like, well, no, it's a secret. Like, I can't tell you. And she's like, I've been waiting for the right time to tell you this. I'm like, what the fuck? fuck is going on? I'm like, are you dating him? Like, what the fuck is going on? This his ex? Like, what? No. It's a girl that was literally talking to him for 2 to 3 months before and during when me and him were dating. Yeah. So basically, I technically only dated him for about a month, but she was already talking to him 2 to 3 months before.
So while I was dating him, he was already talking to a girl a long time before me.
And during we were dating, but she didn't know nothing about me. Up until now. Mind you, I met this guy on Wiz. He said he deleted Wiz for me, but he proceeded to have other dating apps.
And proceeded to talk to other girls while in a fucking relationship.
So basically, she texts me, and I get a bunch of tea. And she would say that he'd always lie.
Which is true.
Okay,
The
I could
fuck.
do a part 2 on this. Low-key, I could do a part 2 and maybe screenshots.
Yes, girl.
If you want some. But, okay, remember how I'd always be like, so, do you want to call?
Yes, because he's a liar.
She literally sent me a bunch of screenshots of, like, call logs. She's like, oh, okay, girl, I got you. And then she told me, like, I'm so sorry, girl, but, like, you have to look at this. And it was a call log, and it was them calling for hours and hours on end. 8 hours, 2 hours, 5, like, literally the whole day. One was 24 hours. So whenever he said he couldn't call, he was on call with her the whole time. And one time, he sent her, like, a screen recording of something, and she noticed that there was 2 apps open up on the top. It was, like, a love thing, and I don't even know what the fuck it was, because she assumed that I had the love thing. It was, like, I think it's for, like, long distance partners. It's, like, you could see, like, their location. He never gave me his location, yet he gave her his location. And mind you, whenever he'd comment on my TikToks, she, like, that's how she found me. She investigated, and when she questioned it, he was like, that's just my best friend. Babe, what? Nah. I ain't your best friend. I was your girlfriend. Ex now. But yeah, guys, that's all I can say now because it's gonna end, so bye.
Trust issues. I don't know why I'm smiling. Okay, bye.
Story time of how my first friend in university tried to turn against me. Spoiler alert, if you guys have seen Obsession, the scene where Nikki's like, I'm on your left, foreshadowing. So fast forward to literally just moving into my dorms, I requested to be with this one girl I met on Instagram, my roommate at the time. We requested to live together, we got sweet style, and we moved in together. Things were splendid and great, and we met this group of like 15 other people that lived in our residence. And the 20 of us would always hang out for the first week of school until we split off into smaller groups, as like big groups tend to do. With this friend, we're gonna call her Cindy. This is who the story is about. So my friend Cindy and my roommate and I introduced them, and the 3 of us become one group within this larger group. Me and Cindy were really, really close. I would say I was closer with Cindy than I was with my roommate. I was probably closest with Cindy out of all my friends at the time because of how similar we were. Cindy was introduced to the large group way later because she moved in later. So it was mainly just me, her, and my roommate hanging out. Until one day I noticed Cindy stopped talking to me as much, and Cindy would only hang out with my roommate. And at first I didn't think much of it because I just assumed like they just had a really tight bond. If I'm happy you guys are friends, I'm happy I introduced you guys, but like, don't forget I'm still here. Like, because you would expect me to still be a part of that group and still be included. Boy, was I wrong. So Cindy stops talking to me eventually, completely stops talking to me, and then only would come over to hang out with my roommate. They would just like go to her room, lock the door, and then just hang out and yap. And then if they went out, they would just go out while I wasn't home, go out before I woke up. They would just try to avoid me. And the one time, which solidified my inklings that they were trying to exclude me, was Cindy came over and she knocked on the door and I answered and she goes, oh, I didn't know you were home and I'm gonna go to the mall with your roommate. And I was like, oh, can I come? Like this, and then she goes, well, I think you should ask your roommate before. And I'm like, My roommate said no. I don't remember what excuse they give, but they basically were like, oh, maybe next time, like, we kind of wanted to do something we talked about and planned. And I was like, all right, like, whatever. Keep in mind that my roommate was the fakest person I have ever met to this day, and have so many stories about her that I haven't even opened, but those can go into a separate story time because this is about Cindy. So my roommate being fake and acted like we were best friends when Cindy wasn't around. And one day my roommate matches with this guy on Hinge, and she's like, oh, like, I really like this guy, I think I'm gonna invite him over, but he's bringing his friend. She was like, do you want to be the second girl to basically our double date? And I was like, no, like, I'm busy that day, like, I can't. So she invites Cindy instead. The next day I ask her, oh, how did the double date go? Because they were all at our place playing drunk Jenga. And she's like, oh yeah, so me and Cindy aren't talking anymore. And I'm like, what? What happened at Drunk Jenga that I was unaware of? And she tells me that actually prior to Drunk Jenga, when Cindy saw what the Hinge match looked like, she told my roommate that if it doesn't work out between them, she's happy to try to take him from her because he's exactly her type. And the cherry on top that ended that friendship was they were playing Drunk Jenga and the guy pulled out a block that said, kiss the girl to your left. My roommate was to his left, but she told me that she didn't feel like she was ready to kiss him at the time and she was still feeling a little shy. So she said, no, just take the drink instead. I'm not going to kiss you. To which Cindy pipes up and says, oh, I'll kiss you then. She gets up from her seat and moves over in between them and sits down and gives them a big fat kiss on the lips. So I'm listening to this in awe because I never expected this from her. But because of that, the two of them stopped being friends. But why did little old me back then have so much strife? Well, it was because when I was at someone else's party, Cindy was also at that party. She ended up coming up to me and I just confronted her and I was like, what happened? Like, why did you stop being friends with me? And she verbatim apologizes and says, I stopped being friends with you because I wanted to be a part of the friend group, and to be a part of the friend group, I felt like I had to be friends with
my roommate, and she
hated you, so I hated you to be closer with her. And at the time, I gave her another chance, which is like, I know, crazy, but like, I knew how manipulative my roommate could be and how friendship dynamics then felt like the world to you. So I felt bad because she did kind of lose her only close friends. And I was like, yeah, you know what? We can be friends again if you want. And after that, we hung out like once. And I thought we were friends. And then she just stopped responding to my message and then unfollowed me on Instagram. And I was like, oh, all right. I never found out what happened until much later on. I heard from someone else that she was going around to her new friends telling them that the reason she stopped being friends with this group was because me and my roommate bullied her out of it. And that was the story of my first friends in university and my first mean girl experience. Also, don't hate on anyone because this was also so long ago. That's my makeup. I need a better light because this light is so bright, it just flattens out my entire face.
Please pray for me. I don't know how I'm gonna get through the day this hungover. I'm trying to eat this piece of pie, but it's really hard.
I had a pretty scary situation that happened to me on Friday that landed me in the ER, and naturally I'm bringing this story to TikTok to see if I can find any answers. To preface this, I have no major medical history. I don't have a history of migraines or anything like that. Started off like any normal day. It was a Friday. I was working from home. We just started summer Friday, so I only had to work in the morning. And I was feeling a little more nauseous than normal in the morning. I figured that it was just because I needed another cup of coffee. I don't know why I thought that. About 12 o'clock, I was done working for the day. I had my kids. We went out for a little walk. And then we came back inside. I put them down for their naps. And then I went outside to move our sprinklers. And when I came inside to make some lunch, I started feeling a little dizzy. And then the dizziness turned into my right eye having tunnel vision. And I've never experienced anything like this before. So I kind of chalk it up to I was just really overheated. I needed some water. So I was chugging my water, trying not to panic because I'm home alone with the kids, just trying to keep things moving along, still feeling my dizziness and blurred vision in one eye. So I went to go make my lunch. I was getting out my leftovers from the day before. I was making a burrito bowl and I was looking for the hot sauce, and I was looking for it for maybe 5 minutes. I was like, it's always right here. I knew I put it there. Why can't I find it? Well, turned around and it was already sitting on the counter. So at some point I had already taken it out. So that's when I started to get worried. Like, am I losing my mind? So we have the dizziness, tunnel vision, and confusion going on. So I sit down with my water. What does every normal person do in 2026? They get out their phone and type into ChatGPT. So I get my phone out, type into ChatGPT, blurry vision, and dizziness. And that was all I could get out before I realized that I did not type that into ChatGPT. I sent that as a Slack message to my coworker. I knew something was wrong in that moment. So I finally made it to ChatGPT. I started typing in my symptoms, and chat was essentially telling me go to the ER. I was honestly having trouble reading the message from chat. I couldn't understand. The words were kind of getting jumbled up. So I started getting even more nervous, and I called my husband, who is a nurse. He was on lunch, so thankfully I was able to talk to him. He's like, you're probably just dehydrated, drink some water, lay down, call me in 5-10 minutes if you're not feeling better. So I do that, I lay down, and it was maybe 10 minutes that went by. I picked up my water to drink it, and I set it down sideways. And that's when I knew things were not getting better, they were getting worse. So I called my husband to tell him that essentially things were declining. So he says, call my mom, who lives next door, thankfully. So I gave her a call, and I even remember on the phone, like, I couldn't really get out what I wanted to say, but she was like, she dropped everything she was doing and ran over. And she was asking me, she was like, what, did you eat lunch? Did you do this? And I couldn't find the words to tell her what was going on. And then in that moment as well, my right side of my face, where I was also experiencing the tunnel vision, started going numb. So the right side of my face was going numb and my arm was going numb. And I do not know if that was from anxiety and a panic attack setting in, or if this was all symptoms of what I was experiencing. So of course, all of those symptoms are pointing to go to the ER ASAP. So my mother-in-law drives me to the ER. Thankfully, my father-in-law came over to sit with the kids. Thankfully, they were sleeping, so they had no idea any of this was going on. But we rushed to the ER. My mother-in-law drops me off. I walk in to the front desk and I was like, hi, I'm experiencing dizziness and confusion. And immediately they just like pull me back into the trauma center. They call a stroke code. And I have a doctor, nurses, all the people around me immediately doing a stroke exam or whatever you call it. And by that moment that I got to the ER, all of my major symptoms went away. So I was still feeling dizziness, slight confusion, but overall the numbness went away. I was starting to be able to understand things more clearly, being able to speak clearly. Everything was fine. So I passed all the neuro exams, the EKGs, all of those things. They immediately canceled the stroke code. Thank God. They ended up taking about 3 vials of blood. Basically, they want to rule out a stroke or anything neurological going on. So they did all the tests. Essentially, everything came back out perfect. Basically, I was discharged 2 hours later. It was a very short ER stint, which was amazing. I'm grateful that nothing appeared to be wrong medically in that moment, but there's still so many questions left unanswered as to what happened to me. But when I got home, I started to get a little headache, and it's now on day 3, and I still have a slight headache, but not really, and I can't decipher if it is from the trauma I went through mentally or if it actually is a physical thing going on. Otherwise, feeling great, feeling almost back to normal, but I am just so scared that something like this could happen again. If you've ever experienced anything like this, whether it is an aura migraine or, God forbid, if it was a mini stroke, I don't know. Still no answers as to what happened to me, but I just pray to God it never happens again, especially if I'm with my children and taking care of them. If you've experienced anything like this, let me know, or if you know of something or ways I can prevent it from happening again. So that was my summer Friday. I'm grateful to be here and feel normal because I thought it was the end for me, to be honest. Okay, thanks for listening. Bye.
Tonight has been a night I got stolen from. So, quick story. as much as I can, get through it quick, was I was selling a brand new laptop MacBook Air on Marketplace, still in the plastic, everything. I was actually going to take it to a shop here in town that buys brand new products, and wishing I would have done that now. The person, I usually look at it, but I was at a trampoline park with my kids today, and the guy messaged and said, hey, can I come look at it? I said, I'm not home right now. I won't be home till after 4 o'clock. They messaged again like at 4:20, hey, can I come get the computer and look at it? I said, sure. Usually I look at the profiles a little bit more, but anyway, I looked at the first name, and anyway, who comes to the door? I was expecting an adult. It was like a 13-year-old kid, and I was automatically thinking like, no way you drove. And the kid was like, oh, it's still new and sealed. I said, yeah, it said that on the profile. And was like, oh, I think I forgot 100 in the car. And my automatic was like, okay. I didn't see a car in my driveway. So I go back inside with my husband, and I was like, something seems off. Like, this looks like a 13-year-old. There's no way he drove. And then it started taking a while. Didn't come right back to the door. And I look at my garage, and I don't see a car. And I then hear a knock, go back to the door. I have the laptop like secured to my chest. And instead of like the wallet that the kid had the first time, and now a brother's in the driveway. Brother couldn't have been more than a year or two older. If it was a brother, I don't know. They look the same. But anyway, started to hand me this envelope, and the kid's hands were shaking. So automatically I go, I'm going to count this. And the kid panicked and literally ripped the computer from my chest, started taking off down my street. Now, I'm one that reacts and like, I'm going to chase your ass. Like, so I throw the money down. I say, what the, and I'm chasing after him. I should have yelled for my husband because the guy's a beast. But your first instinct is, what the heck? What? So I chase after this kid. I'm chasing him down the street. There was a black car. I'm not going to say exactly what it was, because I look for those things. I watch cop shows, so I was looking for a license plate, whatever. So there was a car, and the brother or whoever gets in that car, and this kid's still running because I'm chasing him. He can't get in the car because I'm blocking it. And I mean, the car literally almost runs into me. My husband's like, he's trying to chase you down. Squeals on their tires. This kid's yelling, stop chasing me. I'm like, hello, I was like, you shouldn't have stolen from me. And, in the moment, you're just kind of like, I shouldn't have done this. What if he had a gun? But didn't catch him at that time because the car was trying to run me over, and I had to cross the street from where the kid was. And the kid gets in on the other side, and the parent opens the door. It's literally a parent and his wife, like mom and dad or something, in the front with their kids. And they're making them do this. And that just like, how can you do this? Like, I've never once had problems on like Facebook and Marketplace, but let me tell you now, I will definitely be extra. My husband should have came with me to the door. There's so many things I could have done differently. But I cannot believe that was my night. I was going to use that money because I can't use a MacBook. I would happily use that because MacBooks are awesome, but I can't use it for work. So I was going to get my husband a new phone because his is like so beaten to heck. It was run over. And so I was going to use that money for his Father's Day gift. And I'm just like, it hurts. It sucks because I was going to utilize that for him. And then this happened. And we were supposed to be at a baseball game tonight. If we were there, it's like, what? Why? But hopefully they find him somehow. I don't know. I have the serial numbers and all the things. All right, I'm going to do a very quick update video because you guys have been asking, and I wish I had more to tell you. Like, I wish they have caught people, but without like license plates, and they were down the street, and we've asked so many neighbors, cameras, but unless you're up by the door, like a lot of theirs don't trigger or like set to record. And we live across from an elementary school. So the elementary school doesn't have cameras. So yeah, I mean, we had like the model of the car and whatnot, the area of town based on the profile, what their other stuff that they're selling. They have other stuff they're selling, but like I've called around to some pawn shops in some places, and that hasn't been tried to be like been sold here, at least in town. I mean, they could have gone up to another town, and they could try to sell it offhand, you know. I don't know what they're gonna do. I hope just that they catch them, because I feel so bad for those kids. I mean, even though they did this to me, I'm gonna guess like the way he was shaking that he didn't maybe want to. I don't know. I hope that's the case. But for everyone saying, you know, like don't invite them to your house, like here in Nebraska, everybody does. I mean, maybe that's not the case for others, but like I wish I would have gone to a police station or whatnot, because I guess, yeah, it does happen way more than you think. But here in our like cul-de-sac and neighborhood, everybody does it. And I've been doing it for years. And I'm lucky that something hasn't happened before now. But that being said, like I won't ever do it again. So for those of you wondering, this is never going to happen again, because I won't be doing Marketplace. I'm not going to go meet someone unless it was at a police station, because I don't trust that they still won't pull like a knife on me. I have my car and my purse and things like that, and I don't have my husband. And again, I had him here. I should have utilized him. Like you said, he should have come to the door. I should have had him. I've always done these. So like I've always had him around, so I know that I have that safety, but at the same time, he should have been at the door with me, because I had those intuitions that something was off. But yeah, I've sold some big items. So like, this wasn't the first like expensive thing or tech thing that I've sold. I tried to sell on eBay first, for those wondering. Like I tried to go those routes, and it just, I don't know. I hope I have an update soon, so I will keep letting you know.
You know how we like never want to admit that like someone has like really good music taste and we're trying to like secretly Shazam it? I have no shame right now. I am constantly standing on this toilet.
I don't talk a lot about my personal life, but I wanted to share something which I want to get your opinion on. So 14 years ago, I met someone on a dating site, and we obviously went on a first date, and I can't remember exactly like what happened after that. I think there was some attraction on both ends, but I don't think there were like major sparks or anything, and he never tried to make a move on me. So I ended up, at the time, like I was super social. I was going out, and I would invite him out to go watch like Sunday footballs with me, with all of my friends at a bar, and I don't remember how long we'd hang out. But eventually, you know, we went our separate ways. We didn't keep in touch until last year. He messaged me and was like, is this Fiona? Is this still your number? And so we started chatting again, and I know like we are connected on Facebook, so he probably has seen that I am separated, have been co-parenting. I post about like some of that from time to time. So we start chatting, and he's like, this is last year of June. He's like, we should meet up. So I wasn't sure what to think, if it was like a date or, you know, trying to rekindle anything or what, because, you know, why would you just message someone like that, right? Because we weren't really friends either. So anyways, we meet up for coffee, and you know, we're talking, getting caught up, and at some point during that conversation, he mentions his wife. And I was like, oh, I was not expecting that, because why would you meet up with someone if you're married that is the opposite sex and you're legitimately, we're not friends anymore. So anyways, after that, like I was like, okay, like we didn't keep in touch. So it's been a year. This guy messages me again, and he's like, you know, just kind of seeing like where I'm at, how things are with my son, and like, you know, we're talking about baseball and soccer. And then he's like, how about we do our yearly catch up? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't respond yet, but I'm kind of not sure of like what to do, because as I said, we're not friends, right? Like, you know, if someone's your friend, you keep in touch with them and they know about your life. But yeah, I don't know what this is. So what do you guys think? Should I meet him up? And I feel like if I meet him up, I should definitely ask him about his wife, right? By the way, I'm not trying to be a homewrecker or anything. I would never do that. Like, I would never. That's not how I operate. But I just am genuinely curious. Like, is this man looking for, genuinely think we're friends? I don't know.
Story time of how I almost had to fight my cousin at my brother's funeral. My little brother ended up passing away unexpectedly in November of 2025. It is total 7 of us as siblings. I'm the third oldest. There are 2 girls and 5 boys. I've been the most mature one. I'm the one taking care of everything, taking care of business. And if y'all know, y'all know. Okay, so it's the day of the funeral. I'm coming in. The funeral starts, I turn and I see my grandma, so my dad's mom, my dad's brother, my dad's sister, and my dad's niece. So technically my grandma, my uncle, my auntie, my cousin, I see them all walking. So my grandma, I see her give my little brother a hug. Mind you, 3 out of 6 of my siblings, we all share the same mom and dad. And I'm the oldest of that bunch on my dad's side. Her hug, and she kind of looks at me, I look at her, and we don't say nothing, and I don't hug her. Mind you, I haven't seen my grandma for about 3 years. I hadn't seen my aunt in 3 years, and I hadn't seen my cousin in 3 years. And I hadn't seen my uncle in over 10 years. So I'm so focused on making sure this funeral runs by smoothly and everybody's all right. I don't even know like where they were sitting at, what was going on with them. I didn't know. So it gets time to carry my little brother out in his casket, and I see my grandma outside, and I hear her just shaking everybody's hands as they're coming out, talking about, I'm the grandma, I'm the grandma. Mind you, our dad's a deadbeat. He ain't never really been in our life at all, so didn't nobody really know her there. So everybody's outside now. We about to release doves. So after we release the doves, everybody's just mingling, talking together, because it's really like been a while since everybody's been together like that. So I go up to my cousin. Shout out to you. I love you so much. I'm checking in on her, seeing how she's doing, and she's like, well, did you say hi to your grandma? She knows how funny acting my grandma is. I tell her no, I didn't go say hi to them. She's like, you should go say hi to them. I'm thinking in my head like, well, they should come say hi to me. I just lost my little brother. Me being a nice person at first, I was like, because every time I've interacted with them, it's always been negative. So I was able to be persuaded to go over there, and we walk up over there. When y'all really don't know nobody, y'all kind of stick together as family. So that's how they were. It was my aunt, my uncle, and my little cousin all together in like a little group to the side. So I walk up to them, and first thing that my uncle says out of his mouth is, all right, y'all want part 2? So here it is. Don't mind me getting my morning exercise in. So me and my cousin, we end up walking up to my uncle, cousin, and auntie. I was uncomfortable because, you know, I ain't seen these people in a long time. So we walk up, and he's like, what's the problem? No sorry for your loss, no none of that, no condolences, no none of that. Every time I interacted with y'all, it's been negative. So I've chosen to protect my peace and not come around. So, you know, at first we're having a cordial conversation. So me and my cousin get to talking, and she gets to agreeing with me with certain family members' behaviors that they don't agree with. But she said, besides all of that, she still loves them. I don't know if she's seen the person that I seen that day, but people know how to fake very well. But nonetheless, I got past that. It all went down when I said that they enable my dad's behavior. My aunt begins to walk away and starts talking stuff on the walk away. She's like, let me walk away before I get to saying something. And I see my uncle like smirking. So I get to walking away a different way too. And I'm like, it could get like that. Mind y'all, all my other siblings are there, and they didn't interact with them like this. Why only me? Then my cousin pipes in, and she's like, well, you're not gonna talk to my mama like that. So I tell her, what's up? You're the one with the issue, not me. So run up. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm about to full force power punch her ass. So we kind of get walking up closer. She wasn't about that life, and I wasn't about that life. My stepdad ended up grabbing me. Shout out to him. And I tell y'all, I turned around and see my big sister right there. Seen the whole family coming through that mud. Everybody started navigating to where I was, because I was screaming, what's up, what's up? You felt disrespected about your mother, so you come handle it the way you see fit. So they ended up going their own ways. I went my own way. Now I'm kicked up because I'm frustrated, because it's like my brother ain't even gone. He ain't even in the fucking car yet. So we end up having a repast for my little brother. My uncle and my little cousin came to the repast and ate food with us. My auntie and my grandma were nowhere to be seen. I feel like it kind of made me feel like I was doing too much, because it's like my little brother, literally we just had my little brother's funeral. So they left, went back to their state. I stayed in my state. And since the funeral, we haven't interacted again. I think with me personally, there's no hard feelings on my end. I agree. I would have defended my mother the same way she defended her mother. But I've learned you can't control people's reactions, or you can't control people's opinions on you. They have an opinion on me that they don't like me for God knows what. But you know, I have accepted it and moved on, because what else can I do? I don't have to see you guys ever again. There really is no problem between me and them on my end. It's just that I've been put in too much negative situations that I just don't want to be around you guys anymore. And I've only been around y'all for a handful of time that I can remember. And each time it's been negative. Moral of the story is, blood ain't thicker than water.
I'm going to use this video to address some of the financial questions I'm getting. And one of the biggest ones that I'm seeing is, how did we even rack up $60,000 in expenses in such a short time? Well, we had a pretty expensive apartment. I want to say it was $7,000 or $8,000 a month. We also were renting a house in the Hamptons. If you're not familiar, renting a house in the Hamptons over summer is quite expensive. You can go look up prices. I believe ours was $25,000 for the month. We also were moving to a different state, so we had moving expenses. I had sent him money for moving expenses that he organized, the movers came, all of that worked out. Fast forward to after I break up with him, I'm moving into my own apartment by myself on my own now. I call our storage facility / moving company and I'm like, hey, I need these items delivered to me at this address on this date. They're like, well, we can't do that because we actually were never paid when we initially moved all of your stuff out from your last apartment and for the payment of holding all of these items in storage. So I was like, what? What do you mean? I don't know what he did with the money I sent him for moving expenses, but he sure as hell didn't use it to move, because I then had to pay the movers again for what they did to move our stuff out and then to move my stuff into my new apartment and like back pay the months of storage that were never accounted for. During this time, I had also sent him money because we were planning to do some travel in Europe over the summer. That never happened because we broke up before we got there. And honestly, thank God, because those trips were never really booked for me. They were booked for other girls. So like all of the receipts that I was seeing to these hotels, flights, well, actually, no, not flights. I think we had just done hotels at that point. And he sent me like all of the receipts, but yeah, that was never for me. That was for someone else. Which also just plays into the fake sugar daddy lore in another video I posted, so go check that out. People are asking how I even had this much money to give him. Well, I did make a decent salary, I would say. I had savings at the time. I had investments, so I dipped into both of those funds. Stupidly. What else? I had credit cards. And all of these things that I agreed to pay for, we did have a contract in place. I did want it in writing. Despite that I trusted that he would be able to pay me, I did want it in writing that he would repay me this amount of money by this specific date. Name signed. I still have the contract. Not that it really matters. I've also seen comments about people saying, well, if he paid for so many things in your relationship already and he had helped you with things in the past, like, this really was your responsibility to take on, and like you shouldn't expect the $60,000 back. And to that I say, wrong. because he didn't have to help me with all of those things. He also could have said, I'm happy to loan you the money, but I expect to be repaid. If he had told me, hey, I don't have the money to do this right now, but like you can just pay for it and we'll figure it out later, I would have been like, hell no, because I'm not putting myself on the hook for this stuff financially with no real plan for repayment. We just wouldn't have booked the house in the Hamptons. We would have just gone to an apartment or like gotten something more affordable. We wouldn't have gone to Europe that summer. We would have just done something more reasonable. The reason that I felt comfortable spending money to do these things was because he had showed me fake job offers, fake bank accounts, put me in touch with a fake wealth manager, all of these things that would make me feel comfortable that no, I'm not just throwing money at something that I will never get back. Like, we have a strategic plan of how I will be repaid, and it's kind of beneficial to us both because most of his money were in savings and investments accounts. And I say this because another question I received is, well, at the time that he decided to quit his job, why did I agree to that if he didn't have the funds to support himself? Well, that's why he showed me his savings and his investments accounts. And to my knowledge, the numbers that I saw with my eyes, he had more than enough money to sustain himself. So for the first few months that he took off work and was like interviewing for jobs, he never asked me for money. Things continued as normal, as he promised. I assumed he was living off of his savings and investments. Once he did receive the job offer, he explained that he is getting penalties for transferring funds out of these accounts. He'll have to pay taxes on it, and it will become a much larger expense in the long term. And so now that he has a job offer in hand, we can see exactly how much money is going to be coming in on exactly what date. Would I feel comfortable helping out with these expenses since we have a plan of when I will be able to be repaid, and it will also benefit him financially? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm happy to help, because again, we had a contract, we had fraudulent documents, and it wasn't that crazy, like the things that he was asking me to front cash for. And according to the job offer, he could pay me back in less than 2 months. My ex-boyfriend stole $60,000 from me and used most of that to cheat on me with other girls and buy them clothes, shoes, bags, send them allowance money, and take them on trips. So the cheating thing in itself is already really crazy because the ways that he was doing it were just so disgusting. I found evidence that he had someone come to our building and did it with them in the stairwell of our building while I was in the apartment asleep because I had fallen asleep early that night because I had the flu. Another instance, I remember one time he was getting home from a work trip. I was at the office and I decided to come home early and surprise him. I thought it would be nice to like spend some of the afternoon together and evening since he just got back. So I surprised him at home and he is so angry. Like, he is mad at me for some reason that I decided to like come home without telling him. And if only I knew then what I know now, because he was actually planning to go meet someone that he had flown in at a hotel that he had booked for them to stay in, for them to go do whatever. I found out that when I was out of town, he would have women over to our home and allow them to use my clothes and bags, etc. They would post photos from my building and like using my stuff, which is just weird as fuck. Some of them did know about me. I would love to just say this was all his fault, but like according to the messages I saw, there seems to be some kind of cheating kink that girls have. I don't fucking know. Weird. Really devastating as a girl's girl to see that there are women out there that fully well know that there's another woman being cheated on and you still go to her home and use her stuff. Like, disgusting. Fast forward 2 years later, we've already broken up at this point. I'm like trying to heal and I'm watching Too Hot to Handle with one of my friends, and who walks out as one of the cast members of the show? One of his ex-sugar babies. I'm like, are you kidding me? And what was really a gut punch about this is this particular sugar baby had actually found me and messaged me kind of like when all of this was coming to head. and told me that he owed her money and kind of created this like sob story about how she was like stranded and like didn't know what to do because like he was supposed to help her and didn't. So I was like, okay, fuck it. Like, this man has already fucked up my life. What's another $300? I send her like $300 so she can like hopefully get home and not be stranded. I don't know. I told you I would be truthful about the parts that even make me look bad. I was fucking dumb. I was traumatized at this point. I just was like, honestly, take whatever you need. I need to be out of this situation. But a lot of my friends since then have made the point that, wow, maybe they were actually together. And like he knows that I am a person that like doesn't want to see people in horrible situations. I will do whatever I can to help. Doesn't matter if I don't know you or if we're best friends. Like, if I can help someone in a bad situation, I will do my part to help. So like, what if she asked me for money but they were like really using it together? I don't know. Insane. And this wasn't the first time that I had like seen messages like that though, so I can't really be sure. Because it seems like there were a lot of women that he agreed to send money to or help with expenses, whatever, and also never sent it to them. Like, they were blowing up his phone about like, you're supposed to help me with this, blah blah blah. And again, were there red flags? Yes, there were red flags, but you know, hindsight 2020, and when you don't have evidence of someone cheating on you or doing something to you, and the person that you're speaking to is a pathological liar and a narcissist, you can't really make any headway in a conversation with them, because even when I came to him with receipts, like, we couldn't have a rational conversation because he would still deny it. I'm like, how can you deny this? I'm holding it in front of your face. These are your messages. Like, I don't know. It was driving me insane. It was making me feel insane, and I just had to get out of that situation with him. I didn't want to speak to him anymore. I didn't want to see him anymore. But it didn't stop there, because once I finally broke it off with him, he found out where I lived, and I would find him waiting on the stoop of my building when I would return home from like coffee, drinks, or dinner with friends. He would literally be sitting on the stairs outside of my building. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I mean, he wasn't trying to be aggressive at the time. He was actually crying and trying to get me to take him back, all of these things. We'll get into the really scary shit that he did in the next part. Welcome back to 50 Shades of Fraud, where I talk about my ex-boyfriend who stole $60,000 from me and used a lot of that to cheat on me with other women. In my last video, I discussed how he was basically being a pretend sugar daddy to so many women during the entire course of us dating, and that's actually where a lot of my money that I gave him went to. So in this video, I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail, and I've come with receipts. So let's start with how I knew that he was trying to even portray himself as a sugar daddy. I found a second phone, which I will make an entire other video about how I found out everything and the confrontation and all of that, but just specifically focusing on the fake sugar daddy lore. I found his profile on a site called seeking.com. I'm going to insert a video of the search history that I found that day, and when I went to the site, I found his profile. I'm going to insert a screenshot here, and I took photos and videos of all of these things because at this point I was aware that I was dealing with an extremely deranged person who was unable to tell the truth, and I wouldn't be able to have any sort of rational conversation with them unless I had rock solid evidence. So I needed photos, I needed videos, and that's why all of these images are taken from my phone of his phone. And so here's a screenshot of his subscription purchase. I used his name because this is not the name that I knew him by. I have absolutely no idea who John Anderson is. I have no idea how he has 2 credit cards named John Anderson. I have no idea. I also discussed how not only was he pretending to be a sugar daddy, he was just cheating on me in general in like the most disgusting ways. And I want to include some of the screenshots that I saw to prove that. I truly can't believe that some woman agreed to this, but you know, I'm not going to shame them. Like, get your money up, girl. Just please don't use mine. So clearly, he hasn't been like scamming those women out of money. I assume they never gave him money, considering they met on a site where they were expecting money from him. But it sounds like he would do some things for them in the beginning, maybe to earn their trust. And as he would see them more and more, he would promise more things and never deliver. As seen here, he owed this woman $4,000 that she never received. But to be clear, he did pay some of them. I'm going to include screenshots of payments that I did find to a woman. So what I've gathered from all of this is he painted himself as a successful man who wanted to have these sort of interactions with women, and he would provide for them in some ways at first, maybe buy them a bag or something, fly them out somewhere, pay for them to stay in a hotel, but he wouldn't deliver on everything that he promised, which is also why I think that one particular cast member from Too Hot to Handle reached out to me, I mean, years before she was on the show and everything, about being stranded, because it doesn't shock me if he started their relationship treating her to something and then left her stranded with no means of getting home or anything. And I'd really just like to highlight again the fact that the card that was paying for these subscriptions, at least at the time that I found them, was under a name that I did not know him by, and no one in his life knew him by. Remember, I had met his family, I had met some of his friends. I don't know who John Anderson is. If anyone knows a John Anderson who has false seeking.com charges from several years ago, please stand up, because I've got your man. And if he didn't steal someone's identity or steal their credit card, did he just make up an alias? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Some people have commented, and this is why you don't play married or whatever until you're married. And I would like to say, I'm so fucking glad that I never married this man, because I don't know what is going on with his finances. I don't know. I know the level of fraud that I experienced from him. I have no idea the level of fraud that he was actually going to on his own and in other areas, and God forbid I was in any way tied to that legally. What's also strange is he wasn't just cheating on me pretending to be a fake sugar daddy. I also found his dating profiles. I will insert some screenshots here. Presumably he wasn't starting some kind of like transactional relationship with these women, but it did seem like he was portraying himself as someone who would be able to take them on trips, fly them out, buy them things, etc. And again, yes, he did provide a lot of these things for me during the course that we were dating. He would pay for a lot of our trips. He would take me to nice dinners. He did buy me nice things sometimes, but I mean, I don't know where he got the money to do that. And then once he started getting money from me and all of this continued, I'm just confused. It had to have been my money that was used to pay these women allowance money or buy them nice things or take them on trips. And in most cases, that would be traumatic in itself. Cheating in itself, cheating and being a sugar daddy to other women would be traumatic in itself. But the fact that every part of our life was a lie really just is another whole level of betrayal and disorientation that I can barely even begin to explain. Welcome back to 50 Shades of Fraud, the series where I talk about my ex-boyfriend who stole $60,000 from me. In this video, I want to cover some things that my pathologically lying ex-boyfriend lied about, and spoiler alert, it's basically everything. So when we first met, he told me that he had attended Miami University of Ohio for his undergrad and received a degree in finance. He told me that he attended business school at Northwestern and received an MBA. He told me that he had been working at a large bulge bracket bank. I won't name the name, but it is a big bank, in investment banking. And he told me that he had worked in finance for his entire career. Right around the time when we had started dating, he had said that he had just left that bank and was starting a new job, more like financial consulting, at a boutique firm that I had also heard of. And yes, he did have LinkedIn, he did have social media. Over the course of us dating, he became deeply ingrained in my friend group, developed independent friendships with my friends. I had met, he's an only child, but I had met his parents. We'd gone on vacation with them. I had attended weddings of his friends. And I can't be for certain the extent of the lies that he told to everyone else in his life, but at least on my end, I can confirm that he did attend Miami University of Ohio, but he did not receive a degree in finance. He never attended Northwestern or any other business school, so he does not have an MBA. He never worked in finance, which means he also never worked in investment banking at that large bulge bracket bank. He never had that job in financial consulting. And just to fully depict the extent of his pathological lies, I want to use an example of a time that this is at the end, I had already known he was like lying about everything. I wasn't completely for sure that he was lying about the job because he was really gripping onto that. He was supposed to go to Hong Kong for work and I was gonna go with him. The flights were booked with my money. He had booked them. So we drive from Manhattan to JFK, park the car in the parking lot. This is also like 10 or 11 p.m. at night because we had one of those like late overnight flights. Park the car, take the shuttle from the parking lot to the airport. We have all of our bags because we're going for like 2 weeks. We get to the check-in counter and I'm like waiting for him to hand the tickets to the person working there, and he just like freezes and is like staring at me, and I'm like, the tickets, hello, and just stares at me, nothing. So I'm like, you don't have the tickets, do you? Like, we're not going to Hong Kong tonight, are we? Nothing. Silence. He had no words, and obviously I'm not gonna like cause a scene in the airport lobby. So we take our bags, we take the shuttle back to the parking lot, we get in the car, we drive back to Manhattan. I drive because he's like in some kind of coma where he just can't speak or do anything. He's just like crying, and I have absolutely no sympathy at this point. So we get back to Manhattan, I tell him to get out of the car, and then I basically drove upstate and had to crash out in a hotel for like 2 days by myself. So again, a pathological liar or someone with this level of narcissism simply is unable to tell the truth. I don't know why we needed to go to the airport in the middle of the night for this fictitious flight, why we needed to get all the way up to the check-in counter and speak to another human being. Like, I'm sure that if we could have gone all the way to Hong Kong, we would have, but I guess he blew the money before he booked the tickets, I don't know. And there was no job in Hong Kong. There was no reason for us to be in Hong Kong, given I've always wanted to go. I love the food, I want to go check out the place, but like, what the fuck? And not only that, because I found out the job that he actually had for like basically the entire time that we were dating was at an organization in Cleveland, a large philanthropic organization. His job was actually on like the fundraising or like giving team for this like charity organization that was based in Cleveland, and everyone that he worked with thought he lived in Cleveland. He used a fake address for his work documents in Cleveland, but every week he would go and book the Ritz-Carlton in Cleveland, stay there like Monday through Wednesday or Monday through Thursday, go to work, act like he lived there to all of his coworkers, and then come back home and just act like that's what he was doing. And this was normal. I don't know if anyone remembers like the normal consultant life pre-pandemic and like everything, but they would go to a different city, work there for like 4 days a week, and then return to their home city. So that's what I thought he was doing. It made sense to me. It wasn't that weird. I even like went with him like 1 or 2 times to Cleveland and like stayed at this hotel and everything. And yeah, just insane. Welcome back to 50 Shades of Fraud, the series where I talk about my ex who stole $60,000 from me. And this is the video everyone's been waiting for, how I found out everything. Please bear with me because it kind of unfolded over time. It wasn't just one major event that triggered all of this. So essentially, we were moving out, is like digging deeply through our closets, trying to like organize everything, and I found a second phone. It had a bunch of texts on it from people that I had never heard of, and I hacked into it. I don't remember what the passcode was. I don't remember how I guessed the passcode either, honestly. I was kind of like shaking at this point, but I know that it only took me like a couple of guesses to guess the passcode. So as I'm going through this is when I realized the extent of his cheating, and I just am taking pictures and videos of everything because I was like too stunned to speak. I was literally shaking. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In previous videos, I've posted images of things that I found on his phone that prove that he was cheating on me. But one of the most disturbing things that I saw was that with this phone, it had another phone number that I did not know, and I could see that from the texts that in some cases he would use the phone as himself and just like pretend that's his main number with whoever he was speaking to, and in other cases he would pretend that that phone belonged to an assistant named Ellie, who didn't exist. And I want to introduce this character because there's a few characters that I come to find out that he's made up, and just to keep everything straight, he created a fake assistant named Ellie. Ellie, supposedly this was her phone number, this was her phone. So I saw group chats of him, his normal phone number that I had, and another woman, and this other phone associated with a made-up person named Ellie. And he would have these group chats. He would message people from this phone number pretending to be an assistant, like, here are the flights from Alex. Oh, I did just use his name, but honestly there's a million Alexes in the world, so here's your flights from Alex, and he's so looking forward to seeing you. Wow, I can't believe I just name dropped. It's fine. So yeah, really disturbing. He references this made-up assistant named Ellie. He's texting from this phone as if he has an assistant, but it's actually him. Bizarre. Second, he does talk about me, I would think, or some woman that he's dating in a serious relationship with named Amelie, spelled Amalie. My name is Emily, Emily. I don't know if he wanted to like keep the spirit of me alive without disclosing what my actual name was to like reduce the chances of them finding me, or if there's actually another person named Amelie involved. So when I started speaking to one of his sugar babies in particular, the one that would eventually end up on Too Hot to Handle, she informed me that she had been seeing Alex for months at this point, and that she had been in contact with him through his main phone number that I knew, and through this other number she thought that that was Ellie. I'm going to add some images of our conversation when we're both just trying to piece together what the fuck is going on. I'm also going through the photos and I see some things that I wish I could unsee. Honestly, they're permanently burned into my brain, but anyways, that's how I find out that he actually worked for this philanthropic organization and never in finance. And like, I found screenshots of his fake address, screenshots of like the documents I assumed he used at work. I don't really know how to piece all of that together and like what to do with it. My world was already like turned upside down at this point, and I just needed the information I needed. So I am steaming at this point. Like, I reached a level of out of bodiness that I had never before. I literally, it was like, I just found out I had been cheating on my boyfriend's a fake sugar daddy, and he didn't have the job that I thought he had this entire time. So weird. But I don't disclose all of this to him immediately. At this point, I still needed something from him. I needed to be repaid. He is a person who is very good at gaslighting, very like reactive when they feel that they're in a corner. And I just needed this situation to go as beneficial as it could to me. And I knew at this point, this is not my husband. This is not someone I'm going to be dating for much longer at all. And I really just wanted to get my stuff, get out. And I didn't really have a goal or intention or like feeling that I wanted to ruin his life. I just wanted to move on with mine without this baggage. And in hindsight, I should have been more petty. I should have done a little bit more to get back at him. So I finally approach him about the cheating thing and all of this very calmly, because I've had time to process, and He starts off by gaslighting me, of course. Then I show him all of the images and stuff that I have. And then, of course, it turns into, well, I just can't believe that you would disrespect my privacy like that. Like, this is so wrong, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this isn't a conversation. I'm letting you know what I know, and that for me, the relationship is basically over. I don't really care if you feel like I disrespected your privacy at this point. You disrespected mine by letting strangers into my home and letting them use my stuff. We talk about how he never worked in finance, but he's really doubling down on this. I show him the photos that I have taken from his phone. He's just like crying. It's like impossible to have a real conversation. We separate for a little bit. I like went to a friend's place, and I didn't really tell a lot of people like what was going on. I am a person that likes to keep that kind of stuff in house, and like I knew it was all coming to an end. They'll hear about it soon enough. But we did still have that trip to Hong Kong coming up, and I will admit I was a little bit hopeful that not everything was a lie, that he would be able to repay me at this point, given how much money I have spent. So yeah, I was kind of like holding on to that hope a little bit, and I kind of just went with the flow. I obviously didn't give him any more money or do anything else to aid him in his quests. But that's essentially how we got to the point of getting all the way to the airport before he finally admits that job isn't real either. I leave him in Manhattan, I go upstate, I have a crash out. Finally, I'm like coming back to the city, and we get on the phone, and that's when he admits, yeah, that he doesn't have this job. He has no money to repay me, and he's like crying, telling me that he has like nowhere to go, asking if he can get help with a place to stay, or if he can stay with me. And I'm just like, you have to be fucking kidding me. I don't know what he was doing, but somehow I continued to see him sitting on like the stoop of my building after I moved into a new place. I know that eventually he went back to Chicago where his family is, and I contacted his family. I let them know the situation. They are firmly in the position that this is their son's life, his son's problem, and so they don't really have an interest in helping me, which fair, yeah, this is your adult son, but also kind of like, what the fuck, like, you're still housing him. Honestly, I had really no interest in continuing to be a nuisance to his parents or to contact all of his friends or his employers and everything. Like, I didn't know how insane this person was, and I didn't want to do anything to set them off. I just wanted my money back, and I know that he will eventually have access to enough money to pay me back, and I want it back. That never happened. I also never blocked him, actually. Well, I blocked him on all social media, but I never blocked his number, because part of me was still hopeful that like one day I would receive an Apple Pay of like money coming back in. Delusional, I know. I never spoke to him. I would continue to get texts and random calls. I never answered. Literally, like, for years, I still was getting texts and calls from this man. No money, no repayment, haven't spoken to him, and I have no interest in speaking to him until he hands me a check for $60,000 that clears in a bank.